Chapter 2039 Zero Wing. 3 kills words echoed throughout the valley. Starlink's members, who were in the midst of battle, promptly reacted to his words, their gazes shifting to 7 Light and Shurfeng in fear as 3 kills had said. The 100 Flowers Palace was only an ordinary first-rate guild. There was no way the guild could break past their blockade with only 14 players, killing so many of 3 kills peak experts. No matter how they thought about it, the palace wasn't capable of the feat. There was only one explanation for this. These 14 players were from a different power. Are you from Unyielding Soul or Crimson Emperor? Do you really have to be so secretive? 3 kills asked, staring at Shurfeng. It was only a matter of time before Shurfeng's group shattered the blockade. Stopping them was impossible, regardless of how much 3 kills wanted to. He couldn't figure out which power would be capable of dispatching such a small, yet powerful assault team aside from Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor. If either of these superpowers had intervened in this battle, Starlink would definitely have to be careful, especially if Crimson Emperor were responsible for this team. Starlink was already engaged in a war of annihilation with Unyielding Soul. If Crimson Emperor got involved, Starlink would likely have to face 2 superpowers at the same time. 3 kills needed to know if Shurfeng's party originated from the superpower or not. You don't need to guess. We aren't from either of those guilds, Shurfeng answered with a faint smile. He understood what 3 kills must be thinking. After all you've done here, don't tell me you're afraid of giving us your name? There are only a handful of powers in the Dark Knight Empire that are capable of accomplishing what you have. Do you really need to hide? 3 kills growled, attempting to provoke the swordsman. Starlink's members raised their voices in agreement the moment 3 kills finished his question. Our vice guild leader is right. You've already won this battle, yet you refuse to own up. You dare call yourselves a superpower with such cowardice? I bet they're afraid of our guild's retaliation, so they don't want to reveal themselves. That's right. Only cowardly guilds act like this. If they had faced us head-on and honestly, we would have flattened them. Starlink's members started to lambaste Shurfeng and his party. They said anything they could think of to get a rise from the group. They no longer cared about their crumbling blockade, considering the feat as a matter of course. Now they were only irked by the fact that Shurfeng's group refused to reveal their guild after launching such a surprise attack. Vice Guild Leader 3. Are you certain that you want to know? Shurfeng could not help but sigh at 3 kills. What's there preventing you from telling us? 3 kills asked, rolling his eyes. Since Vice Guild Leader 3 has requested the name of our guild. 7, tell them where we're from. Make sure you say it loudly, Shurfeng said, turning to 7 Light. Understood. 7 Light, who had transformed into a demonkin, nodded. After taking a deep breath he shouted, Listen up! We are from Zero Wing, and we have come under the 100 Flowers Palace's invitation. If you wish to keep your lives you should run. After transforming into a gigantic demonkin, 7 Light's voice had become much louder than normal players. His words easily reached players that stood several hundred yards away. Even the independent player standing outside of the first defensive line could hear him clearly. What did he say? They're Zero Wing's members. How can that be possible? Starlink's members couldn't believe the claim. Zero Wing might be a foreign name to the Dark Knight Empire's general populace, but it was familiar to players from the various guilds. The guild was, after all, the overlord of an entire kingdom. As Starlink members, they would have, more or less, investigated such a powerhouse. However, Zero Wing was merely an up-and-coming guild, only capable of rivaling first-rate guild strength. Claiming that the guild had players who could break past their blockade so effortlessly was a joke. They must be lying. Right. They must be afraid of revealing which superpower they belong to. So they're using Zero Wing to mislead us. They are shameless. And here I thought you had the courage to take responsibility for your actions. What's the point of claiming to be from another guild? Starlink's reaction to 7 Light's declaration was frenzied, as if their rage could only be appeased if Shurfeng and his comrades admitted that they were truly from a superpower. 7 Light and the other Zero Wing members were at a loss. They did not know whether they should laugh or cry. They had told Starlink's members the truth, but the latter refused to believe them, trying to find incomprehensible reasons to force them into admitting their identities. They finally forget it. Let's just destroy their fantasy and let them die in their foolishness, Shurfeng said after glancing over Starlink's members, who had practically fallen into madness. 7 Light and his companions nodded. removing their black cloaks and revealing their true appearances before Starlink's forces. Even if Starlink's members refused to believe their claim, they couldn't ignore the six-winged emblem the party members wore. That's a fake. It must be a disguise. Right. They must be using a disguise. While Starlink's members still refused to believe that Seven Light and his party were from Zero Wing even after seeing the six-winged emblem pinned to their armor, the independent players on the sidelines didn't doubt the fact. Rather, they were shocked by the revelation Zero Wing is actually this strong. Zero Wing broke past Starlink's blockade with just 14 players? This is big news. After watching Shurfeng and the others smash through Starlink's third line of defense so easily, the nearby independent players began to record the remaining battle and post the videos on the official forums. They planned to use this opportunity to make a little extra money on the side. At this time, one of the 100 Flowers Palace's assassin scouts, who watched from several hundred yards away from the blockade, contacted Cleansed Rue. How are things going on Zero Wing's side? Cleansed Rue asked anxiously. She had already notified the assassin scouts to contact her the moment Zero Wing's members began to falter, but she hadn't received word even after so long. She had even begun to wonder if the assassin scouts had forgotten to do their jobs. If they didn't send someone to pin down 3 kills the moment Zero Wing's members fell, Crimson Heart's army would fall into a precarious position. They just broke through. The reporting assassin said, "What did you say?" Cleansed Rue asked again, wondering if she had heard wrong. Vice Guild Leader. Zero Wing's 14 members have broken through Starlink's blockade. Starlink's forces have descended into chaos. This is the best chance for us to break through. The assassin reported excitedly. He broke through? But how? Cleansed Rue couldn't help her astonishment. Was our information about 3 Kachai's presence incorrect? She couldn't understand how Shurfeng's group could have succeeded if 3 kills had been present, but even if he weren't, there were still plenty of experts guarding the mountain pass. It still shouldn't be possible for just 14 players to break past the blockade. Chapter 2040. We meet again. Crimson Heart and her Dark Cloud Legion dashed through a quiet, forested canyon without paying any attention to their stamina consumption. Even when they were ambushed by monsters, their resistance was minimal, trying to avoid confrontation as much as possible. Hurry. We must hurry. Crimson Heart shouted as she looked at the system clock with a grim expression. 5 minutes had already passed since their assault on Starlink's blockades had begun. It was highly likely that 3 Kills team had already reached her path, waiting ahead to stop her team. Although they had broken past Desert Tiger's blockade and had been pushing their mounts to the limit ever since, there were still multiple roadblocks ahead. The forces waiting for them might not be as powerful as Desert Tigers, but they would slow the Legion's progress. Vice Guild Leader. I spotted another blockade ahead. It's manned by roughly 3,000 players. A Tier 2 Ranger suddenly reported through the team chat. 3,000. Crimson Heart frowned slightly. This was bad news for their team. Normally, a guild would post its forces on multiple sections of the road to seal it off. She had never expected so many players to man the secondary blockades. They had already sacrificed over 400 players during the clash with Desert Tiger's forces, which meant they had less than 600 players remaining. If they tried to fight their way past another 3,000 players in such a forested region, they'd pay another considerable price and waste quite a bit of time. Gritting her teeth, Crimson Heart commanded, "Use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls. Once we shake apart the barricade, I want everyone to gather and force through from a single point." Aside from the blood source potions, she had prepared a few trump cards to fortify Moon Creek Town to increase their chances of surviving until the 100 Flowers Palace's army arrived. The Tier 3 summoning scrolls were one of these cards. She had planned to reserve these scrolls for the fight in Moon Creek Town, but to blast past Starlink's blockade as quickly as possible and maintain the distance between her team, 3 Kills, and Desert Tigers, she had no choice but to use them. Understood. Several Tier 2 summoners behind Crimson Heart nodded in response. A short moment later, Crimson Heart and her force arrived before a section of wooded valley that several hundred MTs guarded. A large number of rangers and elementalists also hid in the trees along both sides of the road. As soon as Crimson Heart's team moved within range, these rangers and elementalists would bombard them with spells and arrows. However, when less than 100 yards separated the two forces, 4 summoners atop mounts began to chant an incantation, unfurling the magic scrolls in their hands. Responding to the summoner's magic, 4 level 75 Great Lords appeared before the Dark Cloud Legion and charged towards Starlink's defensive lines. Attack. Attack with everything you've got. Although the sudden appearance of 4 level 75 Great Lords had surprised Starlink's members, they were elite and expert players, reacting quickly and attacking the Great Lords on sight. Tier 2 skills and spells flew at the summoned monsters, inflicting damages in the thousands. At the same time, the Tier 2 MTs on the front line activated their life-saving skills, while the rear line healers began to cast their healing spells. Despite the level advantage, the Great Lords weren't able to scatter the blockade quickly. However, with the 4 Great Lords taking most of the damage, Crimson Heart's team was able to approach the frontline MTs with relative ease. Starlink's Tier 2 MTs had their hands full with the level 75 Great Lords, and as a result, they fell instantly under the Dark Cloud Legion's concentrated attacks. In the blink of an eye, several Tier 2 MTs from Starlink died, opening a massive rift in the defensive line. Although the other MTs tried to fill the hole, Crimson Heart gave them no opportunities to do so as she brandished her daggers. When her blades struck, even Tier 2 MTs stumbled away from her despite the fervent attacks from Starlink's ranged players. Crimson Heart easily avoided their bombardment and continued to widen the gap in the enemy's defensive line by relying on the Great Lord's massive frames. This allowed the Dark Cloud Legion members to break past the blockade as a single unit. Yet, despite their success, Crimson Heart's team had still suffered more than 50 casualties in the assault. A few seconds after Crimson Heart's team broke through the blockade, a Tier 2 Ranger reported, "Vice Guild Leader, Starlink's members are giving chase." So soon? Crimson Heart's expression twisted when she heard this. She hadn't expected Starlink's players to reorganize and take up the chase so quickly. "How far are they?" "Roughly 700 yards. The Tier 2 Ranger said leave 2 Great Lords behind to delay them." Crimson Heart commanded after giving the matter some thought. Even for ordinary players, 700 yards wasn't a vast distance, much less elite and expert players with their own mounts. If they allowed the Starlink members to get too close, they'd get caught in a pincer attack the moment they ran into the next blockade. With the Legion's remaining combat power, a pincer attack would signal their demise. They could only try to buy as much time as possible in this situation. After receiving their orders, 2 of the 4 summoners controlling the Great Lords split away from the team, staying behind to delay their enemies. Fortunately, the 2 Great Lords were quite effective, allowing Crimson Heart's team to put more distance between them and Starlink's forces as time passed. Now that the Legion had 2 Great Lords to lead the way, Crimson Heart's players no longer had to worry about monster interference. The Great Lords swept aside any monsters that attempted to ambush the players effortlessly. Moreover, with the Great Lord's strength, breaking past the blockades manned by 1 or 2,000 players became significantly easier. Vice Guild Leader, "We'll reach Moon Creek Town in less than 10 minutes. A Tier 2 Ranger excitedly reported after looking at Silent Canyon's system map. "Everyone get ready. Once we enter the town, we'll likely have another tough battle to face," Crimson Heart said as she breathed a sigh of relief. Their journey had not been easy. Despite using Tier 3 summoning scrolls, the Dark Cloud Legion had still lost players. Now, fewer than 200 members remained. Fortunately, they were almost to Moon Creek Town. As long as they passed the blood source potions out to the players in Moon Creek Town, they should be able to buy enough time for the 100 Flowers Palace's main army to arrive. However, as Moon Creek Town appeared on the horizon, several hundred fire arrows rained down on Crimson Heart and her team. Caught off guard, the Legion tried to dodge the incoming attacks. Unfortunately, the fire arrows were quite fast, and not even the Dark Cloud Legion's experts could dodge them in time, taking the hits. To make matters worse, these experts fell after taking 2 fire arrows. The arrow's power was nothing like the spells players typically used as chaos tore at Crimson Heart's team. A gigantic magic array appeared in the sky, enveloping the Dark Cloud Legion. "This is a magic barrier." Crimson Heart's expression darkened as she watched the translucent barrier form around her players. "That's right, we prepared this specifically for you. Are you surprised?" Suddenly, a rugged voice emerged from within the barrier, familiar enough that Crimson Heart and her companions spun toward its origin before they had realized it. A large group of players had appeared in the clearing ahead of them. The origin of the rugged voice was a level 62, Tier 2 Berserker Desert Tiger. Crimson Heart was stunned when she saw the man. "How did you get here?" Her Dark Cloud Legion had lost over 400 members during the battle with Starlink's first blockade. Desert Tiger himself had been responsible for over 1/4 of those deaths. If her subordinates hadn't fought as desperately as they had, Desert Tiger might have pinned her down, and they never would have made it past the first roadblock. Logically, Desert Tiger should still be far behind her team, yet he stood before her now. Why wouldn't she be surprised? Don't tell me you think that mounts are the only way to cross long distances quickly. Desert Tiger chuckled as he looked at Crimson Heart. Could it be a flying tool? Crimson Heart suddenly thought of a possibility. Now that the Silent Canyon was sealed off, teleportation within the canyon would be impossible. The only other travel method she could think of that was faster than a mount was a flying tool. However, flying tools were extremely precious. She had only ever heard of such tools, never actually seen one before. Smart. Desert Tiger nodded. He then chuckled and said, "Well, are you going to surrender quietly? Or do you truly want to face us a second time?" Surrender. Crimson Heart sneered at Desert Tiger and his team. That depends on whether or not you can force us to. Desert Tiger's team only consisted of 100 players at this point. Meanwhile, a dozen or so players maintained the magic barrier. This proved that the barrier wasn't that strong, so the Dark Cloud Legion had a chance of breaking out of it. Since that is your answer, show me what the 100 Flowers Palace is capable of, Desert Tiger said, smiling as he waved a hand. Immediately, the several dozen players around him stepped into the array and charged at Crimson Heart's team. However, once the two forces met each other in battle, the Dark Cloud Legion members were stupefied. The two forces' combat power was on entirely different levels. A single Starlink expert was strong enough to overwhelm 2 or 3 Dark Cloud Legion experts. In a one-on-one fight, none of the Dark Cloud Legion members lasted more than 10 moves. Even an expert as powerful as Crimson Heart was forced to focus on defense against 5 Starlink experts' coordinated attacks. Refinement Realm experts? Crimson Heart could tell that her 5 opponents were far stronger than the other Starlink experts her team fought. They had definitely reached the Refinement Realm. The overall standard of Desert Tiger's newest team was far stronger than the players he had commanded earlier. I'm sure you can see the difference between our forces. Staying in the 100 Flowers Palace is a waste for an expert like yourself. Why don't you join Starlink instead? If you submit to me, I can recommend that the guild give you an elder position at the very least. You won't have to fall with the 100 Flowers Palace, Desert Tiger offered. Despite the fact that he had Crimson Heart cornered, he didn't rush to finish her off. Instead, he continued to try to persuade her, saying, "If you are hoping that the team on the other path will reach the town, I'd suggest you abandon the idea. Unlike myself, those old fossils don't have the patience to play with their opponents." "In your dreams," Crimson Heart growled, determination flashing in her eyes as she prepared to make a last stand. "Since that is the case, I'll send you to hell alongside your precious palace," Desert Tiger bellowed. He immediately activated charge, targeting Crimson Heart. However, as soon as Desert Tiger entered the magic barrier, an indifferent voice echoed across the battlefield. "Vice Guild Leader Crimson, I'm truly sorry for the long wait." Everyone turned toward the voice's origin the instant they heard it, spotting a dozen or so figures a short distance away from the magic barrier. The leader of the group was a cloaked, young man. Chapter 2041. She's telling the truth. Both Starlink's peak experts and the Dark Cloud Legion's members couldn't help but turn due to the arrival of Shifeng's party on the plain. "Broad Road, how are you here?" Shock overwhelmed Crimson Heart when she saw Shifeng and his companions. For a moment she even wondered if she was hallucinating. "Did you manage to circle around 3 kills blockade?" Logically, Zero Wing's team shouldn't have made it this far. 3 kills, someone far more powerful than Desert Tiger, had guarded the other path. Even her team suffered such severe casualties trying to get past Desert Tiger. Yet Zero Wing's team had arrived without losing a single member. No matter how she looked at it, Zero Wing's team did not look like it had engaged in battle. Only explanation she could think of was that Zero Wing's members had found another route, allowing them to bypass 3 kills team entirely. "There's a way to skirt around the blockades?" "Unfortunately, we didn't find one. We just fought our way here," Shifeng said. Shaking his head, Crimson Heart was speechless. She wanted to curse at Shifeng for joking at a time like this, but before she could comment, she heard a commotion some distance away. Turning toward the source, Crimson Heart noticed a large group of several hundred players rapidly approaching her location. As these new arrivals grew closer, everyone finally got a clear view of their appearances. "How is this possible?" Crimson Heart was utterly confused as she stared at the approaching players. This group of players was none other than Cleansed Rue's team. She had been able to believe that Shifeng's party had successfully evaded 3 kills forces due to the party's small size. But for a 1,000-man team like Cleansed Ruse to evade detection? That was impossible. To come this far, the team definitely had to break past 3 kills blockade. The most shocking part of all of this was that Cleansed Ruse team had suffered barely any losses. More people from the 100 Flowers Palace? Snapping out of his daze, Desert Tiger stared at Cleansed Ruse team in confusion. Starlink had already locked down the Silent Canyon. Crimson Heart's team should be the only players from the 100 Flowers Palace in the canyon right now. So, where did these several hundred Flowers Palace players come from? Rue, how did you make it here? Crimson Heart could not help but ask softly. How did we get here? We forced our way through the blockades, of course, Cleansed Rue said, giving the other Vice Guild leader a smug smile. When she saw Crimson Heart's confusion, she had prepared herself for defeat today. She had never thought that Shurfeng's team was actually that strong. Stop lying. There are only 2 paths leading here. Desert Tiger guarded one, and 3 kills guarded the other. 3 kills was on your path, so how did you get past his blockade and reach us without suffering significant losses? Crimson Heart demanded, rolling her eyes at Cleansed Rue. Telling the truth, Cleansed Rue said, her smile turning bitter. She then gestured to Shurfeng's group and explained, it's all thanks to Zero Wing. If those 14 players hadn't torn apart Starlink's blockades along the way, we would have lost more than several dozen players before arriving. You're saying that Zero Wing's 14 players did all of the work? And your team simply followed them? Crimson Heart stated, her eyes twitching in anger. It was clear that she didn't believe Cleansed Rue's claim based on her expression. She felt that Cleansed Rue had gone too far to put Zero Wing in a better light. Meanwhile, Desert Tiger made his move. During the brief moment the 2 Vice Guild leaders conversed. Do you think I'll allow more of your companions to sneak in? No. Those guild emblems do not belong to the 100 Flowers Palace. When Desert Tiger looked at Shurfeng and the other Zero Wing members, he noticed the 6-winged emblems pinned to their chests. Laughing, since you all know each other, this will be simple. You will all die together. Waving a hand, Desert Tiger commanded, surround them. Don't let any of them escape. Leave it to us, boss. Suddenly, 50 Tier 2 players split away from the chaotic battlefield and charged toward Shurfeng and Crimson Rue's group with playful expressions. To put it bluntly, Crimson Heart's team wouldn't even be a warm-up for them. Now that reinforcements had arrived, however, they'd get the opportunity to stretch properly. Crap. Stop them quickly. Crimson Heart hurriedly commanded her subordinates. Although she did not know how Shurfeng and Cleansed Rue's group had made it this far, they currently stood outside of the barrier. Fleeing from Desert Tiger's subordinates would be far easier for them than for her team. Moreover, Moon Creek Town was within sight. As long as Cleansed Rue could reach Moon Creek Town, they could solve the town's predicament. Can you stop them though? Desert Tiger sneered as he watched 100 players from the Dark Cloud Legion move to intercept his 50 players. The 50-man team was no ordinary expert team. The team included a 10-man special assault squad comprised of Refinement Realm experts that had been specifically trained to fight superior numbers. Moreover, the assault squad's members were all Tier 2 berserkers. It was a team of absolute strength. Even a Refinement Realm expert team of equal size couldn't stop this assault squad. Not to mention a team without any Refinement Realm experts, with the 10-man assault squad taking the lead. The 50 Tier 2 players from Starlink tore through the Dark Cloud Legion's blockade as if it didn't exist at all. The assault squad easily blocked the Dark Cloud Legion's attacks before killing several experts in a brief clash. The two sides' strength was on completely different levels. Damn it! Crimson Heart's anxiety peaked as she watched Starlink's Refinement Realm experts approach Shurfeng's party. However, she couldn't do anything about the situation. She already had her hands full with the several Refinement Realm experts before her. She could not afford to care about others right now, but just as the 10-man assault team was about to massacre their targets, a blue light suddenly flashed by them so fast. Was that an attack? The blue light bewildered the 10 Refinement Realm experts, but since it hadn't affected them, they didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, they focused on the upcoming assault. After a second, however, these Refinement Realm experts found themselves unable to move. Following which, the scenery before them changed, fading to a dull gray. What's going on? Why can't I move? Is it some sort of mental restriction? The assault squad couldn't help but consider the idea, but very soon, they realized that they weren't affected by some skill or spell. The phenomenon they experienced was simply the result of their deaths, as the 10 Refinement Realm experts fell lifelessly to the ground. Time in the battlefield seemed to freeze as everyone stared at the assault squad's corpses with wide eyes. Not only had the flash of blue light killed 10 Refinement Realm experts instantly, but it had also shattered the magic array around Crimson Heart's team. Damn it. What did he do? Many of Starlink's experts lost their minds after watching the event unfold. Even Crimson Heart's team was stupefied. Is he a monster? An indescribable shock filled Crimson Heart as she stared at Feng, who was in the process of sheathing Killing Ray. He had killed 10 Refinement Realm experts with a single attack. Moreover, he had shattered the magic barrier with the same attack. His strength was incredible. However, Crimson Heart found Feng's usage of his skill to be far more intimidating than his frightening strength. The assault squad hadn't run in a line, running at Zero Wing's party from 4 different directions to surround the players instead. To kill all 10 Refinement Realm experts with one attack, Feng would have had to make multiple minor adjustments to his attack trajectory the moment he activated his skill. Moreover, the slightest mistake could have taken out his allies as well as his enemies. Not only had he successfully slain the approaching Refinement Realm experts, but he had also avoided harming his allies. This forced Crimson Heart to reconsider Cleansed Rue's claim she was telling the truth. Chapter 2042 Getting Serious. While everyone was still shocked by the fact that 10 Refinement Realm experts had been instant-killed, Seven Light and his comrades took advantage of the opportunity to make their move in the blink of an eye. 13 figures dashed into Starlink's ranks with vicious attacks taking the lead. Seven Light activated Windblade and arrived before 3 Starlink MTs and 4 melee players. He then brandished his swords at the MT's sturdy shields Tier 2 skill, Omnislash. Suddenly, sword lights radiated out from Seven Light, and although Starlink's members blocked the spreading lights, the resulting impact forced them to stumble back several steps, revealing several holes in their defenses. Seven Light then swung his 2 swords again. 2 sword lights flew toward one of the Tier 2 MTs. One knocked away the MT's shield while the other bit into the player's armor. The MT began to lose HP rapidly. Before the rear line healers could react, Seven Light followed up by swinging one of his longswords and activating the Tier 2 skill, Dispersing Slash. Suddenly, 6 sword lights left Seven Light's longsword, devouring the Tier 2 MT's remaining HP. Although Seven Light's action seemed slow from afar, one would only see him charge into the crowd. Then, as if for no reason at all, the 7 players around Seven Light stumbled backward. One even fell to the ground dead. The results of Stubborn Bone and the other Zero Wing members' assault were roughly the same. During the initial confrontation alone, more than 10 of Starlink's surviving 40 Tier 2 experts had died. Now, less than 30 players remained. Desert Tiger's 50-man team had held the advantage against Crimson Heart's players, but due to the arrival of Cleansed Rue's team, the situation had taken a turn for the worse for Starlink's Force Vice Guild leader. We're too outnumbered. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before they annihilate us. One of Starlink's Tier 2 Guardian Knights anxiously reported. They would have still had a chance if they had only needed to face Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue's teams, but Feng's party continued to slaughter their members. It wouldn't be long before the remaining 20-plus players who fought Feng's players were eliminated. If Feng's party finished them off and regrouped with Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue, they would suffer for it. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Desert Tiger grimly commanded. He also realized the outcome that awaited them if they continued this fight. Firing a fierce glare at the distant Feng, he growled, "I'll let you live for a little while longer." Desert Tiger then turned and left, showing no intention of staying for this battle. Seeing this, Starlink's players began to split up and flee into their surroundings. Despite the retreat, the 100 Flowers Palace's Vice Guild leaders didn't try to chase them down. Starlink's forces hid all around Moon Creek Town. If they gave chase, they'd only throw their lives away. Moreover, Moon Creek Town's safety was their priority. They were not here to fight Starlink's forces. Elder Yifeng, thank you for your help. Had you not arrived in time, I'm afraid that Desert Tiger would have slaughtered us, Crimson Heart said as she approached Feng. Complex feelings twisting inside her. She had wanted to prove the 100 Flowers Palace's power to Zero Wing, but she had only embarrassed herself. Her Dark Cloud Legion had started this operation with 1,000 members. Now less than 200 remained. In contrast, Zero Wing's party of 14 was completely intact. Zero Wing had even escorted Cleansed Rue's team without allowing the latter to suffer significant casualties. The difference between them was obvious at a glance. Finally, she, more or less, understood why Cleansed Rue had so strongly supported an alliance between the 100 Flowers Palace and Zero Wingery Welcome. Crimson Heart's sincere thanks surprised Shi Feng, but her actions also indirectly acknowledged Zero Wing's strength. He could now assume that his trip to the Dark Knight Empire hadn't been fruitless. It is still too dangerous here. Let's head to Moon Creek Town. Crimson Heart nodded in response. She knew that they could be ambushed at any time. Immediately, both the 100 Flowers Palace and Zero Wings members hurried toward Moon Creek Town. Fortunately, the small army hadn't encountered any of Starlink's members during the last of their journey. This allowed the group to reach the town safely. Once they were in the town, Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue got to work. Aside from organizing the town's defenses, they distributed blood source potions to the town's elite and expert players. They had brought a combined total of 4,000 blood source potions with them, and while it wouldn't be enough to turn the tide of war, they could ensure the town's survival for at least 3 hours against an army of 300,000 elite and expert players. 3 hours were more than enough for the 100 Flowers Palace's main army to arrive. Once it did, Starlink would have to pay the price in blood if it wanted to capture Moon Creek Town. Needless to say, Starlink would avoid paying such a price. After all, Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor were its true targets. Losing a large number of elite players to defeat the 100 Flowers Palace simply wasn't worth it. Doing so would only give Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor an edge in the overall war, following which, time passed uneventfully. Due to Crimson Heart and the others' arrival, a relaxed energy replaced the previous gloomy atmosphere that had swallowed the town. Many players had even begun to chat about the upcoming Starlink siege, as if they weren't related to the war in the least. Big Sis Rue, I've just received an offline message. The guild leader has gathered an army of 200,000 and is on the way now. She should arrive in 3 hours or less, Cleansed Rue excitedly told Crimson Emperor, who observed the situation beyond the town from the town's walls. As she approached 3 hours, Crimson Heart felt as if she had just heard the voice of God, revealing an ecstatic expression. Surviving 3 hours against Starlink's army was no longer a major issue for Moon Creek Town. In other words, Moon Creek Town was practically safe from capture. Next, the 100 Flowers Palace needed to stabilize its position in the Dark Knight Empire. Losing East Valley Town had significantly impacted the palace's operations. After all, meanwhile, she saw the wisdom in partnering with Zero Wing after witnessing the guild's performance. Although she still deemed it necessary to negotiate the conditions of their partnership while Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue chatted merrily, Moon Creek Town's crisis alarm rang out, echoing throughout the town. Both vice guild leaders spun toward the distant plains and canyon. The alarm announced that the scout players stationed on the town's walls had discovered threatening forces, and the guild members in town should prepare for battle. Suddenly, a large army of players slowly entered the spacious plains. There were so many of them that the army looked like a creeping shadow swallowing the plains. However, these players came to an abrupt halt after crossing a short distance. They quietly stood outside of the defense turret's range as if waiting for something. Are they not here to attack? Cleansed Rue muttered as she watched Starlink's grounded army. Are they hesitating on whether or not to siege the town? When an army sieged a town, it usually did so without pause to ensure that the defenders didn't have time to prepare. Otherwise, the invading army would have to pay a much greater price during the siege. As a superpower, Starlink should know this rule quite well, yet its army still stopped outside of the town. It was unusual. They were not attacking? Crimson Heart had a bad feeling as she stared at Starlink's unmoving army. No, something's not right. Rue, why would an army, which has a high chance of success, stop its advance? To raise morale? Or maybe the army has absolute confidence in its victory? Cleansed Rue considered the situation, but after a moment she realized something. Tell everyone to get ready. Activate the defensive magic array. Our enemy likely has more than just 300,000 players. I think we're witnessing a superpower getting serious for the first time, Crimson Heart yelled. Chapter 2043, a battle with two options. Hearing Crimson Heart's conclusion, Cleansed Rue couldn't help but tense up. Thus far, the 100 Flowers Palace's fights with Starlink had only been minor skirmishes. Even so, the small forces Starlink had dispatched had been enough to threaten the palace. If Starlink were truly taking this battle seriously, it wouldn't end as easily as they had hoped. While Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue ordered their players to man specific sections of the town walls, the Starlink members in the distance finally made their move. Slowly, the army parted in organized areas, opening multiple, small paths. Players began to push large ballistas down these paths. The scene was so unexpected that the two Palace Vice Guild leaders froze in shock. Every player from the 100 Flowers Palace on the walls was stupefied by what they saw. They weren't simply surprised by the large ballistas themselves, but by the fact that Starlink's forces had arrived with more than 100 of the war weapons. Even though they had never witnessed the power of large ballistas before, seeing them from afar was more than enough for them to understand that these weapons were extraordinarily powerful. Aside from their massive size, the ballista's steel arrows were engraved with crimson magic runes, which attracted the ambient mana. Seeing the flow of mana around the weapons, the 100 Flowers Palace's members realized that those arrows carried power at the Tier 3 standard or stronger. In other words, each large ballista had as much firepower as a defense turret, and Moon Creek Town only had 8 defense turrets, if all of those 100+ large ballistas fired together. So, this is why they're not in a hurry to attack. Crimson Heart's expression darkened as she watched Starlink's players push the large ballistas into position. Initially, she had thought that the 100 Flowers Palace had some ability to fend off a superpower, but after seeing the large ballistas, she found the idea laughable. This is Starlink? Is this a joke? How are we supposed to fight that? The palace's players began to despair when they saw the massive war weapons, their fighting spirit vanishing. Not only were they heavily outnumbered, but the difference between their war weapons was also massive. How were they supposed to fight such an enemy? Surviving 10 minutes against those large ballistas might not be possible, much less 3 hours at this point. The players in Moon Creek Town had gone into an uproar after witnessing Starlink's forces. The various guild spies in the town frantically reported the situation to their superiors. While a 300,000-strong army of elites was a powerful force, it wasn't impossible to defeat. An army of 100,000 elites, with the defender's advantage, should be more than enough to repel the force. However, it was a different story if the enemy had 100+ large ballistas. With the current defensive capabilities available to guild towns, fending off so many powerful war weapons would be impossible. Not even the various superpowers guild towns were an exception. As long as Starlink wanted to, it could eliminate any guild town it wished. Relying on a guild town's defenses to deter Starlink and secure a foothold in the Dark Knight Empire was no longer possible for the various guilds. The moment word of Starlink's large ballistas got out, it caused a commotion among the Empire's various powers. How is this possible? Unyielding Heart frowned as he read the report he had just received from a subordinate. How did Starlink get its hands on so many large ballistas? Unyielding Soul had been keeping an eye on Starlink's movements. Naturally, Starlink's attempt to pacify the 100 Flowers Palace hadn't escaped the guild's notice. Unyielding Soul had been preparing in secret to help the 100 Flowers Palace and foil Starlink's plans. But now the guild's own towns might be at risk. This move is truly... Shadowflower gritted her teeth when she saw the numerous large ballistas in the recording before her. How is this just an attempt to capture Moon Creek Town? Starlink is basically solidifying its position as the Dark Knight Empire's overlord. Starlink could have easily taken Moon Creek Town, yet it had taken its sweet time to set up blockades and use fanciful maneuvers. It was clear what Starlink's true goal was: making an example of the 100 Flowers Palace. Starlink knew that the various major powers, including the 2 superpowers, were watching the situation in Moon Creek Town. So, it planned to use the palace to prove its strength to the Empire's various major powers. Guild leader, do we still plan to head to Moon Creek Town? One of the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons could not help but ask. Notify Crimson and Rue. Tell them to abandon the town immediately, and get as many people out of there as possible. Shadowflower commanded, frustrated. After giving the matter some thought, understood. Silent Canyon, amidst Starlink's army positioned outside of Moon Creek Town. Guild leader, the 100 Flowers Palace's Crimson Heart has just contacted us to express the palace's willingness to hand Moon Creek Town over to us. In return, they have requested that we allow them to leave the town. Dawnweb, who wore a set of luxurious mage robes and carried a crystalline staff, said, smiling at Lu Xingluo, they want to surrender now that they've realized how much stronger we are? Lu Xingluo revealed a playful smile. From what Three and Tiger have told me, Zero Wings members are participating in this war. That is the case. Dawnweb confirmed. Zero Wing has ruined my plans multiple times now. Since we've met again, I want them to pay interest for their previous insults. Tell the 100 Flowers Palace that if it wants to leave the Silent Canyon, it must kill every zero-wing player in the town within the next 10 minutes. I'll allow them to leave the canyon safely if they complete the task. If not, they should abandon any hope of leaving this place alive. Lu Xinglua said, sneering. Understood. I'll notify them right away. Dawn Webb replied before sending her subordinates to relay the message. Meanwhile, standing on Moon Creek Town's walls, Big Sis Crimson Starlink has sent a reply. Zero wing or survival, we can only choose one, Cleansdrew said grimly as she read the message her subordinate had sent. Starlink must really look down on our guild, Crimson Heart said frostily. Notify everyone. We will fight the enemy to the death. Even if we are annihilated, we'll take some of Starlink's forces with us. Rue, organize an expert legion. Once the battle begins, escort Zero Wings members away from the battlefield. This is the 100 Flowers Palace's problem. Zero Wing has already helped us quite a bit. We cannot drag them any further into this mess. I understand. Cleansdrew nodded. Cleansdrew left to follow Crimson Heart's instructions. As for Crimson Heart, she began to gather her forces to prepare for combat. 10 minutes passed quickly. Good. Very good. When Lu Xinglua, who watched Moon Creek Town from a high vantage point, didn't receive a reply from Crimson Heart, he commanded, since they want to die, I will grant their wish. Notify our members to begin the attack. I want every player from the 100 Flowers Palace dead. Chapter 2044 Disparity in Combat Power. Starlink's 300,000-strong army had Moon Creek Town completely surrounded. With Lu Xinglua's command, the 100-plus large ballistas slowly advanced, stirring fear in the hearts of the town's players. This was the first time the Dark Knight Empire had seen such a large-scale siege battle. As the mass of players swarmed toward the town, the 100 Flowers Palace members on the town walls couldn't help but shudder in fear. Although they had experienced a few large-scale battles, those fights were insignificant compared to the battle awaiting them. When Seven Light, Remnant Cloud, and the rest of Zero Wings members saw this, they too were shocked. Amazing. So this is a guild war? Although I've watched guild wars before, spectating and participating are on two different levels. So this is a superpower's true strength. Although they were refinement realm experts, Seven Light and his comrades couldn't help but feel insignificant before such a large army. In a battle of this scale, an individual wouldn't make even the tiniest wave. They had successfully broken past one Starlink blockade after another and fended off thousands of players, but they had only done so due to the canyon's narrow terrain. A few hundred players would be fortunate if they could attack at the same time, but this battlefield was about to take place on an open plain. On a battlefield like this, they may have to face thousands of players at once. Surviving would be difficult enough, not to mention turning the tide of battle. Moreover, they had the large ballistas to contend with. If 100 large ballistas fired simultaneously, they would even blow a group of peak experts to smithereens. Starlink didn't only plan to annihilate the 100 Flowers Palace. It also wanted to make an example of the guild for the rest of the Dark Knight Empire's players. Sherfong could not help his rueful sigh as he watched the gradually approaching war weapons. Large ballistas were far more useful than a town's defense turrets. Although they didn't have as much range as the defense turrets, the ballistas' attacks were undoubtedly at the Tier 3 standard. Furthermore, they had slightly shorter cooldowns than the defense turrets. Fortunately, the large ballistas didn't have as large of an AoE as the defense turrets. Since the large ballista's design wasn't particularly difficult to obtain and its materials weren't that rare, it had become a mainstream weapon when sieging towns or cities in the past. The high production cost was the only drawback. A single attempt to produce the large ballista cost roughly 1,000 gold. If a basic master forger attempted to craft one, the total cost would amount to around 3,000 gold. The fact that Starlink had more than 100 of these war weapons meant that the guild had spent at least 300,000 gold in the weapons production. Sherfong had to admit that a superpower was certainly impressive. It had both strength and money. If it were up to him, he wouldn't have sacrificed so much to mass-produce the large ballistas. Although crafting the large ballistas cost half as much to construct a defense turret, the turret had incredibly high defense. Could even survive multiple Tier 4 attacks. But the large ballistas were different. They could barely endure 2 or 3 Tier 3 attacks before crumbling, much less Tier 4 attacks. Moreover, using the large ballistas would reduce their durability, and repairing the war weapons would cost a hefty fee. Unless one was particularly wealthy, They couldn't afford to rely on the large ballistas commander Yifeng. "I've finally found you," Cleansdrew said as she ran towards Shifeng. "The battle will begin soon. Moon Creek Town is too dangerous now. Your team should prepare to leave immediately. After the fight begins, we'll find an opportunity to open a gap for you to escape." "You're abandoning Moon Creek Town?" Shifeng asked in an odd tone from what he understood. Moon Creek Town was the 100 Flowers Palace's final ray of hope for survival in the Dark Knight Empire. If the palace lost this town, it would have no choice but to leave the Empire. "We can no longer afford to defend the town. The difference between our forces' strength is simply too great. At this point, all we can do is try to preserve as much of the guild's strength as possible," Cleansdrew said, shaking her head. She, too, wanted to protect Moon Creek Town, but the difference between her guild's strength and their enemies was clear for all to see. Even if Shadowflower's army of 200,000 elite and expert players reached the town in time, the reinforcements couldn't change the war's outcome against more than 100 large ballistas. Moon Creek Town's defenses were practically non-existent. Rather than throwing their lives away in a pointless struggle, it would be wiser if they simply found another location to settle in. "Is that so?" Shifeng, more or less, understood the 100 Flowers Palace's reasoning. Smiling, he asked, "What if I say that there is a way to hold on to Moon Creek Town?" "Hold on to Moon Creek Town?" Cleansdrew blinked in surprise at Shifeng's words. "Defending against Starlink's assault isn't exactly impossible. Only if you want to hold Moon Creek Town, we'll have to touch upon Zero Wing's core secrets," Shifeng said, nodding. "Is that really possible?" Cleansdrew asked. Needing confirmation from Shifeng once more, she knew what Shifeng was trying to say. As long as the 100 Flowers Palace agreed to ally with Zero Wing would help protect Moon Creek Town. But she couldn't figure out what method they could employ to save the town. "I'm 80% confident," Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. 80%? Cleansdrew stared at the swordsman in shock. Despite facing a 300,000-strong elite army and 100-plus large ballistas, Shifeng insisted that they had an 80% chance of victory. If she hadn't been traveling alongside this swordsman and gained a certain understanding of this man, she would have suspected him of lying to her. "If we fail to protect the town, I will represent Zero Wing in abandoning the alliance conditions. On the contrary, if we succeed, our previous conditions will remain unchanged. What are your thoughts?" Shifeng asked. "All right, I'll negotiate with the guild leader immediately." Cleansdrew nodded to Shifeng's conditions in confident tone. She then contacted Shadowflower and Crimson Heart, relaying the offer word for word, and asking them to make a decision. Hold Moon Creek Town against such an assault? Crimson Heart found Cleansdrew's claim difficult to believe. Not even Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor would dare interfere in this war now. Not even they could protect Moon Creek Town against Starlink's forces, and they were too afraid of drawing the guild's attention. However, since Zero Wing had made the offer, "We won't suffer any additional losses if this plan fails. Giving it a try doesn't matter at this point," Shadowflower said after considering the situation. In the end, she agreed that Shifeng's conditions were better than doing nothing and fleeing from the Dark Knight Empire, following which, Cleansdrew signed a contract with Shifeng on behalf of Shadowflower, solidifying the alliance between Zero Wing and the 100 Flowers Palace. If Zero Wing successfully protected Moon Creek Town, the 100 Flowers Palace would hand over the management rights to 50% of its shops in the Empire. On the other hand, if Zero Wing failed, this agreement would be null and void. "Commander Yifeng, what do you need the 100 Flowers Palace to do?" Cleansdrew asked once the contract had been signed. "How many players do you currently have in Moon Creek Town?" Shifeng responded with a question. "We have 35,000 members garrisoned in the town. Among them, around 3,000 are experts. There are also 1,000 NPC soldiers, 300 of which are Tier 2, Cleansdrew said. "If need be, we can also utilize 4,000 blood source potions to create 4,000 temporary experts. Normally, such a force would be more than enough to defend a town, but against 300,000 elite players, the force would be quite fragile." "Not bad. It should be enough." Shifeng nodded approvingly. He then shifted his gaze to Seven Light and the others and commanded, "All right, let's get to work. Starlink's large ballistas will be your targets." "Wonderful. I didn't think we'd get a chance to use them this time." Seven Light and his comrades' eyes glowed as they received their orders. Chapter 2045 Guardian Puppet appears. Just them. Cleansed Rue was confused as she watched Seven Light and the other Zero Wing members make their way toward the town's main entrance. She couldn't fathom what Shifeng intended to do. Although she had previously witnessed their strength, individual combat power would be utterly useless in the upcoming battle. A melee peak expert might even fare worse than an ordinary Tier 2 elementalist. An elementalist, after all, had OE spells they could use to cause immense damage on the battlefield. Seeing this, she wondered if Shifeng was playing a prank on her. Relax. Seven Light and the others are quite strong, Shifeng said with a faint smile. This place is too remote. Let's head to the main entrance to get a better view of the situation. Cleansed Rue was speechless, but it was true that she needed a proper view of the battlefield. A large group of players from the 100 Flowers Palace stood on the walls around the main entrance in strict organization. They anxiously awaited the arrival of Starlink's slowly advancing army, knowing that this battle would determine their guild's fate. Even the palace's expert players, who had experienced countless life-or-death battles, couldn't help their growing nerves as Crimson Heart carefully observed the battlefield. Shifeng and Cleansed Rue arrived near her post on the wall. Commander Yifeng, you're here, Crimson Heart greeted Shifeng. Looking at the situation, Starlink seems intent on breaching the town from its main entrance. It hasn't positioned any forces on the town's other sides. By the looks of it, Starlink plans to trap us all in Moon Creek Town before wiping us out. Starlink's people are despicable. They dare to look down on us? Do they think they only need a fraction of their strength to annihilate us? A middle-aged upper echelon from the 100 Flowers Palace growled. Although Starlink's forces were frightening, Moon Creek Town had its own war weapons prepared. A total of 8 gnome cannons and 4 catapults were stationed in the town, all of which had been set up in key locations. With a single command, these war weapons would fire simultaneously. However, when Cleansed Rue realized that Starlink was trying to belittle them, she wasn't angry, but relieved. It was true that Starlink qualified to belittle the 100 Flowers Palace. Moreover, facing the 60 large ballistas leading the charge would be far less difficult than fighting more than 100. They mobilized 60 large ballistas? It didn't surprise Shifeng overmuch as he watched the approaching army. Large ballistas were consumable items. They lost durability during use. Starlink's goal in this battle against Moon Creek Town was simply to put on a show for the Dark Knight Empire's major powers. Since it could complete the task with just 60 large ballistas, it didn't need to mobilize its full force and waste the resources to repair them afterward. Furthermore, if the large ballistas moved at full speed, the town's defense turrets would struggle to hit them from farther than 1,000 yards. Meanwhile, the large ballistas had a maximum range of 3 yards. As long as they stayed between the 1,000-yard mark and 1,300-yard range, the defense turrets wouldn't pose much of a threat. With Moon Creek Town's defenses, 60 large ballistas would be more than enough to decimate the town. Shortly after Shifeng arrived on the wall, he heard a voice from a nearby defense turret. Vice Guild Leader. Starlink's army is within shooting range. The announcement forced the palace members' anxiety over the tipping point. They immediately turned to Crimson Heart. Now that the enemy was within the defense turret's range, the battle would begin. Attack. Target the most concentrated areas. Crimson Heart commanded after taking in a deep breath. Every defense turret and war weapon in Moon Creek Town fired simultaneously, a round of explosions echoing throughout the town. Boom, boom, boom. Contrary to everyone's expectations, however, the attacks exploded in the air before reaching Starlink's army as if they had collided with a translucent wall. This is... Crimson Heart's expression darkened as she stared at the space above Starlink's army. Do they have a defensive magic array? Defensive magic arrays fell into 2 categories. The first type included town or city defensive magic arrays, while the second type was reserved for field defensive magic arrays. Field-type defensive magic arrays were excruciatingly rare since they could be used anytime and anywhere. They were godly tools in large-scale combat between guilds. Even until now, the 100 Flowers Palace didn't have a single magic array scroll for this type of defensive magic array, let alone a complete set. Naturally, town and city-type defensive magic arrays could only be used within towns or cities. Due to their limited usage, they were considerably easier to obtain. Obtaining such a magic array wasn't too difficult for a first-rate guild like the 100 Flowers Palace. Meanwhile, Starlink clearly employed a field-type defensive magic array. Ha ha ha. Did you think Starlink would attack without considering its own defense? Lu Xinglua laughed as he watched Moon Creek Town's attacks fail. Notify the army. Tell them only to attack with the large ballistas. We need to show everyone the consequences of making an enemy of Starlink. Understood. Don Webb replied before relaying Lu Xingluo's command. Meanwhile, Starlink's army increased its pace toward Moon Creek Town. Very quickly, the army came within 3 yards of the town attack. Suddenly, all 60 large ballistas launched their gigantic arrows, bombarding Moon Creek Town. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of multiple explosions and cracking stone rang out through the town. Although the town's defensive magic array could hold off Tier 3 attacks, the array still cracked under such a ruthless assault. It was obvious that the first volley had depleted a significant portion of the magic array's energy reserves. This made the 100 Flowers Palace members even more nervous. Defensive magic arrays had a limited amount of energy. Once their energy reserves had been depleted, the array would vanish. Normally, a town's defensive magic array could survive ordinary attacks for a long time, but it would be a different story if the attacks were capable of cracking the barrier. The defensive magic array wouldn't last long under such an assault. If Moon Creek Town lost its defensive magic array, players like them would bear the brunt of the ballista's attacks. The 100 Flowers Palace players weren't the only ones shocked by the large ballista's assault. Even the town's visiting players were stunned, especially the spies from the various major powers. They had never expected the large ballistas to deal additional damage to the town's magic barrier. This effect was disastrous news for the Empire's various major powers. Sure enough, a basic defensive magic array that can block large ballistas' attacks is too much to ask for. Shi Feng thought to himself as he looked at the cracks that had appeared above the town. He then turned to Seven Light, Remnant Cloud, Silent Blade and Stubborn Bone, commanding, "It's time for you to act. Be careful of those large ballistas." Understood. Hearing Shi Feng's command, the 4 players in question revealed ecstatic expressions. They then jumped from the wall and charged toward Starlink's forces. What are they trying to do? Are they crazy? No, that's not it. They don't seem to be from the 100 Flowers Palace. Look at their guild emblems. I think they're from Zero Wing. Both Starlink's members and the distant spectating players were shocked to see the 4 players dash toward Starlink's army. Are Zero Wing's members trying to escape? Have we scared them silly? Lu Xingluo sneered at Seven Light and the others. Relay my commands. Even if they've lost their minds, do not let them leave. Blast those 4 to pieces. For large ballistas which had been aimed at Moon Creek Town, suddenly fired at Seven Light and his companions. 4 massive arrows transformed into streaks of red light as they tore through the sound barrier and flew toward Zero Wing's members. However, just before the crimson light struck Seven Light's group, 4 gigantic figures appeared before the players. The streaks of red light stopped abruptly in front of the gigantic figures, incapable of proceeding an inch farther. Impossible. Everyone watching these gigantic figures was stunned. 4 massive robots had grasped the ballista arrows, which were as wide as tree trunks, in their palms. Chapter 2046. Might of the Guardian Puppets. The large ballista's attacks were at the Tier 3 standard. Even Great Lord-ranked monsters would stumble and lose their stance upon receiving such attacks. Yet the 4 giants had blocked all 4 arrows from the ballistas. To be precise, they had caught the ballista arrows as if they had plucked up a small twig from the roadside. This situation challenged everyone's sanity. Attack. All large ballistas attacked those robots together. After seeing the Guardian Puppets' performance, Starlink's upper echelons realized that if they allowed the combat puppets to come within range of their army, and the large ballistas, tragedy would ensue. Hence, they needed to get rid of those puppets as quickly as possible. The remaining 54 large ballistas abandoned their focus on Moon Creek Town and shifted to the Guardian Puppets. After taking aim, all 60 ballistas fired at their targets simultaneously. Shio, shio, shio. The sonic boom of the arrows breaking through the sound barrier shook the battlefield repeatedly. Like a meteor shower, the arrows rained down on the 4 Guardian Puppets. The large ballista's attacks were well coordinated, rivaling ranged experts' attacks. Now, each Guardian Puppet had to face over a dozen arrows. In addition, every ballista now used explosive arrows. Even if the arrows did not strike their target directly, they would cause a certain amount of damage as long as they landed near the Guardian Puppets. With the mechanical lifeform's slow reactions, blocking so many attacks would be impossible. Seven Light and his comrades, who controlled the Guardian Puppets, also knew that they could block so many incoming arrows. Instead, they began to move their puppets. Boom, boom, boom dash. following which, a series of explosions rocked the battlefield as a chilling, silent atmosphere descended on the plains. The 4 Guardian puppets successfully evaded every arrow the large ballistas had fired. As if they were skillful, nimble assassins, the Guardian puppets evaded the attacks with minimal movements, allowing most of the arrows to brush past harmlessly. How is this possible? How are those mechanical puppets so dexterous? As the players controlling the large ballistas watched the Guardian puppets charge toward them, their eyes nearly fell from their sockets. In God's domain, mechanical lifeforms were famed for superb strength and defense, but they also shared one weakness: slow reaction times. When the Guardian puppets had caught the ballista arrows earlier, the puppets' great strength had left them in shock and awe, but watching the constructs dance like flexible monkeys had destroyed their previous understanding of mechanical lifeforms. Even the knowledgeable upper echelons from the various guilds were confused, not to mention the many expert players present. Only Sherfong remained unperturbed. 7 Lights Group had improved significantly after training in the Extraordinary Tower. Although they had yet to enter the realms of truth, they were close to the Truth Realm standard. It was only natural that they could exhibit greater combat standards than ordinary experts when controlling the combat puppets. With their skills, dodging a dozen or so arrows would be child's play. Defend yourselves. Do not let those things get near us. Starlink's army commanders shouted. Despite firing volley after volley of arrows, the large ballistas' attacks did nothing to slow the Guardian puppets' advance. On the contrary, the ballistas were forced to retreat to maintain their distance from the constructs. However, 7 Lights Group controlled bronze combat puppets. Their movement speed was far superior to the large ballistas, and as a result, the gap between them continued to shrink. 800 yards. 500 yards. 200 yards. When less than 100 yards separated the two sides, Starlink's members began to grow nervous. However, the 4 Guardian puppets came to a sudden halt, as if they had slammed into a translucent barrier. A defensive magic array? Looking at the barrier before him, 7 Light met it with a series of punches, but the magic barrier remained intact. What a pity. Although my defensive magic array is only basic rank, it has been formed with 49 magic array scrolls. It is one of the best basic defensive magic arrays available. You'll never deplete its energy reserves with a few Tier 3 attacks. Lu Xinglua sneered. 7 Lights Group. All large ballistas focus fire on one of those machines. I refuse to believe they can dodge all 60 attacks. While it was true that the large ballistas had a 3-yard attack range, the farther away their target was, the slower their attacks would become due to the air's natural drag. Their accuracy would also suffer. In other words, the closer the targets were, the faster the large ballista's arrows would reach them and the easier they'd be to hit. A few moments ago, the Guardian puppets had been several hundred yards away, so the constructs had plenty of time to dodge the arrows, but now only 100 yards separated them. Moreover, the 60 large ballistas had previously targeted all 4 Guardian puppets separately. Now that they focused on a single target, the cluster of attacks would be 4 times as dense. Even if the puppets were as agile as monkeys, they'd still become porcupines. Immediately, 60 ballista arrows flew towards 7 Lights Guardian puppet, the cluster of attacks as fast and dense as if a massive mountain were descending on the construct. Boom. 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 Although 7 Light had desperately tried to block or dodge the incoming volley, more than half of the arrows hit their marks, and a towering pillar of fire enveloped his Guardian puppet. When the arrows had struck, the impact had blasted a huge crater around 7 Light's position. Even players in Moon Creek Town, over 1,000 yards away, could see the smoke rising from the crater. Were doomed. The 100 Flowers Palace members, who had still held on to hope, turned ashen when they saw this once again. They were forced to realize how powerful the large ballistas were. Although the Guardian puppet was quite powerful, even it would become scrap metal if it had to face 60 large ballistas simultaneously. Prepare to fire the next volley. Lu Xinglua nodded approvingly, his satisfaction over the large ballista's capabilities reaching new heights. However, as the 60 war weapons adjusted their aim to another Guardian puppet, a mechanical roar rose from the crater at the edge of the defensive magic array. Suddenly, an 8-meter-tall figure emerged from the thick, black smoke. It was none other than 7 Lights Guardian puppet. Aside from a little dirt, the puppet's outer shell remained wholly unharmed. How is that possible? Lu Xinglua's smile froze when he saw 7 Lights Guardian puppet. He simply could not believe that 60 large ballista's attacks had been ineffective against this mechanical lifeform. Unfortunate, the Guardian puppet wasn't exactly unharmed as Lu Xinglua and everyone else assumed. It had taken a little damage from the 36 arrows it had received. In total, it had lost 36 durability points. Each ballista arrow had only cost the puppet a single point of durability. However, since the Guardian puppet had a total of 1000 durability, the damage it had received was insignificant. Now that you're done, it's my turn. After climbing out of the crater, Seven Light's Guardian puppet transformed into a blur as it dashed toward the defensive magic array. One of its gigantic mechanical arms then twisted into a massive steel sword with crimson runes decorating its length. Once the runes had gathered enough of the surrounding mana, the Guardian puppet thrust its blade into the magic barrier tier 3 skill, Flame Jab Boom. A flaming vortex emerged from the sword, devouring everything in its path. The roaring flames tore a massive hole in the previously indestructible magic barrier, and the array slowly began to disintegrate. It was obvious that Flame Jab's power had exceeded the defensive magic array's tolerance. Chapter 2047. Let's get serious as well. As the defensive magic array protecting Starlink's army began to disintegrate, time seemed to freeze across the entire world. The players controlling the large ballistas, who had been preparing to attack another Guardian puppet, stilled, staring at the puppet standing before their shattering magic barrier. No. This is impossible. How can a Tier 3 attack possibly exceed the magic array's limit? Could that be a Tier 4 mechanical puppet? The Starlink players that maintained the defensive magic array were confused and afraid when they saw their depleted mana. Unconsciously, they began to step away from the Guardian puppets, instinctively increasing the distance between them and their enemies as much as possible. When they had faced the defense turret's intense attacks, the magic array hadn't even cracked, but now, this one Guardian puppet had shattered the barrier with a single strike. They couldn't think of any reason that their array would shatter in one hit unless the strike had been a Tier 4 attack. When they considered the possibility that a Tier 4 mechanical lifeform stood before them and that the construct was under a player's control, they couldn't help but shudder in fear at this stage of the game. The various superpowers spent a lot of time preparing to raid a single Tier 4 mythic monster. They even expected their teams to wipe multiple times before defeating the monster, and that was with the understanding that monsters had various forms of behavioral restrictions. If these restrictions were removed, killing a mythic monster would be several times more difficult. A Tier 4 puppet? When Seven Light and his 3 companions heard Starlink's members, they chuckled. They had never thought that Seven Light's use of strength combination would lead the enemy to believe that their Guardian puppets were Tier 4 combat puppets, but they welcomed the misunderstanding. With this, they would have a much easier time defeating their foes. The mental pressure players faced when fighting a Tier 3 being versus a Tier 4 was completely different. After all, the 4-0 wing players controlled their Guardian puppets, striking at the large ballista's locations. As the constructs moved, they devastated the ground beneath them, sending players in their way into the air. Before the large ballistas could fire another volley of arrows, Seven Light and the others reached the weapons. They then swung their transformed arms at their targets. Boom! Although the large ballistas were over 4 meters tall, they were no different than pebbles on the roadside compared to the 8-meter-tall Guardian puppets. When the Guardian puppets' sword arms descended, they have the large ballistas before them. They also carved deep grooves, over a dozen meters or so long, into the ground. There was no question that these constructs' strength was at the peak of Tier 3 inches. That single exchange, Starlink had lost 4 of its large ballistas. For a moment, the surrounding players were utterly stupefied. While the large ballistas appeared to be made of only wood and metal, magic runes strengthened their structure. Even a Tier 2 player would need to attack for a long time to destroy one. These war weapons could even survive a few Tier 3 attacks, yet the Guardian puppets could destroy a large ballista in one hit. While everyone was still in shock over the Guardian puppets' power, the constructs destroyed 4 more large ballistas. Damn it. All large ballistas retreat immediately. Lu Xinglua hurriedly commanded, his expression grim. Summoning unit, use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls. Do not let those things get close to the large ballistas. Producing each large ballista costs 3,000 gold. This battle had only begun a short moment ago, yet they had already lost 8 large ballistas. Even though Starlink was wealthy, it could not afford such a costly war. Following their orders, Starlink's summoning unit activated 8 Tier 3 summoning scrolls, commanding their 8 summoned Great Lords to work in pairs to pin down the enemy constructs. In the meantime, the players operating the large ballistas frantically retreated. Scram! Seven Light brandished his guardian puppet's two sword arms at the approaching two great lords, sending the summoned creatures flying and dealing over -1 million damage to each. Without pause, he then dashed toward the nearest large ballista remnant cloud, and the others managed to shake off the great lords as easily, chasing after the retreating war weapons. Seeing this situation, Lu Xinglua and his fellow upper echelon's eyes twitched with fury. Although the great lords could significantly reduce the puppet's mobility, Starlink still lost one large ballista after another. After a short moment, another 10 large ballistas had been destroyed. Amazing. So, this is the strength Zero Wing has been hiding all this time. Crimson Hearts and Cleansed Rue's eyes bulged as they watched Zero Wing take one large ballista after another from Starlink's army. The large ballistas were an absolute nightmare for the Hundred Flowers Palace, but to the Zero Wing's guardian puppets, they were little more than toys. Now it was only a matter of time before the constructs destroyed all of Starlink's war weapons. It was at this moment that Crimson Heart finally understood why Zero Wing was so confident of helping the Hundred Flowers Palace repel Starlink. I want all of them dead. Dead. Lu Xinglua bellowed as he glared at the four guardian puppets. Relay my command. All troops are to attack Moon Creek Town now. Understood. Dawn Webb promptly relayed the command for all forces to attack. They were no longer capable of stopping the guardian puppets' rampage, but at the end of the day, there were only 4 of these constructs. As long as the large ballistas scattered and fled in different directions, the guardian puppets would have to waste a lot of time chasing them down. The puppets would never be able to catch up with every one of the ballistas. Meanwhile, they still had 300,000 elite and expert players, as well as the 60 other large ballistas on the other side of Moon Creek Town. Even if the guardian puppets were more powerful, they couldn't save the town under Lu Xinglua's command. The Starlink forces surrounding Moon Creek Town took action. Big Sis Crimson. The 60 large ballistas on the other side of the town are approaching. Moreover, the enemy players have started to charge towards us. By the looks of it, Starlink no longer intends to conserve its strength. Cleansed Rue commented anxiously after receiving a report from the players on the other side of Moon Creek Town. Crimson Heart's expression darkened. Turning to Shi Feng, she asked, Commander Yi Feng, do you have any countermeasures? She was already out of ideas. The difference between the combat power under her control and her enemies was too massive. Players alone could no longer turn the tide of this battle. Sure enough, for guardian puppets aren't enough. The situation didn't particularly surprise Shi Feng. Although the guardian puppets were quite powerful, with so few of them, it was unrealistic to rely on them to protect Moon Creek Town. After a moment he replied, Since Starlink has gotten serious, let's do the same. Get serious? Us? Shi Feng's answer rendered Crimson Heart speechless. They had been taking this war as seriously as they could and more. Let's head over to the other side and take a look, Shi Feng said, chuckling. He then led the way across town. Meanwhile, on the other side of Moon Creek Town, by the time Shi Feng and the others arrived, the battle had begun. The town's defensive magic array repeatedly cracked under the large ballista's bombardment. It was only a matter of time before the magic barrier shattered. Moreover, a large number of Starlink players were already within 300 yards of the town. Even though these players didn't have the protection of a defensive magic array, they paid no heed to the defensive turrets and arrow towers' attacks. They focused fully on advancing and attacking the town. Kill them. Their defensive magic array won't last much longer. When Starlink's members realized that the magic barrier was taking longer to regenerate, they attacked with even greater ferocity. This made the Hundred Flowers Palace members on the town walls nervous. Guild leader, the battle on the other side of Moon Creek Town has begun. Once the magic array falls, our men will charge into the town. Dawn Webb reported to Lu Xinglua. Good. I want to see just how Zero Wing intends to help the palace protect the town now. Lu Xinglua snarled viciously as he watched the 4 guardian puppets, which were still chasing the retreating large ballistas. Suddenly, however, a gigantic magic array appeared on the other side of Moon Creek Town, dyeing the sky crimson. Even though Lu Xinglua wasn't anywhere near the array, he could clearly see the violent mana storm it caused. After a short moment, a flame dragon, looming over a dozen meters tall, emerged from the magic array. The dragon's roar echoed throughout Moon Creek Town and its surrounding area. A dragon? Chapter 2048. This side is Scarier. Why is there a dragon? Lu Xinglua was stunned to see the flame dragon hover above Moon Creek town. Dragons were destruction incarnate in God's domain. Even if the flame dragon before him were not a true dragon, merely an inferior dragon, it would still be extremely difficult to take down. When they saw the flame dragon appear on the battlefield, Starlink's army, which stood before Moon Creek town's walls, was dazed. Not only was the flame dragon before them gigantic, but it was also a level 80 monster. It would be a nightmare to deal with for current players. Moreover, the creature's aura was even more frightening than its massive form. The Starlink members within 100 yards of the monster felt as if their bodies had been replaced with mercury, and their instincts screamed at them to run away. Don't panic, everyone. A single monster can't stop us. Besides, this flame dragon is only Tier 3. Summoning unit, use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls. If that flame dragon gets close, suppress it with a magic array, magic unit. Starlink's experts shouted. Although they too were nervous, they realized the flame dragon's limitations after a moment of careful observation. If the flame dragon were a Tier 4 mythic monster, they would turn around and flee without a second thought. Numbers weren't enough to defeat such an existence. However, it was a different story for a Tier 3 flame dragon. Even if they were 20 levels lower than the flame dragon, they could still put up a fight against it with a magic array suppression. Furthermore, they'd also have the help of Tier 3 summon creatures. They could definitely whittle the flame dragon down, although they'd have to pay a high price to do so, following which, Starlink's army summoned another 8 Tier 3 summoned creatures. Although these summoned creatures were not as high-leveled as the flame dragon, they were still level 78 or level 79. The level difference was practically negligible. They have 8 more Tier 3 summoned creatures? Crimson Heart could not help but tense up when she saw the 7-meter-tall summoned creatures on the battlefield. Tier 3 magic scrolls were extremely rare, and summoning scrolls were among the rarest. To pin down the 4 guardian puppets, Starlink had already used 8 Tier 3 summoning scrolls, and now it used another 8. Starlink's foundations were simply astonishing. Although the flame dragon was much stronger than the Tier 3 summoned creatures, it wouldn't be able to deal with so many of them. While the 100 Flowers Palace had 4 Tier 3 summoning scrolls it could use as well, the flame dragon would still be at a disadvantage if it had to fight 4 Tier 3 summoned creatures. Furthermore, there were still the 60 large ballistas behind Starlink's army. To contend with the large ballistas might not be useful against the guardian puppet 7 Light and his comrades controlled, but they would have no problems dealing with monsters. Monsters couldn't exhibit as much combat power as players. The large ballista's arrows could easily find their mark. However, just as Starlink's army was about to attack Moon Creek town, another crimson magic array appeared above the army, covering a 300-yard radius and causing another massive mana surge. The array gathered so much fire-type mana that its density was visible to the naked eye. No. Quick! Get out of there! Starlink's magical class players shouted, trying to warn their allies that stood within the array's range. Unfortunately, the magic array's formation was too fast. In as little as 2 seconds, the magic array had completed, and a moment later, meteorites began to fall from the sky. Tier 3 curse, Heaven's Fall. Countless meteorites tore through the sky as they rained down on Starlink's army, causing one explosion after another as they struck the ground. Even players from over 1,000 yards away could feel the attack's shockwaves. In the blink of an eye, the earth beneath the array transformed into a sea of fire after 3 waves of descending meteorites. The ground below the magic array had sunk by several meters, a raging inferno burning in the crater. Even a fool would know what end had befallen the players that had been caught in the magic array's range. The Starlink members that had escaped the attack had come to a full stop as they stared at the scene before them. Fear and joy shone in their eyes. A single attack had decimated a massive portion of the battlefield. Not only had more than 2,000 players died in that attack, but Starlink's 8 Tier 3 summoned creatures also lay within the sea of fire. Although the summoned creatures were still alive, they were heavily injured. They could no longer serve as additional combat power. Damn it! How did they have a Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll? Wait, I think that spell came from the flame dragon. Huh, isn't the spell over? Why are there still magic arrays around that flame dragon? No, it's casting another spell. Starlink's members had a bad feeling as they watched the magic arrays circle the fire spirit's body. The intensity of the mana that gathered to the arrays felt horrifically familiar before anyone could react. Another gigantic, crimson array appeared above Starlink's army, but unlike the previous attack, this was a twofold magic array. This magic array gathered even more mana to it than before, and its range was clearly larger. This is a trick. This can't be real. Seeing the colossal magic array above them, Starlink's members realized what was about to happen. Although they could try to run, the array covered a 400-yard radius. As a result, they could only curse their fate this time. Meteorites didn't fall from the sky. Instead, pillars of fire burst from the ground, devouring everything within the AO. Even the Tier 2 MTs that activated their life-saving skills lost all of their HP the instant the flames touched them. None of them had any hope of resisting the attack. When the flames dissipated, the crowd of players that had stood before Moon Creek Town's walls was gone. Only a plot of scorched earth remained. Both Starlink's members and the players from the 100 Flowers Palace were thoroughly shocked. Several thousand players had vanished. Just like that. The slain players hadn't even had time to scream before their bodies were vaporized. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided massacre once more. Everyone was forced to recognize just how useless Zerg tactics were in the face of large-scale destruction spells. This flame dragon was far more terrifying than the 4 guardian puppets on the other side of the town. Only Sherfong remained unperturbed. Calmly, he shifted his gaze toward the distant large ballistas and ordered the fire spirit. Go! Destroy those large ballistas. The fire spirit had been considered a godly war weapon during his previous life, not because of its physical combat prowess and high intellect, but because of its ability to use a variety of fire-type curses and large-scale destruction spells. Without these abilities, the fire spirit wouldn't have been capable of single-handedly fending off Superpower's large-scale assaults. Although his fire spirit was only a Tier 3 creature right now, even the strongest player at this stage of the game was only Tier 2. Starlink's members had no hope of defending themselves against the Tier 3 advanced fire spirit's attacks. After receiving Sherfang's command, the fire spirit flapped its wings, transforming into a blazing fireball as it flew toward its new targets. Its movement speed was much higher than the guardian puppets, and although the 60 large ballistas tried to repel the dragon with attacks, they couldn't land a single hit. Meanwhile, with the fire spirit's ability to fly, it crossed the 1,000 yards to the large ballistas in only a brief moment. Before Starlink's upper echelons could order a retreat, the fire spirit cast a Tier 3 spell, summoning 36 scorching flame spears around it. It then launched these spears at the nearby large ballistas. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the 11 large ballistas within 60 yards of the fire spirit burned to ash. Chapter 2049 Starlink defeated. When they saw the fire spirit destroy 11 large ballistas with a single spell, the Starlink players controlling the other war weapons were stunned. They had intended to attack the fire spirit, but after witnessing its power, they couldn't make themselves move quick. Ranged players, stop that thing. Large ballistas, scatter and retreat. Starlink's upper echelons paled as they watched the fire dragon destroy their large ballistas. In the blink of an eye, they had lost 11 war weapons. The fire spirit was an even more dangerous and more expensive opponent than the 4 guardian puppets. Although the guardian puppets were much faster than the large ballistas, Starlink still had Tier 3 summon creatures to slow them down. The puppets would need some time to catch up to one of the ballistas, but it was a different story for the fire spirit. Not only could the fire spirit fly, but its movement speed was also higher than the guardian puppets. Moreover, it possessed powerful ranged attacks. It could hunt down the large ballistas far more easily than the guardian puppets. The only benefit they had was the fact that players' attacks were somewhat effective against the flame dragon. Starlink's members swarmed toward the fire spirit, bombarding it with ranged attacks. Meanwhile, the remaining 49 large ballistas began their retreat. However, by the time Starlink's members had gathered around the fire spirit, the dragon had already finished casting the Tier 3 curse, Scorching Laser. Suddenly, the fire spirit stretched open its maw, and a twofold magic array manifested before it, rapidly gathering the surrounding fire-type mana. In less than a second, the array transformed into a blinding miniature sun. As the miniature sun's scorching heat washed over them, nearby players felt a stinging pain roar. As the fire spirit voiced its anger, the miniature sun transformed once more into a white beam that swept across the land, extending up to 200 yards away from the flame dragon. The beam annihilated everything it touched, and the players who were hit didn't even have a chance to scream before they were vaporized. When the beam disappeared, It revealed a scorched groove 5 meters in the ground before the fire spirit, separating Starlink's army into two halves. Two large ballistas that had been caught in the attack had instantly been turned to ash. Seeing this, the 100 Flowers Palace members watching from Moon Creek Town's walls could not help but gape in shock. So, this is Zero Wing? An intense shock filled Crimson Heart as she turned to Shi Feng beside her. Just one of Zero Wing's monsters was enough to drive Starlink's army into chaos. This battle had certainly altered her understanding of combat in God's domain. Zerg tactics? Siege tools? In front of absolute power, neither mattered. If a guild fought a monster like the Fire Spirit, which wielded numerous large-scale destruction spells, and failed to cope properly, there would be no battle to speak of. There would only be a slaughter. Meanwhile, the various major powers watching from within the town fell silent as they watched the scene through their magic mirrors. What is that monster? Isn't it a little too powerful? It can use so many large-scale destruction spells. Amazing! With this, Starlink will have trouble capturing Moon Creek Town. The 100 Flowers Palace has actually kept such a card hidden. That can't be right. If the 100 Flowers Palace had something like this, it would have used it to defend East Valley Town. I saw that cloaked fellow summon that monster. He should be one of Zero Wing's members. What kind of guild is Zero Wing? I thought it was merely an up-and-coming guild without any backers. How could it have such a powerful foundation? For a moment, the various major powers' curiosity regarding Zero Wing grew. First, Zero Wing had revealed 4 incredibly powerful guardian puppets, slaughtering Starlink's forces. Then the guild had proceeded to summon the Fire Spirit, a creature that was akin to a natural disaster on a large battlefield. With such strength, Zero Wing could certainly afford to clash with any superpower. Yet despite its strength, they had rarely heard of Zero Wing before this battle. All they truly knew was that Zero Wing was a relatively new guild that could rival first-rate guilds. However, this information was laughably incorrect. If a guild with such frightening combat power was only considered on par with first-rate guilds, what would that make their actual first-rate guilds? At this point, the victor of the battle over Moon Creek Town was obvious. Starlink was utterly powerless to stop the Fire Spirit and Guardian puppets from destroying its large ballistas. If the superpower continued this fight, it would only suffer greater losses. Zero Wing. Lu Xingluo's expression darkened when he read his subordinate's status report. Despite how short the battle had been thus far, Starlink had already lost 43 large ballistas. Once the Fire Spirit had joined the fray, in particular, the ballistas began to fall even faster. Guild leader, are we going to continue this battle? Don Webb could not help but ask. Retreat. Have everyone retreat. Lu Xingluo growled, grinding his teeth as he glared at the rampaging guardian puppets. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was truly powerless to stop the guardian puppets and Fire Spirit at this time. He'd lost far more war weapons if he chose to stay. Every large ballista cost a fortune to craft. They were also Starlink's only advantage in battle. While they might capture Moon Creek Town if they continued, it would cost every large ballista in Starlink's possession. The trade simply wasn't worthwhile. Understood. I'll relay the command right away. Dawn Webb breathed a quiet sigh of relief when she heard Lu Xingluo's decision. Shen then began to contact the various units' commanders. Following Dawn Webb's instructions, Starlink's forces began to scatter and flee. Neither the Guardian puppets nor the Fire Spirit gave chase, allowing Starlink's army to leave without a fight. The enemy had far too few players now, and with how scattered Starlink's forces were, they'd hardly kill anything even if they chased them down. Big Sis Crimson, Starlink is retreating. We've held Moon Creek Town. Cleansed Rue exclaimed as she watched Starlink's players flee from the battlefields. We held it. Even Crimson Heart revealed a joyful grin for a moment. Everyone in Moon Creek Town was stunned as they watched Starlink pull away. Are you kidding me? Starlink actually lost? Zero Wing is just too strong. I doubt even Starlink expected this outcome. Zero Wing can actually fend off a superpower like Starlink. It seems the Dark Knight Empire will have 4 contenders in the future. With a single Fire Spirit and 4 Guardian puppets, Zero Wing had repelled a force of 300,000 elite and expert players, and more than 100 large ballistas. This was the first time anyone had achieved such a splendorous victory in the Dark Knight Empire. The most shocking aspect of the battle was that a superpower hadn't been responsible for the feat, but Zero Wing. A guild with hardly any renown. This battle's outcome would undoubtedly shake the entire empire now that a power capable of contending with Starlink had arrived in the Dark Knight Empire. The empire's prior status quo was irrelevant. Chapter 2050 Empire Upheaval Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. A large number of players visited the Dark Knight Empire's imperial capital every day. The city was constantly active and lively, both day and night. It was a city that never slept currently, however. A deathly silence reigned over the meeting room and Unyielding Soul's residence. What did you say? Starlink lost. Unyielding Heart, geared in a suit of black armor, was stunned when he heard his subordinates report. Not even Unyielding Soul was guaranteed to defend Moon Creek Town against 300,000 elites and 100+ large ballistas. Yet Starlink had suffered defeat no matter how he looked at it. The situation was ridiculous. According to the latest report from Moon Creek Town, Starlink has pulled out of the Silent Canyon. The guild lost roughly 7,000 players in the battle, in addition to 50+ large ballistas. The losses are pretty severe, the Tier 2 assassin said, nodding. We have also collected some footage of the battle. All of the details are in the video. Unyielding Soul had known for some time about Starlink's plan to capture Moon Creek Town, and had, subsequently, dispatched quite a few players to the town. This gave the guild access to information on the battle over the town. Everything, from the Guardian Puppet's destruction of Starlink's defensive magic array to the Fire Spirit's massacre of the guild's forces, had been recorded. With this, Unyielding Soul's upper echelons had an in-depth view of the battle. Amazing. With such combat power, it's no wonder why Starlink retreated. Zero Wing should not be underestimated. Heart, haven't you had a few dealings with the guild before? See if you can rope Zero Wing into an alliance. We'll offer 3% of our shares in exchange for 10% of Zero Wings. A share exchange. The proposal the guild's upper echelon suggested slightly surprised Unyielding Heart. He had never thought that they would willingly offer the guild's shares to another entity that wasn't a superpower. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. A share exchange was also an exchange of guild interests, but when Unyielding Heart considered the Fire Spirit and 4 Guardian Puppets Zero Wing had revealed, he agreed that the guild was worth the price. Long Soul and Hunting Blade could not help their rueful size. Not long ago, Zero Wing had been a guild on par with first-rate guilds, yet it had already grown into a power that even a super first-rate guild like Unyielding Soul would willingly offer a share exchange for its cooperation. Starlink has suffered a significant loss this time. It will likely need quite some time to recover, and will have trouble taking action against us in the near future. We can use this opportunity to secure the rally point in the Phantom Maze. That's right. Starlink has been fighting us for control over the Sea of Trees' Phantom Maze. If we secure the Phantom Maze's rally point, we can acquire a large number of magic crystals and combat techniques. We won't have to worry about nurturing expert players. Although the Strength Zero Wing had displayed surprised Unyielding Soul's upper echelons, they paid more attention to Starlink's defeat. To them, this was definitely a matter worth celebrating. By this time, the Dark Knight Empire's other major powers had also received news about the battle at Moon Creek Town. All of these major powers were astounded. They had never thought that the peerless Starlink would suffer defeat. Moreover, Zero Wing, a guild that they were barely familiar with, had been responsible for its defeat. Zero Wing? Investigate them. Send someone to look into Zero Wing immediately. Zero Wing had suddenly become the center of attention for the Dark Knight Empire's various major powers. Every power was intent on learning more about the guild. After all, a new guild that was powerful enough to defeat Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire meant major changes to the Empire. If they didn't investigate Zero Wing now, they might end up buried under these changes. Dark Knight Empire, Silver Pine City. After the battle at Moon Creek Town, the dark atmosphere that had previously enveloped Silver Pine City had dispersed. The city had reverted to its original, peaceful state. Many players from other cities began to swarm to Silver Pine City, and if one visited the city's teleportation hall, they'd find that most of these new arrivals were guild players. Even elusive guild upper echelons wandered the city streets. It seemed as if Silver Pine City had become the Dark Knight Empire's imperial capital as various major powers gathered here. Big Sis Crimson, the vice guild leaders from 3 second-rate guilds and 1 first-rate guild, have come to seek an alliance, a level 58 female summoner reported as she entered the vice guild leader's office. Do you want to meet them? Again. Crimson Heart could not help her bitter smile. All right. Have them wait in the reception room. I'll head there in a moment. Since she had returned to Silver Pine City, more than 20 large guilds had sought her out. The weakest among them was a third-rate guild, while the strongest could even rival the 100 Flowers Palace. This was the first time she had experienced anything like this. This was all due to the alliance between the palace and Zero Wing. To get closer to Zero Wing, the various large guilds had approached her. On the surface, these guilds expressed their desire to cooperate with the 100 Flowers Palace, but in reality, they simply wanted her to recommend them to Zero Wing. They would have far more credibility with an ally's recommendation to Zero Wing than if they approached the guild on their own. Understood. The female summoner nodded before turning to leave, pride filling her heart before the battle at Moon Creek Town. Crimson Heart would have been forced to meet with any first-rate guild's vice-guild leader if her presence were requested. However, things had changed. Even such important figures would have to wait in line for a meeting. Crimson Heart shifted her gaze to Shifeng, who currently sat on one side of her office. Commander Yifeng, are you sure these shops are acceptable? Crimson Heart asked curiously. According to their contract with Zero Wing, since the guild had helped hold Moon Creek Town, the 100 Flowers Palace had to agree to the previously proposed alliance. In the future, Zero Wing would protect the palace from Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire. In exchange, the 100 Flowers Palace would concede the management rights of 50% of its shops. She had thought that Shifeng would select shops in important NPC cities, but much to her surprise, that hadn't happened. He had chosen quite a few NPC cities with very small player populations. Some of the shops he had chosen were even in NPC towns. He hadn't actually touched any of the 100 Flowers Palace's top 5 shops. His decision was confounding. These will do. Shifeng nodded, not bothering to explain his choices. NPC cities with high player populations weren't important to Zero Wing. It had already joined the Secret Chamber of Commerce and no longer lacked sales channels in major NPC cities. As long as Zero Wing rose within secret, it would gain access to even more NPC cities. What Zero Wing currently lacked was access to NPC cities and important NPC towns with small player populations. Moreover, he had chosen the 100 Flowers Palace's NPC towns while considering non-bag space material transportation. Such items would become far more important in the future, including materials used to craft epic items and war weapons. Fortunately, not a single power in God's domain knew about this yet. Naturally, he had to plan ahead as Shifeng discussed the transfer of management rights with Crimson Heart. The sounds of a series of system notifications reached their ears. System announcement. A total of 100 NPC cities in God's domain have qualified for promotion. In 3 hours, various promoted cities' auction houses will activate the auction arena system. Once active, players may visit the promoted auction houses to learn more. Chapter 2051 Struggle for Hegemony. The system announcement drove God's domain's players into an uproar. They all wanted to learn more about this auction arena system, and the various major powers promptly launched investigations into the matter. To these players, a new game function meant a new opportunity. The power behind this new function was even more important. It was no exaggeration to say that this event could overturn the current status quo in God's domain. Naturally, the various major powers would place great importance on this auction arena system. It's activating already? Shifeng could not help but frown when he saw the system announcement. He knew that the auction arena system's activation wouldn't be far off after White River City had been promoted. But he hadn't expected it this soon. Although the auction arena system wouldn't bring about as much of a change as a system update, its influence was staggering. The system was related to management rights in NPC cities, which would finally give players a substantial level of control in NPC cities, and allow them to manipulate the city's economy. With control of an NPC city's economy, rival powers would have a far more difficult time spreading their influence throughout the city. Moreover, one could secure an extraordinary amount of income from the auction house after securing control of it. The higher a city's player population was, the more profits one could earn from the auction house they controlled. Hence, the auction arena's activation would shake God's domain to its very core, signaling a new era. This would also intensify the competition between the various major powers in the game. This competition between the game's powers would reach new heights. Not only would the dark forces participate in the struggle, but the various adventurer teams would join as well. A power did not need to be a guild to take control of a city's auction house, and the auction house's manager didn't need to protect anything. Even a solo player could manage the auction house and earn a massive amount of profits. With such a tempting treasure trove before them, who wouldn't jump at the opportunity? Before today, the various major powers had controlled themselves when competing to protect their foundations from harm, but the auction arena would push them to desperation. Some large guilds, which had been afraid of provoking superpowers, would jump into the competition with these giants without hesitation. The true struggle for dominance in God's domain was about to begin. After Shifeng settled the management rights transfer for the 100 Flowers Palace's shops, he teleported back to White River City using a return scroll. He did not bother to waste any more time in Silver Pine City Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. As Shifeng stepped out of the magic array, he noticed even more players in White River City than before. Despite the teleportation hall's several new floors, the building was still crowded. The number of merchant and lifestyle players in particular had significantly increased. However, guild players still made up the majority of White River City's visitors. Sure enough, they've come to investigate, Shifeng thought to himself as he watched the cloaked players move about the hall. With the help of omniscient eyes, he clearly saw the guild emblems these players hid under their black cloaks. Many of these players were from guilds outside of Star Moon Kingdom. There were even some players from superpowers and dark guilds in the teleportation hall. So far, only 100 NPC cities had been promoted and activated the auction arena system. On average, not even every kingdom and empire had an NPC city with an active auction arena. Fortunately, White River City was one of the 100 NPC cities, which had attracted many major powers, all of them wanting to learn more about the auction arena. Shifeng walked to one of the advanced restaurants in the teleportation hall. Melancholic Smile and 30-plus merchant players already waited for him in one of the restaurant's VIP rooms. Guild leader, I've brought all of the 2-star merchant members you requested, Melancholic Smile quietly reported as Shifeng entered the room. Good. From now on, I want them to memorize the materials on this list. I also want you to use this Thunder Axe crystal to teleport them to Thunder Axe City. Have everyone purchase the materials from the NPC merchants there. Buy as much as you can, Shifeng said as he passed a list of materials and the Thunder Axe crystal to Melancholic Smile. The auction arena's competition tested more than players' combat standards. It also tested players' resources. Players were allowed to use their resources to increase their strength in the competition. Unlocking equipment was a basic example of this in the auction arena. Players had limited choices when it came to their equipment. Equipment past Fine Gold rank would be temporarily frozen at Fine Gold rank. To remove the seal and improve one's equipment rank, players had to pay resources. This was why one's victory hinged on the resources they possessed. A power would only be able to secure control over more NPC cities with enough resources and experts. However, the auction arena didn't accept just any resources. It only accepted epic materials, which was why the various major powers had such an advantage in the auction arena. Normally, one only had a chance of acquiring epic materials when raiding 50-man hard mode dungeons or greater, but they were guaranteed to drop in 100 and 200-man team dungeons. Ordinary large guilds could easily raid 50-man team dungeons, but 100-man hard mode team dungeons was more of a challenge. Only their main force would likely succeed. In comparison, the various major powers had multiple teams that could raid 100-man hard mode team dungeons. Superpowers easily surpassed ordinary large guilds when collecting resources. There was no doubt that Zero Wing's combat power in the fields was extraordinary. But when it came to raiding 100-man team dungeons, it was no match for superpowers. However, Zero Wing wasn't exactly doomed. After all, there was more than one way to acquire epic materials. Trading with special NPC merchants was another method, although doing so required a lot of time. Moreover, players had to become 2-star merchants to trade with these NPCs. Fortunately, these special NPC merchants were common in a super large-scale neutral city like Thunder Axe City. It was one of the best places to collect epic materials through trade. Initially, Shifeng had planned to accumulate epic materials from Thunder Axe City's NPCs slowly through his 2-star smithy. Collecting epic materials through the smithy would be far easier than sending merchant players to trade with NPC merchants. But now that the auction arena system had activated sooner than he had expected, he had no choice but to use every available method to acquire the necessary resources. Shifeng also instructed Melancholic Smile to send some of her subordinates to collect epic materials from the various major cities. Although the various major powers would never sell these items, There was a chance that an expert player was lucky enough to come across some settling the matters regarding Thunder Axe City and the epic material collection. Surefeng contacted Aqua Rose, instructing her and the others to focus on raiding 100-man team dungeons. He then returned to his special forging room in the Candlelight trading firm and retrieved the Ancient God's secret key. He hadn't bothered to use the Ancient God's secret key because he hadn't spent time raising his combat power past his current limit. If he used the key recklessly, he'd only waste a golden opportunity. Not even God's domain's various superpowers would get many of these chances. However, he had increased his strength as much as possible, and there wasn't a lot of time left before the secret key expired. Surefeng tapped on the key made of red luminary's stone, and a silver magic array manifested under his feet. Mana surged toward the magic array, and space seemed to freeze due to the influx. After a short moment, Surefeng transformed into a streak of black light and vanished from the room. Chapter 2052 Road After Tier 2. After Surefeng activated the Ancient God's secret key, he found himself moving through a tunnel of time and space. Various images, visions of God's domain's history, zipped past him. Some images showed the rise of a kingdom, others depicted a war between empires, and some showed heroes as they triumphed after quite some time. A massive black hole appeared before Surefeng. Countless arcs of pitch-black electricity snaked in and out of this black hole. Even though Surefeng was still far from the black hole, he could sense how powerful the arcs of electricity were. He suspected that these black electric arcs would even turn a Tier 5 being to ash in an instant as Surefeng fell into the black hole and encountered the black electricity. The magic barrier around his body protected him from harm. In the end, he entered the black hole in one piece. By the time Surefeng recovered from his daze, he stood inside an ancient, dilapidated palace system. You have discovered the Ancient God's Maze system. While inside the Ancient God's Maze, communication with the outside world is prohibited. Time flows within the maze as it does in the real world. You will automatically be transported out of the Ancient God's Maze in the event of your death, so this is the trial ground. The system notification didn't particularly surprise Surefeng. After all, he currently stood in a place the ancient gods had left behind. Severed communication and the altered flow of time were normal. He was far more interested in the maze's environment. Aside from the tightly shut stone doors, there were no paths leading further into. However, this palace's mana density was incredibly high. Even zero-wing cities paled in comparison. The environment was a godsend to Surefeng. Not only could players exhibit greater strength while in a high mana environment, but they would also recover their stamina and concentration much faster. Players could continue to fight without worrying about running out of the resources, following which, Surefeng approached the tightly shut doors. Many divine runes had been carved into the doors, which were made entirely of black luminary stone. The closer Surefeng got to the doors, the more pressure he felt from them. He felt that the door's aura was no weaker than that of a Tier 5 NPC system. You have discovered the Ancient God's Gate. You may choose one of 4 difficulties: Normal, Hard, Hell, and Azura. No changes will be allowed once you have made your selection. Please choose carefully. There are 4 difficulties. Surefeng was stunned when he heard the system notification. He remembered that after using the Ancient God's secret key, one should only have 3 difficulties to choose from: Normal, Hard, and Hell. The secret keys trial had the same difficulty modes as dungeons in the outside world. As a result, many players who had challenged the Ancient God's secret keys trial had taken the difficulty selection too lightly, wasting their golden opportunity. Ordinary experts had no trouble raiding normal mode dungeons. In fact, they usually raided hard mode. However, peak experts accepted nothing less than hell mode dungeons. Most peak experts considered weaker modes an insult to their strength. In the end, however, ordinary experts proved incapable of even clearing the normal mode trial. Peak experts had even been rendered powerless when challenging the hard mode trial. This was why many players who had obtained an Ancient God's secret key had wasted their opportunities in the past. One would have a high chance of earning an epic item if they could complete the normal mode trial. Completing the hard mode trial could award players several epic items, with a small chance of obtaining a fragmented legendary item. Finally, completing hell mode gave players a high chance of acquiring a fragmented legendary item. However, Surefeng had never heard of an Azura mode. Why wouldn't it surprise him? This turn of events left Surefeng unsure of which difficulty he should choose. The Ancient God's secret keys trial scaled to the challenger's level. As such, it was far more important for the player to improve their combat and equipment standards. Rather than increase their level, Surefeng had intended to challenge Hell Mode and pray for a fragmented legendary item, and he had been relatively confident in succeeding. The discovery of an Azura mode, however, put him in a bind. The difficulty of the Secret Keys trial increased substantially with each difficulty mode. Of course, if one succeeded, they'd be handsomely rewarded. He was almost certain of completing Hell Mode, but he'd likely have a hard time if he chose Azura mode. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's go with Azura mode. After giving the matter some thought, Surefeng chose Azura mode. Though he knew he'd have a high chance of earning a fragmented legendary item if he cleared Hell Mode, it wasn't a guaranteed drop. Based on the trial's setting, however, he should be guaranteed a fragmented legendary item if he cleared Azura mode. Rather than gamble on Hell Mode, he might as well take the risk and challenge Azura mode. 2 epic items would be of little help to him or Zero Wing. Only fragmented legendary items could bring about significant changes as players reached higher levels and improved their combat standards. Epic items would become more common in God's domain. Zero Wing could still rely on its numerous epic items to contend with Superpower's peak experts, but as time passed, the low quantity and quality of Zero Wing's peak experts would begin to show. As luck would have it, nurturing a peak expert took a lot of time. Even with players that had ample resources in heaven, defying talent, the only way Zero Wing could keep up with God's domain's rapidly developing world was to rely on fragmented legendary items. Moreover, epic items' help would be limited. After reaching Tier 2, Tier 3 had been a massive turning point in God's domain. In the past, countless powers had risen to prominence or fallen into the pits of hell. When the Tier 3 era had begun, fragmented legendary items and above would be players' last hope for a significant power boost after reaching Tier 3. These items could even help experts with lacking combat standards reach Tier 3 and Tier 4. This was why guilds with fragmented legendary items had more Tier 3 and 4 experts than guilds that did not. Every additional fragmented legendary item Zero Wing gained would ensure one more Tier 3 or 4 experts to support it in the future. Since the Azura mode could guarantee a fragmented legendary item, he had no choice but to choose the difficulty. Once Surefeng made his decision, the ancient God's Gate released a golden light. The doors slowly parted to reveal a dark corridor. Sure enough, this trial won't be that simple. Surefeng's expression tensed slightly as he stared down the dark corridor, his instincts screaming that danger awaited him. He could already see multiple skeletons strewn along the corridor's sides from its entrance. The skeletons all wore excellent equipment, every piece radiating with the glow unique to epic equipment. The skeleton's armor was clearly damaged beyond repair. It was easy to imagine how difficult the Azura mode trial was. Those unfamiliar with God's domain would most likely treat these skeletal corpses as mere decorations, but Surefeng, who had experienced more than a decade in God's domain, knew that wasn't the case. Rather, they were a warning. Epic items were extraordinary, and they weren't easy to damage. This held true for both players' items and NPCs. Taking a deep breath, Surefeng summoned the fire spirit and instructed it to lead the way. The instant the fire spirit stepped through the gate, a furious roar echoed from the corridor's depths, so loud that Surefeng had to cover his ears. This roar was particularly familiar to Surefeng, a dragon's roar. Chapter 2053 Epic Armor Kit Fragment. The majestic dragon's roar reverberated throughout the entire corridor, so powerful that even the sky seemed to shake. Only after the roar faded away could Surefeng finally move his body again. However, after the roar ended, both Surefeng and the fire spirit received a debuff called Dragon's Might, which reduced their reaction speed by 20%, movement speed by 30%, and physique by 15%. They also couldn't receive any buffs from skills and spells. So this is Azura mode? Surefeng was astonished as he looked at the debuff he and the fire spirit had received. The reduction in physique and speed was only secondary. The crucial point was the inability to receive buffs. This meant that even berserk skills were useless. Having berserk skills sealed was potentially fatal to expert players, especially when surviving out in the fields. Berserk skills could be used during crucial moments to save one's life or deal with a problem that could not be dealt with normally. Berserk skills could even be used to achieve reversals. Without the ability to use berserk skills, all these possibilities would be gone. If one came across unexpected danger, they would undoubtedly die. Not daring to be careless, Surefeng immediately used the Bible of Darkness to summon a level 85, Tier 3 demon. Although the demon was also suppressed by Dragon's Might and its overall combat power was inferior to the fire spirits, Having the demon was still better than not having it. During crucial moments he could use it as a meat shield, following which, Shifeng had the Tier 3 Tomahawk demon lead the way, with the fire spirit following closely behind it. As for himself, he maintained a 50-yard distance from the fire spirit. At this distance, even if the Tomahawk demon and fire spirit got caught in a trap, he would be safe. If they stumbled upon a dangerous situation, he could also run away at a moment's notice. However, contrary to his expectations, he did not come across any dangerous situations at all, even after walking for more than 10 minutes. Let alone a monster. There wasn't even a simple trap set up in the corridor. He traversed the corridor and arrived at a dark hall relatively easily. The hall was the size of a football stadium, with stone pillars erected on all sides. The divine runes carved onto these stone pillars made the place extraordinarily chilly. Even Shifeng, with his extremely high ice resistance, could not help but shudder. Fortunately, the cold only had a slight impact on his movements. He did not lose any HP. Meanwhile, as soon as the Tomahawk demon and the fire spirit arrived at the center of the hall, the divine runes on the surrounding stone pillars suddenly shone. Both the demon and the fire spirit disintegrated, the elemental mana used to make up their bodies reverting to its original form. Afterward, the entire hall lit up brightly as blade-wielding soldiers emerged from the ground one after another. These soldiers were giants made from various types of elemental mana: Elemental Guard, Elemental Creature, Great Lord, Level 72, HP 32,000, 000/32, 000,000. Among these elemental giants, one held a staff. Mana belonging to the 4 major elements gathered passively around this giant. All of the ambient mana responded to every single action this giant made, as if this giant was the elemental overlord of this entire hall. Elemental Prayer, Realm Lord, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord, Level 73, HP 65, 000, 000/65, 000,000. As these elemental creatures appeared, a translucent pillar made out of magic crystal rose from the center of the hall. Sealed inside this translucent pillar was a dazzling, crystalline bottle that radiated a shudder-inducing aura. A bloodline. A trace of surprise flashed across Shifeng's eyes when he saw the crystal bottle inside the magic crystal pillar. Although he had been confident that the Azura Mode Trial's reward would be something excellent, he never imagined that it would be this excellent. At his standard, epic items no longer posed a temptation. Only top-tier epic items could move him now. However, a bloodline was far more valuable than any epic item. The value of even the most ordinary bloodline rivaled that of a fragmented legendary item. A bloodline might provide expert players more help than a fragmented legendary item. Despite that, the first item he came across in the Azura Mode Ancient Gods Maze was already a bloodline. How could he not be surprised by this situation? However, Shifeng calmed himself very quickly. The bloodline was indeed valuable, but it would mean something only if he actually obtained it. The monsters standing before him were extraordinary. Moreover, since summoned creatures could not be used inside this hall, he would have to rely entirely on himself to deal with these monsters. However, with just a rough glance, he already spotted more than 200 Great Lord-ranked elemental guards. The Elemental Prayer standing at the center of the hall was even a Realm Lord, an existence whose combat power far surpassed that of monsters of the same rank and level. Against such a force, even a level 70 100-man expert team would not be a match. In a situation where berserk skills and summon creatures could not be used, even Shifeng would have no choice but to turn tail and run when coming across the Elemental Prayer. It wasn't because his combat power was inadequate. After all, his current weapons and equipment were already beyond extraordinary. He could easily contend against a Grand Lord of the same level. The problem was that the Elemental Prayer had too much HP. Before he could whittle down the Elemental Prayer, the Elemental Prayer would have long since killed him. Let's give it a try. Looking at the bloodline stored within the central pillar, Shifeng still decided to attempt the trial. Unlike other trials, the Ancient Gods Secret Keys trials allowed players to head to other locations to search for treasures, even if they could not pass a particular hurdle. Each location would have varying difficulties. Only if players died would their time in the trial come to an end. However, it would be such a pity to simply abandon the bloodline and search the other locations. After all, not every location would contain treasures rivaling fragmented legendary items. Other locations in this Azura Mode trial might contain only epic items, following which, Shifeng moved to a corner of the hall and started luring the elemental guards over, one after another. He planned to clear out the elemental guards first before dealing with the elemental prayer. If he tried fighting the elemental prayer and the elemental guards together, he would definitely die a very swift death faced with the 4-meter-tall elemental guards. An ordinary Tier 2 expert would have long since run away. However, the elemental guards posed no trouble for Shifeng, as his strength already rivaled that of great lords of the same level. The elemental guard that discovered Shifeng charged at him without hesitation, the great sword in its hands transforming into numerous phantoms as the blade slashed down on Shifeng's head. Tier 3 skill, Shadow Entanglement. Each phantom carried 120% of the elemental guard's strength, and all 7 phantoms struck down at Shifeng from different directions. Even a Tier 2 expert would be killed instantly if they were not careful. However, these attacks were nothing before Shifeng. Crisscrossing the abyssal blade and killing ray, he deflected 2 of the 7 phantom swords toward the other phantom swords, neutralizing the attack in the blink of an eye. Shifeng received no damage at all, following which, he stabbed the elemental guard's elemental core 43, 574. He dealt a critical hit when striking the core. The elemental guard's HP promptly fell by a visible chunk. Afterward, Shifeng stabbed the elemental core once more with his other sword. As the battle wore on, the elemental guard's HP continuously decreased. Even though the elemental guard's battle recovery was strong, killing the elemental guard was only a matter of time. If another Tier 2 expert were here, they would definitely be shocked by the current scene playing out. A Tier 2 player was actually overwhelming a level 72 Great Lord without using any skills or spells, a feat that even peak experts of the same level could not achieve. However, while Shifeng was indeed capable of killing the elemental guard, at the end of the day, it was still a bona fide Great Lord. Even after he started using skills, he still took close to 8 minutes to finish off the elemental guard. After the elemental guard fell, it dropped several items. When Shifeng took a look at his experience bar, he frowned involuntarily. He had gone through great pains to kill a Great Lord, yet he was awarded only a pitiful amount of EXP. At the standard of a lord of the same level. However, when Shifeng recalled that this was an ancient god's trial, he found the situation understandable. Great Lord ranked monsters were relatively rare in the outside world. Now, however, there was a bunch of Great Lords before him. If every one of these Great Lords gave normal amounts of EXP, then his leveling speed would be absurd. Afterward, Shifeng collected the loot on the ground. Just as he was about to lure another elemental guard, he suddenly took note of one of the items he was holding, an epic armor kit fragment. Chapter 2054 Treasure Trove. Although Shifeng had already checked that nothing was wrong with the system display and confirmed that the item in his hands was indeed an epic armor kit fragment, his heart still shook with disbelief in God's domain. Most armor kits were categorized into basic, intermediate, and advanced ranks. Above advanced armor kits were the extremely rare epic armor kits. Unlike the usual armor kits, epic armor kits could promote dark gold equipment to the epic rank. Most expert players already considered epic equipment godly. Since an epic armor kit could transform dark gold equipment into epic equipment, one could easily imagine how valuable an epic armor kit was, especially when players used it on dark gold equipment that they had high compatibility with. Of course, the level of epic equipment upgraded using the epic armor kit was fixed. If the base equipment was level 50, then it would only have the attributes of level 50 epic equipment. The upgraded equipment's level would not scale with players to a maximum limit. Even so, an epic armor kit was still something countless players fervently sought to obtain. Meanwhile, as long as Shifeng collected 100 epic armor kit fragments, he could synthesize one epic armor kit. Normally, epic armor kit fragments only dropped in level 60+, 100-man hell mode team dungeons or 200-man hard mode team dungeons. Mythic field bosses also had a chance of dropping the fragments, but the drop rate was much lower than in team dungeon. Shifeng never thought that the elemental guards would actually drop the fragments as well. His view of the elemental guards immediately changed. Now they were no longer detestable monsters but walking epic armor kits instead. Moreover, the elemental guard had dropped elemental cores, in addition to the epic armor kit fragment. An alchemist could use 10 cores to synthesize an elemental crystal as an energy source. The elemental crystal was superior to the magic crystal. When used instead of magic crystals in the production of magic scrolls, the resulting magic scrolls were more powerful. At the same time, an elemental crystal could also be used as the core of a magic array. Magic arrays powered by elemental crystals were at least 30% more effective. As an example, a defensive magic array that originally could block only ordinary Tier 3 attacks would be capable of blocking peak Tier 3 attacks if powered by elemental crystals. Overall, the elemental crystal was a strategic resource with a very wide range of uses on the market. One elemental crystal was worth more than 100 magic crystals now. After killing just one elemental guard, Shifeng had already obtained 3 elemental cores, following which, he proceeded to kill elemental guards with great enthusiasm. Despite having to fight arduously for roughly 8 minutes just to kill each elemental guard. When he thought about the Great Lord's loot, the suffering he had to endure was of no consequence whatsoever. Moreover, thanks to the high mana environment, Shifeng did not feel tired at all, even after killing over 40 elemental guards in succession. On the contrary, his fighting spirit reached even greater heights than before. This was because killing these 40-plus elemental guards had earned him 31 epic armor kit fragments and 126 elemental cores. The various large guilds would go mad with envy if they learned about this harvest. After all, during his previous life, a 100-man expert team would have to work tirelessly for more than half a day just to obtain 2 or 3 epic armor kit fragments. Meanwhile, he had only grinded for 6 hours. Yet he had already reaped many times more than that. This harvest was simply frightening, however. Despite the great harvest, Shifeng did not continue grinding. Time in the ancient gods' maze flowed at the same rate as in the real world. Since he had grinded in the maze for 6 hours already, 6 hours had also passed in the real world. In addition, it had been a long time since he had logged out of God's domain. Even if his avatar inside God's domain was still in a spirited state, his body in the real world needed a certain degree of activity to remain healthy, following which, Shifeng chose to log out of God's domain and rest. When he climbed out of his virtual gaming cabin, the sun outside the window had already risen to its highest point. However, the scenery at Ouroboros's main headquarters was much better than that of the Greenwater Villa. He could see the entire city from his room, unlike before. Meanwhile, ever since Zero Wing gained its new headquarters, its development speed had skyrocketed with the recruitment of a large number of experts with great potential. It now had over 2,000 internal members. Although the newly recruited internal members were not particularly high-leveled, with Zero Wing's resources in God's domain and Ouroboros's original training system, these members could soon become a part of the guild's main fighting force and be used to raid team dungeons in God's domain. The best place to obtain a large number of resources and high-ranking equipment was undoubtedly team dungeons. This was also the reason why Zero Wing was never able to match up against the various first-rate guilds and superpowers. Moreover, due to the guild's rapid expansion, the guild was also spending credits like there was no tomorrow. The credits the guild had saved up were gone before anyone realized it. Now, the guild couldn't sustain its operations simply by relying on the income from completing tasks commissioned to the guild and equipment sales. Fortunately, the company Gentle Snow's family ran provided some financial support. With the additional funding, the guild was just barely able to get by. Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile also had plenty of headaches over the lack of funds. Recently, even Liang Jing, who was overseeing some tasks in the headquarters, had started complaining to him about this matter. After Shifeng had his lunch and nutrient fluid, he headed to the physical training room of the building to stretch his body. When he entered the training room, which was roughly half the size of a football field, he came across several hundred Zero Wing members. These Zero Wing members stopped what they were doing and greeted him as soon as they saw him. Some of them even had a reverential look when they did so. As there were too many people present, Shifeng could only nod and smile in response. However, when he saw more than a dozen people lining up before the physical training machines, he could not help but feel a little ashamed. During his previous life, it had been rare to see 5 or 6 people waiting to use the physical training machines Shadow possessed. Now there were more than a dozen people waiting for their turn. He had to admit that the current Zero Wing was only the shell of a first-rate guild. If it wished to catch up to the various first-rate guilds and superpowers, it needed a lot more funds. Insufficient funding would impede the guild's development significantly. I need to figure out a way to earn some credits through God's domain, Shifeng thought to himself as he gazed at the guild members working out. After all, he couldn't rely solely on Gentle Snow's company. Previously, 5 major companies were necessary to keep Ouroboros functioning. Although the current Zero Wing wasn't as large as the past Ouroboros, sustaining its operations with just one major company was still impossible. Roughly 1 hour into Shifeng's training, Blackie suddenly rushed into the training room. an anxious expression on his face. Did something happen? Shifeng asked curiously. Something big happened. Representatives of the Blackwater Corporation have come to talk with us, Blackie said in a panic as he looked at Shifeng. Chapter 2055 Blackwater Visits. Blackwater. Shifeng couldn't help his confusion. Why are they here? The Blackwater Corporation was a major, international corporation. Aside from super first-rate guilds and super guilds, other existences were nothing in the corporation's eyes. Furthermore, Zero Wing had clashed with Blackwater quite a few times thus far. Our guild has been prospering in the Or Empire recently. Maybe they're here to warn us away? Blackie wondered aloud after calming down. Why don't we just leave them hanging? Even if they're a major corporation, they can't do anything to us on the surface, and moving against us in the shadows won't be easy as long as we're prepared for it. You're overthinking things. Blackwater is still a major corporation at the end of the day. They wouldn't bother with a personal visit to warn us because of our skirmishes in the Or Empire. They wouldn't be able to afford the humiliation of such an act, Shifeng said, chuckling. Forget it. Rather than waste time with random guessing, we might as well hear them out. He still knew a little about how these major corporations operated. If Blackwater really wanted to strike out at Zero Wing in the real world, it wouldn't have sent representatives. It would have made its move behind the scenes, following which, Blackie led Shifeng to the top-floor reception room. In the reception room, Liang Jing, who was slightly nervous to receive the Blackwater Corporation's representatives, visibly relaxed when she saw Shifeng enter the room. Before she had met Shifeng, a major international corporation would have been unreachable. Yet such a power had sent representatives to visit Zero Wing. Why wouldn't she be shocked? In contrast, Aqua Rose maintained her calm composure despite sitting, face to face, with Blackwater's representatives. As a previous honorary elder in a first-rate guild and the princess of her own major corporation, she had experience in these situations. Two representatives from the Blackwater Corporation waited in the room. One was a handsome, middle-aged man wearing casual clothing. Although he wasn't tall or muscular, he radiated a strange pressure. The other representative, a tall, robust man in a black suit, stood behind the middle-aged man. Based on his appearance, he seemed to be the latter's bodyguard. Although he didn't radiate any particular pressure, as if he were just a pedestrian, Shifeng recognized the bodyguard as extraordinary. He could feel the subtle threat of death from this bodyguard. Hello. You must be Zero Wing's elder Yifeng. Sure enough, as the rumors have said, you really are quite young. Your future is truly limitless, the middle-aged man said, smiling after observing Shifeng closely for a moment. Right, let me introduce myself. I am the Blackwater Corporation's Jing Yang, currently serving as an elder in the Blackwater Guild. Elder Jing Yang, to what does Zero Wing owe this visit? May I know what you wish to discuss? Shifeng asked as he eyed Jing Yang, getting straight to the point. He was somewhat familiar with the name, but his knowledge of this man was limited to God's domain. Jing Yang's name was familiar due to his status as a Tier 5 Grand Wizard in the past. Although the man hadn't amassed any eye-catching battle records, a Tier 5 player was still formidable. He had stood at the peak of God's domain. Shifeng had certainly never expected the Blackwater Corporation to send such a big shot to visit Zero Wing. What a straightforward question, Jing Yang said, laughing. He then nodded and continued. Since that is the case, I'll be direct. I'm here in place of the Blackwater Guild Xuanwu Chisa. Vice Guild Leader Xuanwu has a very favorable view of Zero Wing. And she knows that Zero Wing is facing some financial difficulty. If Zero Wing is willing to sell us 10 guardian puppets, not only will we pay an ample amount of credits, but we'll also provide 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. I'm sure you'll have no issues nurturing more experts quickly with these resources. 50 S-rank nutrient fluids? Blackie's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when he heard Jing Yang's offer. He and Shifeng had seen plenty of credits before, but S-rank nutrient fluid was a different story. Blackie was no longer ignorant regarding training in God's domain. After his special training in the Extraordinary Tower and the S-rank nutrient fluid Shifeng occasionally granted him, he understood how valuable the fluid was. Not only did the S-rank nutrient fluid improve his real body's physique and brain function, but it also helped improve his combat standards in a short time. Unfortunately, S-rank nutrient fluid wasn't something one could buy with money alone. Their swift improvements thus far had been thanks to the S-rank nutrient fluids the White Tiger Dojo had sent as payment. If Zero Wing could secure 50 more bottles, combined with the guild's current real-world training facilities and the extraordinary tower, the guild wouldn't need long to nurture another batch of refinement realm experts. So, this is what they want. Shurfeng finally understood what Blackwater's aim for this visit. He had to admit that the battle at Moon Creek Town had made the Guardian puppets famous. Now, even Blackwater wanted to get its hands on the puppets, but it wasn't a weapon players could steal. As a result, Blackwater was forced to attempt to purchase it from Zero Wing. Seeing Shurfeng's silent reaction and Blackie's surprise, Jingyang chuckled and said, "Now that the auction arena system has activated, the struggle for the various NPC cities has begun. As the only promoted NPC city in Star Moon Kingdom, and the neighboring kingdoms, White River City will become a target for the various major powers. You can easily imagine how intense the competition for its auction house will be. Moreover, we have heard that Starlink now bears immense hatred for Zero Wing, due to the battle at Moon Creek Town, and has already begun preparations to claim White River City's auction house. If you are willing to sell us 10 Guardian puppets, Vice Guild leader Xuanwu will help you secure White River City's auction house. What do you think?" Jing Yang's voice had been very gentle, and temptation laced his words as if he had a thorough grasp of Zero Wing's weakness. He had even convinced Aqua Rose of this transaction's worth. Setting aside the 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids, the offer to help Zero Wing secure White River City's auction house made the transaction worthwhile. The struggles for an NPC city's auction house weren't like combat in the field and siege battles. It was a competition that heavily relied on the number of experts and resources one possessed. Compared to Starlink, Zero Wing severely lacked both aspects. However, if Zero Wing had Xuanwu-Chi's assistance, one of Blackwater's Vice Guild leaders, securing White River City's auction house was almost guaranteed. Moreover, Zero Wing desperately needed operating funds. If the guild received a large income of credits, its development could skyrocket. When Jingyang saw the yearning looks on both Aqua Rose and Blackie's faces, he was not surprised in the least. Blackwater's conditions were quite generous, offering exactly what Zero Wing currently needed. All they had to do was sign the contract and seal the deal. However, after giving the matter some thought, Shurfeng looked at Jingyang and earnestly replied, "I'm sorry, but we refuse." Chapter 2056. You'll regret it. At Shurfeng's words, the reception room fell deathly silent. Both Jingyang and Aqua Rose were stunned and confused as they stared at Shurfeng. Why? Jingyang could not help but ask after taking a deep breath. Blackwater's conditions were incredibly generous. If Zero Wing accepted the offer, it could grow more powerful than it had ever been. No guild would consider rejecting such an offer, and this was the perfect opportunity to reconcile with Blackwater. It was always better to have another ally than an extra enemy in God's domain. The Guardian puppet was a very powerful war weapon, first-rate whether protecting a town or attacking it. Other war weapons couldn't hold a candle to it, but it was only powerful right now. As players reached higher levels in Tier 3, the Guardian puppet would become obsolete. At most, one could rely on it as a slightly tougher Tier 3 combatant. In his opinion, Shurfeng should be more than willing to agree with Blackwater's conditions. It should already be an honor for Zero Wing that Blackwater had paid a personal visit. Other first-rate guilds couldn't even qualify for the corporation's attention. Yet Zero Wing was unappreciative of Blackwater's goodwill. It's nothing major. The price your guild has offered is just too low, so we don't wish to sell, Shurfeng replied in an extremely calm tone. Low? Jingyang was stunned. Softly he asked, "How much do you want then?" "In addition to the credits, I want 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid and 10 high-potential shops in major NPC cities," Shurfeng said after giving the matter some thought. Both Aqua Rose and Blackie turned to their guild leader in shock, gaping. 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. Not even the White Tiger Dojo could afford such a price. Even a major corporation like Blackwater would feel a sting if it gave away 100 bottles. Furthermore, Shurfeng wanted high-potential shops as well. Not even 10,000 gold was enough to purchase such things. 10 shops would equate more than 100,000 gold. Are you insane? Jingyang demanded. Do you know how much money 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid and 10 high-potential shops are worth? He wondered if Shurfeng was trying to challenge his bottom line. He could accept paying 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid, but asking for 10 shops was a joke. The Guardian puppet's value would decrease as players reached higher levels, but major NPC city shops would not. Their value would only increase as time passed. More players joined God's domain each day, and owning high-potential shops guaranteed a stable income. Even leasing these shops to others would generate substantial profits. To put it simply, the Guardian Puppets' value couldn't compare to that of high-potential shops. Not even 4 Guardian Puppets were worth a shop in a major NPC city, let alone a one-on-one trade. Elder Jingyang, if you find these conditions unacceptable, you may return to negotiate with your superiors, Shifeng said, smiling at the enraged man before him. His asking price was far above average, but at this stage of the game, 10 Guardian Puppets were worth it. With 10 units, the Guardian Puppets could exhibit sufficient combat power, and whoever controlled them could effortlessly capture a guild town. They would also be a massive help when establishing a guild town in a neutral map. If he didn't need the S-rank nutrient fluids and credits so desperately, he wouldn't have even considered selling the Guardian Puppets to Blackwater. Constructing 10 puppets wouldn't be easy, and the materials were quite rare. Young man, you shouldn't be too greedy. Zero Wing will only benefit in the future if it secures Blackwater's friendship. Forget about the high-potential shops, Jingyang said after calming himself down. He then looked at Shifeng and stated his final price, 70 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid, as well as the conditions I mentioned previously. Take care as you leave. I won't be able to see you off. Shifeng said. Very good. You'll regret this decision. Jingyang nearly spat blood when he heard Shifeng's response. He left the room in a huff, not wanting to linger in Zero Wing's headquarters a moment longer. After Jingyang left, both Aqua Rose and Liang Jing, who had witnessed the entire conversation from a corner of the room, turned to stare at Shifeng in befuddlement. They also could not help but admire Shifeng. That was 70 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid they were talking about. Yet, despite the temptation of Blackwater's offer or its threats, Shifeng had remained unfazed. After Jingyang left Zero Wing's headquarters, he contacted Swordsmanship and updated her on the negotiations' outcome. What an interesting person. Swordsmanship could not help her smile. Even though Zero Wing's existence is on the line, he insists on keeping a tight grip on the Guardian Puppets. In my opinion, Zero Wing is not worthy of your attention, Vice Guild Leader. They have no idea that Starlink isn't the only guild targeting them, and that many other superpowers have set their sights on White River City. They don't realize the lifeline we're offering. They will regret their decision today, Jingyang said, sneering. In truth, he had visited Zero Wing's headquarters for 2 reasons. The first reason was for business. The second was to determine whether Zero Wing qualified to become one of Blackwater's puppets. However, it would seem that the guild's members were simply ignorant fools. Alright, enough. Return for now. We still have much to do, Swordsmanship said before disconnecting the call. She did not bother to comment further on the matter. Once the negotiations with Blackwater came to an end, Shifeng received Zero Wing's latest status report from Aqua Rose and Blackie. The guild continued to develop rapidly, especially regarding member recruitment. Zero Wing's elite member count now exceeded 400,000, and more than 4,000 expert members operated in Star Moon Kingdom. The guild's growth was frightening. Shifeng had to admit that the battles in the Witch's Hill and near Moon Creek Town had elevated Zero Wing's fame and reputation. Now, many previously hesitant elite and expert players had finally decided to join Zero Wing. In addition, Fire Dance and Zero Wing's other main force members had finished training in the Extraordinary Tower, splitting up into multiple 100-man teams to raid level 60 team dungeons. Their raid progression had also been impressive. They'd likely obtain the first clear of Star Moon Kingdom's various 100-man team dungeons in a few more days. The lack of funds was the only problem now, giving Aqua Rose and Blackie plenty of headaches. In response, Shifeng agreed to rent Zero Wing City shops for credits, reducing the guild's coin income. After Shifeng had assigned tasks, he returned to his room and logged back into God's domain. Chapter 2057 Improving Swords Transmigration. Level 72 elemental guards wandered around the quiet hall supported by numerous stone pillars. They left no space for players to approach the hall's center. As one approached the central crystal pillar, the elemental guards closed ranks. The moment Shifeng logged back into the game, he returned to clearing out these elemental guards. Blackwater's sudden business proposition and Zero Wing's rapid development had helped Shifeng realize that his guild's development had reached a bottleneck. Growing further would be painfully difficult with the guild's financial predicament nowadays. Zero Wing's fame and territory were growing. The guild's member count also continued to rise. Although he had been working to secure Zero Wing's foundations and had restricted the recruitment conditions further, the guild had still reached its financial limit. Even an outsider like Blackwater could see this. It was easy to imagine that other guilds had also noticed Zero Wing's struggles. Normally, a guild would attempt to negotiate with companies and corporations for investment once it reached a developmental bottleneck. Shadow had been the same in the past due to the guild's rapid development. The guild had desperately needed capital. Only after receiving several large companies' investments did the guild continue its development, eventually becoming a second-rate guild. This was the most common option for upstart guilds, although it also scattered the guild's shares, decreasing its cohesion. Of course, there was another method to break past this bottleneck. A guild could maintain its state or reduce its member count, ultimately slowing its development speed. Normally, Shurfeng might have chosen that option. At worst, it would allow other guilds to surpass Zero Wing. However, now that the auction arena system had activated, the competition between the various major powers had reached a peak. If Zero Wing's competition surpassed it now, it wouldn't be surprising if the guild were removed from God's domain entirely. Hence, deliberately stifling Zero Wing's development would only ensure a slow and imminent death, since he didn't wish to share the guild's authority or abandon its phenomenal development speed. There was only one option available. He had to earn a large sum of credits through God's domain. Shurfeng hadn't had the means to do so in the past. God's domain's resources weren't easy to obtain, and converting them into credits would be akin to putting the cart before the horse. However, things were different in this life. Once he had entered the ancient god's secret maze, Shurfeng had realized that acquiring a large number of credits through the game wasn't necessarily impossible. The elemental cores. Not only could one synthesize elemental cores into elemental crystals, but they could also trade the cores for stamina gemstones from the Sea of Illusion's 4-star Wandering Merchant. Stamina was imperative to every player. Players' stamina largely restricted their activity in the fields. Hence, items that could increase one's stamina or stamina regeneration were immensely valuable in God's domain. Players could bind stamina gemstones to their equipment to improve their recovery rate. Each gemstone increased stamina recovery rate by 7%, and the more of these gemstones one equipped, the faster they'd regain their stamina. Stamina gemstones were one of the few items in God's domain that would never lose their value. No matter what level players reached, they still needed stamina to move, and recovery took a long time. However, players couldn't obtain stamina gemstones from killing monsters. Only 4-star Wandering Merchants sold the items. Moreover, each Wandering Merchant demanded a different price for the gemstones. The Wandering Merchants in the Sea of Illusion, a secret land in God's domain, required elemental cores for their stamina gemstones. Several players had discovered the secret land early and made a fortune from it in the past. They had ventured across God's domain, purchasing elemental cores, and traded them for stamina gemstones in the Sea of Illusion. When the public eventually learned of this secret, the elemental cores' prices had skyrocketed. Now that Shurfeng could collect a large number of elemental cores from these elemental guards, he could use this opportunity to make a fortune by selling stamina gemstones. After all, no one had visited the Sea of Illusion, a level 100 map. Yet realizing this, Shurfeng's enthusiasm to grind the elemental guards reached new heights. He also began to use divine providence to increase his harvest. Although killing these elemental guards was monotonous, Shurfeng considered it a good opportunity to refine his bronze combat technique. Sword's transmigration high mana environments were extremely rare in God's domain, let alone one with denser mana than Zero Wing City. He wouldn't have to worry about his stamina or concentration consumption rates while using the bronze combat technique here. As Shurfeng executed Sword's transmigration, he became more familiar with the technique. As a result, he could divert and use more of his enemy's attacks. Initially, he had only been able to take advantage of 3 enemy attacks at once, but after some practice he could use 4, then 5 attacks to his advantage. Moreover, the technique's power increased substantially. The closer he got to the central pillar, the closer the elemental guards clustered. If he weren't careful, he would lure 2 guards at a time, significantly increasing the time he needed to kill each. At first, he had spent nearly 30 minutes trying to kill the elemental guards that approached him in pairs, with more than 20 of those minutes focused on the first elemental guard. However, as he mastered Sword's transmigration, he eventually lowered that time to 20 minutes per pair. Finally, after nearly 2 days of fighting, Shurfeng had eliminated all of the elemental guards in the hall. During that time, Feng had slain over 200 elemental guards, obtaining 727 elemental cores and 213 epic armor kit fragments. He now had enough to synthesize 2 complete epic armor kits. Even Feng was stupefied by his harvest. He had to admit that the Azura mode trial was wondrous. He hadn't even ventured past the maze's first hall, and he had yet to face the guardian boss, yet he had acquired enough of a bounty to make superpowers envious. After organizing his loot, Feng shifted his gaze toward the 5-meter-tall, 4-armed elemental prayer a short distance away. The guardian boss wore white robes and held a staff and a golden longsword. Feng hadn't been particularly confident of defeating the elemental prayer earlier, but after improving his skill with sword's transmigration, he was more than eager to fight the guardian boss. As long as he won, he would obtain a bloodline stealthily. Feng approached the elemental prayer from behind. Unsheathing his swords and activating Wind Blade, he transformed into a blur as he thrust his blades toward the Realm Lord's back. Chapter 2058 Fighting the Realm Lord. Although Feng's movement speed was very high, the elemental prayer was a Realm Lord. Not only would it have increased combat power within its territory, but it could also suppress enemies. These two effects made the Realm Lord far more powerful than ordinary monsters of the same rank and level. The instant Feng moved within 50 yards of the elemental prayer, he felt his body grow heavier. His speed significantly decreased as well. The gravity around it is so powerful. Feng could not help but frown. Realm Lords had different methods of controlling their territory. Some manipulated physical objects to attack players, while others suppressed players' basic attributes. The most troublesome Realm Lords were those that could control their environment. Realm Lords with environmental control could transform the area around them into a sea of fire, or an icy hell. There were also some Realm Lords like the Elemental Prayer that could increase the gravitational force around them for players. Increased gravitational force was far more frightening than movement speed reduction. More gravitational pull would slow every movement they made. The Elemental Prayer discovered Feng the moment he entered its domain, and it began to chant a spell and wave its staff. Suddenly, over 20 wind blades flew at Feng. At the same time, rocky spikes began to emerge from the ground under his feet. The Guardian boss had needed no time at all to complete its double cast. Feng had no choice but to jump up to dodge the rock spikes. Unfortunately, while he was airborne, he wasn't able to dodge the wind blades that had arrived a moment later. Without being able to dodge the wind blades, Feng's only option was to receive the magical attack with his sword. Sword's orbit. Boom! 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 The instant Feng's swords collided with the wind blades, he felt as if he had batted away a cannonball. His arm felt slightly numb from the impact of a single collision. Moreover, the numbness lingered for longer periods with each subsequent deflection. With the increased gravitational force slowing his reactions, Feng began to struggle to keep up with the wind blades' attacks. After a few clashes, seeing so many wind blades left, Feng activated Defensive Blade to block the remainder of the Elemental Prayer's first round of attack. So strong. When Feng landed and noticed the Elemental Prayer double casting again, he could only stare at the Realm Lord for a moment in astonishment. Against so many powerful attacks and the increased gravitational force, even a level 70 expert would likely die in an instant. However, before Feng's arms could regain feeling, the Elemental Prayer finished chanting its spells. Like its first round, the Guardian boss attacked with rock spikes and wind blades break. This time, Feng didn't try to dodge the rising rock spikes, using Purgatory Pentaslash to shatter them. Instead, he then spun around and dashed toward a nearby stone pillar. With his current basic attributes and the battlefield's gravitational force, dodging all 20+ wind blades would be impossible. His death would be guaranteed if he tried to take those attacks head-on. Hence, he had to rely on the stone pillars around him to block the wind blades, using the stone pillars to reduce his blind spots. Feng found it easier to dodge and block the incoming wind blades. In the end, he survived the Elemental Prayer's second offensive unscathed. Sure enough, these stone pillars are here for a reason. Feng breathed a sigh of relief when, after taking a few hits from the wind blades, he saw that the stone pillar remained intact. If the wind blades, which had peak tier 3 power, had shattered the stone pillars, this battle was as good as over for him. Although he could rely on the stone pillars to block the Realm Lord's attacks, approaching the Elemental Prayer was still extraordinarily difficult. After multiple attempts, Feng discovered that the Realm Lord used a greater variety of spells the closer he got to it. Sometimes, the Elemental Prayer fired a beam of roaring flames. Other times, it called down a column of water from above. Of course, the Guardian boss still used the occasional rock spikes and wind blades. The boss's coordination with the 4 types of attacks made approaching the elemental prayer practically impossible as expected of a realm lord. This boss could likely even annihilate a 100-man team of the same level. Trying to fight it alone is asking too much. Surefeng could not help his bitter smile as he watched the elemental prayer cast one spell after another. Magical class monsters were most afraid enemies getting close. After all, they were vulnerable in close-range combat. But Surefeng couldn't even get within 40 yards of the Realm Lord, much less melee range. He felt as if he were surrounded by a party of Tier 3 magical class players as Tier 3 spells continued to bombard him. He could only rely on the surrounding stone pillars to evade the spells. If any other peak expert were in his shoes, they'd have likely died a long time ago. Surefeng had to admit that the Azura mode Guardian boss was astounding. Trying to acquire an item that rivaled a fragmented legendary item wasn't going to be easy. Surefeng retrieved the Ring of Gospel from his bag, and spent 7,000 magic crystals to activate Miniature World, and Ring of Brilliance. Miniature World instantly reduced the gravitational force that affected Surefeng. At the same time, the elemental prayer's basic attributes fell by a significant chunk. Although Miniature World suppression didn't hinder the Realm Lord drastically, it still reduced its basic attributes by 20%. Which considerably reduced the power of its spells. Meanwhile, Ring of Brilliance improved Surefeng's physique and basic attributes by 20%. Now, Surefeng could intercept the elemental prayer's wind blades with his swords without relying on the stone pillars. Moreover, Surefeng could exhibit his full strength now that the elemental prayer's gravity domain had been weakened. He could dodge the boss's attacks with ease and soon reached the Realm Lord. Killing ray tore through the air, sending a streak of blue light slicing at the elemental prayer. Although the Guardian boss wielded a golden longsword, its melee prowess paled in comparison to its magical power. Surefeng easily maneuvered his attack past the elemental prayer's defenses and landed a direct, critical hit, dealing over -40,000 damage. Despicable intruder. Suffer God's fury. The elemental prayer bellowed after taking the hit. The golden longsword in its hand disintegrated, and 8 smaller versions appeared around the Realm Lord, each wrapped in golden flames. Under the elemental prayer's control, golden longswords flew toward Surefeng. Surefeng hurriedly moved and executed Sword's Transmigration to block the attacks. The power within these golden longswords was immense. They clearly harbored more strength than Surefeng currently possessed. Instead of receiving the attacks head-on, Surefeng expertly used his movement techniques to evade some of the flaming weapons, while deflecting the rest. By doing so, he managed to fend off the Guardian boss's attacks without taking damage. After knocking away the golden swords, Surefeng used the opportunity to bombard the elemental prayer with one skill after another. Thundering flash, thunder flame explosion, flame burst, shadow blade. Damages in exceeding -100,000 began to appear above the elemental prayer's head, with some in the hundreds of thousands. The Guardian boss's HP began to fall at a visible rate. Once that round of attacks had ended, the elemental prayer continued to manipulate the golden swords, pressing its attack. However, Surefeng managed to block every incoming strike. Although the elemental prayer occasionally cast spells, Surefeng could heal himself with the 7 Luminaries Ring's life domain. Overall, although Surefeng had the advantage, the elemental prayer had too much HP. Although its maximum HP had been reduced to 52 million, its battle recovery restored 520,000 HP every 5 seconds. This slowed Surefeng's progress in the fight. Even after more than 5 minutes, the elemental prayer still had 95% of its HP remaining. Unfortunately, Miniature World only had a 10-minute duration, and without it, Surefeng wouldn't be a match for the Realm Lord. Furthermore, Surefeng had to spend 5,000 magic crystals each time he activated the skill, and he had only brought a little over 20,000 with him. Should I give up? Surefeng had fought for nearly 10 minutes, yet the elemental prayer still had 92% of its HP. If he couldn't increase his DPS, the Guardian boss would eventually wear him down and kill him. However, when Surefeng saw the 8 golden longswords flying toward him once more, his eyes lit up with inspiration as he considered a way to increase his damage. He simply needed to use the elemental prayer's strength against it. This time, Surefeng didn't dodge the 8 golden longswords. Instead, he met all of them in battle. Sword's Transmigration. Chapter 2059 Bronze Combat Techniques. True Ability. The Elemental Prayer's attacks were quite cunning. Since the start of the battle, it had used the 8 golden longswords to attack Shurfeng from all directions. Moreover, the flaming weapons were far more nimble than the wind blades and could even alter their attack trajectories during their attacks. Even a shield warrior or guardian knight skilled with the shield would take a direct hit if they weren't careful. As soon as Shurfeng began to execute Sword's Transmigration, he deflected 5 longswords, sending them in different directions. 2 of them slammed into 2 longswords Shurfeng hadn't deflected, nullifying the attacks due to Shurfeng's limited strength. He couldn't fully utilize the remaining 3 deflected longswords. He wasn't able to send them toward the Elemental Prayer. Moreover, he wasn't able to deflect or nullify the last longsword, and it cut through Shurfeng's right shoulder 83-167. Sure enough, I'm really pushing my limits. Shurfeng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his HP. Just one of these golden longswords could deal enough damage to kill a level 60 magical class player. Even a level 60 MT would likely be in danger. Fortunately, Shurfeng's defense far surpassed that of a level 60 MT. Amassing 80,000 HP alone was difficult for current players, but Shurfeng had already reached level 70, had a bloodline, and possessed multiple fragmented legendary items. Including the Ring of Brilliance's effects, he had as much as 260,000 HP. He was even sturdier than a level 70 tier 2 MT. This was what made monsters fearsome. Despite the fact that their combat standards were no match for players, their extraordinarily high HPs rendered players helpless. Unless players' combat power far surpassed the monsters they fought, they'd have no choice but to flee. HP was one of the weaknesses solo players faced. Even if a solo player were stronger than a boss, they'd never defeat the monster unless they had the help of certain tools. However, after blocking the latest attacks, Shurfeng finally saw a ray of hope. There was no doubt that his strength was no match for the golden longswords, so his ability to deflect and direct the weapons was limited. However, sending the flaming weapons toward the Elemental Prayer wasn't impossible. Only his grasp of positioning and timing had to be perfect. This was also the first time he had to deflect 5 attacks with so much strength, so he severely lacked the proper experience. After taking a brief moment to consider his next move, Shurfeng began to attack the Realm Lord again like before. The 8 golden longswords flew toward him from multiple directions. This time, however, Shurfeng immediately activated Void Shield, the translucent barrier enveloping his body. Sword's Transmigration. Boom! Boom! 2 golden longswords struck the Void Shield, and the 5 blades Shurfeng deflected landed near the Elemental Prayer's feet, missing the boss by a few inches. Did I attack too soon? Seeing the flaming longswords land at the Elemental Prayer's feet, Shurfeng knew he had been too hasty, resulting in an undesirable outcome. He needed to make some minor adjustments. Despite seeing the Elemental Prayer launch another round of attacks, Shurfeng deliberately maintained his speed. Boom! 3 golden longswords flew into the Void Shield simultaneously. Fortunately, Shurfeng had sent one of the 5 longswords he had deflected into the Elemental Prayer's foot. A damage of over -300,000 appeared above the Realm Lord's head, far exceeding what Shurfeng's normal skills were capable of. This excited Shurfeng. The outcome was almost as he had imagined. The system calculated the damage monsters dealt to each other differently than the damage they dealt to players. Although the flaming weapon had lost a fraction of its power after Shurfeng had deflected it, it still dealt far more damage than what he could manage now. Shurfeng, more or less, understood why the various superpowers in the past had kept such a tight lid on their bronze combat techniques. Mastering a bronze combat technique like Sword's Transmigration was far more powerful than obtaining a curse or taboo skill. Even without external tools, players would have the potential to solo high-rank bosses with such a technique. The successful experience gave Shurfeng a far better grasp of his timing, following which, Shurfeng returned another dozen attacks to the Elemental Prayer. Moreover, his deflections became more accurate with each successful attempt. Initially, he had only been able to hit the Guardian boss with one of the golden longswords, but eventually, he returned 2 flaming weapons, doubling his DPS and devouring the Realm Lord's HP 95%, 85%, 80%. Although he wasn't able to return the other 3 golden longswords he deflected, as he became more familiar with the process, he was able to nullify the remaining attacks. He no longer allowed any of the golden longswords to hit him. Time quickly passed. When the Elemental Prayer's HP fell to 30%, the Realm Lord went berserk and called down lightning to strike around it. This forced Shurfeng to activate Absolute Domain to survive Foolish Mortal. Burn to ash. The elemental prayer's eyes lit with a scorching glow as it glared down at Shurfeng. Suddenly, the surrounding mana began to surge toward the guardian boss. And the mana storm that ensued prevented Shurfeng from approaching. The elemental prayer then raised its staff, manifesting a threefold magic array above its head that covered a 100-yard radius raging thunder. Suddenly, arcs of golden electricity shot up from the ground. A large-scale destruction spell? Surprised, Shurfeng activated the 7 Luminaries Ring's fantasy domain, which made him immune to all magic damage. Magical class bosses generally possessed a few large-scale destruction spells, but they didn't normally cast the spells when players were within melee range, since such spells didn't differentiate between friend and foe. It was very easy to get caught within one's own spell if cast at close range. This was also why Shurfeng hadn't bothered to use any of his own large-scale destruction spells, yet the elemental prayer before him cast its spell without hesitation. The guardian boss intended to perish along with its enemy. After Shurfeng activated fantasy domain, a sea of electricity enveloped everything within a 100-yard radius, with the elemental prayer in its center. Even the guardian boss suffered damage, his HP continuing to decrease. The golden arcs only began to dissipate after 6 seconds, having destroyed a significant portion of the hall. After its large-scale destruction spell, the Realm Lord had only lost 5% of its HP. What a powerful spell. Was that a Tier 3 curse? Shurfeng stared at the rising smoke on the elemental prayer's body in astonishment. If not for his magic immunity skill, that attack would have killed Shurfeng. He barely had any lightning resistance, and his magic resistance alone wouldn't have been enough. Clearly, the elemental prayer didn't have that problem. As an elemental creature, its magic resistance was immensely high. Even after taking damage from its own Tier 3 curse, it had only lost 5% of its HP, roughly 3 million in total. If it were any other boss, it would have lost at least 6 million HP. However, it was clear that the elemental prayer was slightly weaker after casting the Tier 3 curse. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shurfeng fervently hacked and slashed at the Realm Lord. Fortunately, the 8 golden longswords no longer had more strength than Shurfeng, and as a result, he easily deflected the flaming weapons back at the guardian boss, taking more HP from it than before. When the elemental prayer's HP fell to 1%, Shurfeng activated Divine Providence and finished it off with instant strike. With a short cry, the elemental prayer collapsed, transforming into countless particles of light. Chapter 2060 Elemental Prayer's Loot. The mana density within the hall rose sharply after the elemental prayer's death. It went berserk as it gathered around the Realm Lord's dissipating corpse, gathering the particles of light into a dazzling ball. Slowly, the ball of light rose into the air, growing larger as it absorbed more mana. The light illuminated the hall as if a miniature sun had risen. After several seconds, the gigantic light ball burst, and 2 dazzling streams of light flowed toward the ground. 2 items? Shurfeng watched the 2 beams shine before him in utter astonishment. According to his understanding, every guardian boss players killed in the Ancient God's Secret Keys trial only yielded 1 item, but that item would undoubtedly be top-tier quality. However, the elemental prayer had dropped 2 items, the equivalent of killing 2 guardian bosses. Shurfeng had definitely hit the jackpot. When Shurfeng stepped forward and touched the 2 beams of light, the light faded and revealed 2 translucent globes, each containing 1 item. When these 2 items revealed themselves, the sound of a system notification reached Shurfeng's ear. System. Congratulations. You have slain the elemental prayer within 30 minutes. You may choose one of the 2 items before you as your reward. Shurfeng was speechless. He had hoped that Divine Providence had doubled his loot, but in the end he'd still walk away with a single item. This choice was simply a result of killing the elemental prayer within half an hour. However, after giving the matter some more thought, Shurfeng found the situation reasonable. All of the items these guardian bosses dropped were the best of the best. Being able to double one's loot with higher luck would be absurd. Let's have a look at these 2. Then, after containing his excitement, Shurfeng tapped on the 2 items and inspected their attribute panels. After a brief look, Shurfeng's heart began to pound with elation once more. Although he knew that these items would be top tier, he couldn't help his gasp after inspecting them. Both items were amazing. Not even a mythic field boss's loot could compare to either item's value. One of the 2 items was an emerald bead named Elemental Protector. It was a bona fide epic item that could summon 4 elemental beasts of the same tier as the user and 5 levels higher at no cost. Each of these 4 elemental beasts could use skills and spells that correlated with their element: earth, water, wind, and fire. However, this item could only summon up to tier 4 elemental beasts, and it had a 12-hour duration and a 2 Natura-day cooldown. As long as a player reached tier 4, they could use the elemental protector to summon 4 tier 4 beasts to fight alongside them. It was an astounding ability. Tier 4 magic scrolls were even rarer than epic items in God's domain, and Shurfeng had only heard of tier 4 summoning scrolls, never actually seen one regardless of the era. A tier 4 summoned creature would be an immensely powerful ally, even after 10 years in God's domain. Tier 4 and above combatants were extremely rare. First-rate guilds would be incredibly lucky if they had a single tier 5 player. Any first-rate guild with a tier 6 god-ranked expert would be considered a top-ranked guild. No matter how weak the rest of its members were, without a doubt, the Elemental Protector was one of the best epic items available in the game. It would easily fetch an astronomical price regardless of when it sold. The other time the Elemental Prayer had dropped was called the Twilight Blade. It was the same weapon the Realm Lord had used against Shurfeng, and although it wasn't a famed sword, it was a replica of the legendary weapon. Afterglow. Every legendary weapon had once been famous throughout God's domain. Some had even been treated as kingdom's heirlooms. Even a legendary weapon replica was far beyond any epic weapon. Most replicas were the crafter's failed copies when trying to produce the real deal. Some replicas had even been crafted with the same materials as the true legendary weapon, and some included even better materials. Meanwhile, the Twilight Blade before him was somewhat special. It was actually a prototype of Afterglow. However, the crafter hadn't used high enough quality materials in its creation, so it hadn't become a legendary weapon. This replica hadn't been a result of a flawed production process. Twilight Blade, replica, one-handed sword, epic rank, level 60, level 120 equipment requirement. Strength 2000, attributes adjust according to user's level, attack power plus 2360, level 60. Strength plus 205, agility plus 130, endurance plus 157, attack speed plus 18. Ignore 40% of the target's defense when equipped. Strength increased by 25%. Agility increased by 10%. All sword skills plus 1 levels. Ignore levels plus 15. All skill completion rate increased by 2%. Attacks have a 40% chance to trigger the floating light effect, splitting the weapon into 3 copies. The 2 duplicates cannot be blocked, and deal 100% damage. Additional passive skills dash. Twilight Glow. Twilight Power will corrode any targets the Twilight Blade strikes, decreasing their reaction speed by 15%. Additional active skill 1 dash. Twilight's Shadow transforms the Twilight Blade into 8 copies, each carrying 80% of the original strength. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 3 hours. Additional active skill 2 dash. Twilight of the Gods. Transform a radius of 100 yards into a Twilight domain. While within the Twilight domain, user's basic attributes decrease by 25% and is split into 8 physical doppelgangers. If the doppelgangers wield the blade's Twilight Shadow summons, they will have 85% of the user's basic attributes. Duration 3 minutes. Cooldown 6 hours. The famed smith, Flock Bear, created this sword as a prototype for Afterglow. It is a masterpiece that was formed by combining all of Flock Bear's forging techniques. In Shurfeng's opinion, if not for Afterglow's existence, the Twilight Blade would have been one of God's domain's 36 famed swords. It could almost rival the sacred sword Killing Ray. If he only compared the weapon's attack power and strength, it was even more powerful than Killing Ray. Killing Ray had been crafted with a fragment from one of God's domain's 10 great legendary weapons. Yet the Twilight Blade could rival its power, although the Elemental Protector allowed players to summon elemental beasts, boosting their combat power. The Twilight Blade was a top-tier epic weapon with amazing additional skills. If one combined the Twilight Blade's 2 active skills, their combat power would skyrocket for a short time. God's domain's experts would go crazy for either of these items. Let's go with you. After giving the matter some thought, Shurfeng chose the Twilight Blade. The Elemental Protector might be the better choice from a guild's perspective, but it would only be useful if the guild had a Tier 4 player. Tier 4 was still a long time away for Shurfeng and Zero Wing. Moreover, he had the Bible of Darkness, which was even more powerful than the Elemental Protector. On the other hand, the Twilight blade could increase his combat power now. His Abyssal blade's level was too low at the moment. Its evolution speed couldn't keep up with his leveling speed. If he wanted to explore more of the Ancient Gods maze and acquire its treasures, he had to prioritize his own combat power, following which, Shurfeng replaced the Abyssal blade with the Twilight blade. Although most players would struggle to fulfill the 2000 strength equipment requirement, it wasn't a problem for Shurfeng. Once he equipped the Twilight blade, Shurfeng felt his overall strength increase substantially. His attack power, in particular, rose by a whopping 15%. Shurfeng then shifted his focus to the crystalline pillar in the center of the hall. After all, it was the most valuable item in the area. Chapter 2061 Advanced Bloodline. A magic array surrounded the crystal pillar in the center of the hall, preventing players from approaching. Although the seal seemed quite simple, not even a tier 4 being could force their way through it. When Shurfeng stepped up to the barrier and lightly tapped it, a system window opened before him, introducing the magic array. Truly amazing. If I hadn't already grasped the technique to decipher advanced magic arrays, I wouldn't have been able to do anything but stare at this barrier. Shurfeng couldn't help his surprise after gaining a general understanding of the array. There were two types of magic arrays that protected system-generated treasure in God's domain. The first type disappeared once the guardian boss protecting the treasure died. The second type required players to unravel the magic array through their own abilities. This type didn't care for players' combat power, but their ability to understand magic arrays. The first type was the easiest to remove, but as players leveled up, they'd begin to encounter more of the second type. Hence, it had been very important for players to take on the Magician subclass and develop it during Shurfeng's previous life. Many expert players had to study magic arrays seriously even though they hated learning about them, especially magical class players due to how common the second type of magic arrays had become at later levels. God's Domain's various guilds had also turned more focus to the Magician subclass. During the game's later stages, a Master Magician's status wasn't any lower than that of a Master Forger or Master Alchemist. Meanwhile, to remove the magic array protecting the crystal pillar before Shurfeng, one had to be a master at deciphering advanced magic arrays at the very least. Normally, players only encountered basic ranked ceiling magic arrays after level 70. It was very rare to find an intermediate magic array protecting items of this level. Yet the array before him required an advanced magician to untangle. Although the various superpowers had tasked many of their players to learn about magic arrays, there were very few intermediate magicians at this stage of the game, much less advanced magicians. Once Shurfeng had inspected the array, he began to dismantle it. Dismantling a magic array wasn't particularly difficult, although that didn't mean it was easy either. As long as a player knew how to draw the ceiling magic array in question, it could be undone. Looking at the array, Shurfeng was relieved that he had already become an advanced magician. Otherwise, he could only watch as a bloodline slipped through his fingers. Finally, after studying for 5 hours, Shurfeng finally learned how to draw the ceiling magic array. The barrier around the crystalline pillar began to shatter, and shortly after, it fell away entirely, revealing the pillar before Shurfeng. The crystal pillar was translucent, and the bloodline within it shone with a dazzling light due to the magic barrier around the pillar. Shurfeng hadn't felt anything particular from the bloodline, but now that he had removed the magic array, he could feel an intense pressure. The difference between his life rating and the bloodlines pressed down on him. Although he only stared at the bloodline, he felt as if he were being suppressed. Is it an advanced bloodline? Shurfeng could not help his surprise as he felt the pressure. Bloodlines fell into 3 categories: basic, advanced, and peak. The Dark Iron bloodline he had obtained from the Divine Shrine was a basic bloodline. However, since the Dark Iron bloodline was extremely compatible with the Swordsman class, it was considered a top-rank basic bloodline. Yet despite that, he still felt an immense pressure from the bloodline within the crystal pillar. The only explanation was that his life rating was inferior to this bloodline. Hence, Shurfeng guessed that it was an advanced bloodline. Although he very much wished that it was a peak bloodline, peak bloodlines were as rare and valuable as legendary items. The chances of finding one in the Ancient Gods maze were abysmally low, even for Azura mode. On the other hand, the chances of finding an advanced bloodline were relatively high. Even so, Shurfeng was stunned. Any advanced bloodline could make reaching higher tiers far easier for players. With a little talent and effort, reaching tier 5 wouldn't be a problem. An advanced bloodline would even help players when challenging their tier 6 promotion. which was why God's domain's various major powers had gone mad over bloodlines in the past without hesitation. Shifeng strode up to the crystalline pillar and removed the crystal bottle. He then inspected the bottle's attribute panel elemental bloodline. After obtaining this bloodline, a player will become one of the element's favored children, gaining increased compatibility with all spells. Mainly improves intelligence and vitality, followed by agility, endurance, and strength. It really is an advanced bloodline. After inspecting the elemental bloodline, Shifeng was ecstatic. Although the elemental bloodline's attribute panel did not indicate the bloodline's rank, basic bloodlines only focused on one attribute, while advanced bloodlines increased two. Since the elemental bloodline concentrated on two attributes, it had to be an advanced bloodline. Moreover, the ability it provided was incredibly powerful, increasing a player's compatibility with all spells. It was, at the very least, far more powerful than any of the advanced bloodlines Shifeng had seen in the Divine Shrine. If a magical class player used this bloodline, their overall prowess would increase. This was certainly a top-tier advanced bloodline, even more valuable than top-tier fragmented legendary item. Shifeng carefully stored the elemental bloodline before he continued to explore the ancient god's maze. The maze was excruciatingly complex, and each time he entered a new hall, he had to face another group of elemental monsters. Moreover, these monsters' levels were a notch above the first group he had faced, all level 75 or higher. However, after equipping the Twilight Blade, Shifeng's combat power had risen significantly, and as a result, he was able to kill these stronger monsters faster than he had the first hall's elemental guards. Unfortunately, Shifeng only dared to watch the guardian bosses in these halls from afar. The easiest guardian boss he encountered was a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species, and some halls were even guarded by mythic monsters. Without the ability to rely on summon creatures, he'd only find an early grave if he tried to face these guardian bosses. However, Shifeng didn't let any of the elemental monsters off the hook, even if he couldn't do anything about the guardian bosses. These monsters were walking epic armor kit fragments and elemental cores. Encountering an opportunity like this in the future wouldn't be easy. As such, Shifeng grinded in the ancient god's maze for 12 full days, wiping out every elemental creature that was not a guardian boss he came across. After exploring the ancient god's maze for so long, Shifeng eventually discovered a unique hall. This one was far better decorated than its neighbors. Rather than stone pillars, this hall's pillars were made of mana stone. However, due to the hall's poor lighting, Shifeng could only see 60 yards around him. The moment Shifeng set foot on the floor of magic crystal, he struggled to breathe. A deafening roar then assaulted his ears, and the entire hall trembled violently at the sound. The roar faded, and before Shifeng could regain his composure, a bright light illuminated the area in the hall that could fit hundreds of thousands of people. A 60-meter-tall bronze dragon loomed before Shifeng. The bronze dragon's incredible aura was so powerful that it warped space around it, and when bathed in this aura, Shifeng couldn't even move an inch. Chapter 2062 Bronze Dragon King. A dragon? Shifeng stared at the titanic figure before him in disbelief. Even though he stood several hundred yards away from the dragon, its aura felt as if he stood before a towering mountain. The pressure he felt from the dragon was absolutely stifling. Its aura was so powerful that he couldn't even move. He could only stand there quietly, staring at the being powerful. Destruction. Death. These words ran through Shifeng's mind as the dragon's aura washed over him. Bronze Dragon King. Dragon Tier 5. Level? HP? 2. Shifeng had no doubt that the slightest exhale from this bronze dragon could turn him to dust. Even a Tier 5 existence would be powerless before this Bronze Dragon King. A dragon's life rating was extremely high, and once it reached adulthood, it would automatically advance to Tier 5. The weakest Tier 5 dragon was an apex existence among other Tier 5 beings, and even during the gods' era, the dragon race had been one of the most powerful. Even gods and demons were afraid of dragons. Meanwhile, among dragons there were Dragon Kings. Dragon King's bloodline was beyond the reach of ordinary dragons. At Tier 5 they could even contend with Tier 6 gods. If a Tier 5 human NPC encountered a Tier 5 Dragon King, they'd have no hope of surviving. If they were wise, Tier 6 god-rank players would take the long way around a Tier 5 Dragon King. Trying to fight such a being head-on would be the epitome of foolishness. Fortunately, this Bronze Dragon King was sealed within a magic array. Otherwise, Shurfeng wouldn't have even had time to run. With a wave of his claw, the Bronze Dragon King could send Shurfeng on a free trip back to White River City. This is the final test. After seeing the raging Bronze Dragon King behind the magic barrier, Shurfeng shifted his attention to his surroundings. The hall contained a second magic array, and within it sat a resplendent box. Most players might not think much of this box, but Shurfeng, who was unusually familiar with God's domain, realized that this box had been made with 7 luminaries crystal. 7 luminaries crystal was incomparably valuable to both players and NPCs. It was one of the reasons that so many major corporations invested in God's domain. Nothing else in the hall grabbed Shurfeng's attention. Unlike the previous halls, this one only contained a guardian boss. There weren't any mobs for Shurfeng to kill, although Shurfeng wanted to approach and inspect the Bronze Dragon King. His powerful aura prevented the swordsman from moving. After raging for another 10 seconds or so, the Bronze Dragon King eventually calmed down. The ferocity of its aura also began to lessen, and Shurfeng regained control of his body. But as soon as Shurfeng began to relax, the imprisoned dragon spoke. Little human, the fact that you have reached this place proves that you have some ability. According to the rules those despicable gods and demons had set, I will give you 3 options, the Bronze Dragon King said, watching Shurfeng. Your first option is to accept my trial. If you pass, you'll receive the treasure those gods and demons left behind. Taking the gods and demons' oath is your second option. You can also acquire the treasure this way. Your third option involves signing a contract with me. Although you won't get the treasure, you will receive my blessing. My blessing will grant you strength beyond human limits. Make your decision. Although the Bronze Dragon King spoke in the dragon language, which Shurfeng knew nothing about, he was actually able to understand the Dragon King's intentions. There are choices? The situation surprised Shurfeng a little. He had never imagined that the final hall in the ancient god's maze would offer him choices. He had never heard of such a thing. According to his knowledge regarding the Secret Keys trial, players weren't given any choices. If players wanted any of the trial's treasures, they had to defeat the guardian bosses. Yet he now had 3 options to consider. The first option was undoubtedly the standard procedure. If players were confident of their strength, the first option would be the best. The second option allowed players to obtain the treasure without risking themselves over much. Many players would likely choose this option without a second thought. This was the final hall in the ancient god's maze after all. The treasure in this room would be extraordinary, but Shurfeng understood one thing. There were no free lunches in this world. Current players might know nothing about gods and demons' oaths, but he did during his previous life. These oaths had earned the nickname divine contracts, and every one of them was a two-way deal. By signing a divine contract, players would have to abide by the conditions the gods and demons had set. If they failed to do so, they'd suffer a miserable fate. Many in the past had eagerly signed divine contracts and failed to meet the stipulated conditions, and in the end, they had suffered such severe penalties that they had been forced to delete their accounts. Hence, while the second option the Bronze Dragon King had stated sounded good, the risk was considerable. The third option wasn't much different than the second, although this contract would be between the player and the Bronze Dragon King. There was no real difference between signing the Bronze Dragon King's contract and signing one with gods and demons. Although the third option wouldn't award the final hall's treasure, a Dragon King's blessing was just as extraordinary. Any blessing held great significance to players, especially the Bronze Dragon King's. Its effects were likely even stronger than that of a bloodline. Blessings were so valuable in God's domain because of how few were granted. Only incomparably powerful existences could bless others, and those that received a blessing would acquire great power. However, this power had its price. The blessing's giver would have to segment a fraction of their strength, granting it to their target. In other words, the blessing giver would lose strength to empower others. Hence, even Tier 6 gods were incredibly careful when offering a blessing. They never gave one on a whim. May I know what the oath's conditions are? Shurfeng asked after giving the matter some thought. This I cannot answer. You may only learn more about the oath after taking it. This is a condition those gods and demons set for me so long ago, the Bronze Dragon King explained indifferently. Human, I do not have much patience. You only have 10 minutes to consider. Can't tell me, huh? Shurfeng realized what was happening after listening to the Bronze Dragon King's words. Since players could obtain the treasure by taking the oath, its conditions were undoubtedly quite strict. However, whether or not a player could accept these conditions remained unknown. By denying players the oath's details, players couldn't determine the condition's severity. This also ensured some sense of fairness to the Bronze Dragon King's situation. If players knew the oath's conditions, they wouldn't bother with the dragon's blessing. Human, what is your choice? The Bronze Dragon King demanded in a deep tone after 10 minutes had passed. After taking in a deep breath, Shurfeng replied, "The first option." Whether it was the gods and demons' oath or the Bronze Dragon King's contract, the risk was too great. On the off chance that he couldn't fulfill the conditions, he would have to delete his account and start all over again. He didn't dare take such a gamble. What? The first option? Shurfeng's decision stunned the Bronze Dragon King. Are you sure that is your choice? Chapter 2063 Suppress Swordsmanship. Confusion flashed in the Bronze Dragon King's eyes as he watched Shurfeng. He was so surprised by this swordsman's answer that he couldn't help but ask for confirmation. Yes, I choose to accept your trial, Dragon King, Shurfeng said, nodding. You really are a strange human. Ever since this maze was built, thousands of adventurers have visited, but none have accepted my trial because they already knew what outcome awaited them. Do not think my trial is so easy to complete. The Bronze Dragon King growled. But since you have decided according to the rules the gods and demons have set, if you can survive against me for 3 days, you will pass my trial. Let's begin. The Bronze Dragon King began to chant an incantation, and abruptly, he began to disintegrate into countless particles of light, passing through the magic barrier the gods and demons had set up. After passing through the barrier, these particles of light gathered to form a humanoid shape before Shurfeng. After a short moment, a soldierly, middle-aged man in a suit of bronze stood within the hall. Unlike ordinary people, golden, divine runes marked this man's face and body, as if they were a seal. Death and destruction filled his amber eyes, which didn't contain a shred of humanity. Humanization. Shurfeng stared at the soldierly man in astonishment. Extremely few beings were capable of humanization in God's domain. Rather, only legendary monsters were capable of the feat. Not only was humanization a sign of peerless strength, but it was also proof of a monster's frightening intellect to current players. A monster's intellect, at most, equated higher combat standards, making these monsters more difficult to defeat than normal monsters. However, as players progressed through the game, they would discover that monsters with high intellect were absolute nightmares. Humanized monsters had, in the past, turned many kingdoms and empires upside down. One kingdom had even perished during a humanized monster's attack. That monster had merely been a tier 4 mythic ranked creature, and by that time many experts had already reached the same tier. However, even after the various superpowers had combined their strength, the humanized monster had annihilated their forces. Since no one was capable of stopping the monster's rampage, the kingdom had been obliterated. In the end, the humanized monsters that had been defeated had only lost because they had been tier 3 beings. Even so, defeating these monsters had required a large group of tier 4 experts and a collection of powerful tools. This was when players had realized the horror of high-intellect monsters in the past. The humanized monsters' superhuman-like combat standards had even surpassed that of domain realm experts. In fact, the two weren't even on the same level. Human, according to the gods and demons' rules, I will not use my full power against you. Moreover, you have 300 chances to succeed. You simply need to survive against me for 3 days, the Bronze Dragon King said as he smiled at Shurfeng. If you don't have any more questions, let the slaughter begin. Shurfeng's expression darkened as an unprecedented chill wrapped around him. Almost instinctively, Shurfeng activated Void Shield, and his mind went on maximum alert. Although he had known that this trial wouldn't be easy, he hadn't expected it to be this difficult. Players that hadn't experienced this situation might assume that the conditions for the Bronze Dragon King's trial were quite simple. They only had to survive against a level 70 tier 3 monster for 3 days, and they were given 300 lives to do so. Even an ordinary expert could clear this trial with ease, much less a peak expert. However, Shurfeng recognized this for what it was. This was a one-sided slaughter. By the same time as Shurfeng's Void Shield took effect, the Bronze Dragon King, which had been 30 yards away a moment ago, stood before him. Before Shurfeng realized it, a dragon-scale greatsword had already stabbed through the Void Shield. What amazing footwork! Shurfeng stared at the longsword in shock. He had focused all of his attention on the Bronze Dragon King, his 5 senses never deviating from his opponent. Yet the Dragon King had evaded his detection and arrived before him like a ghost. It was as if the Dragon King had used an instantaneous movement skill, but Shifeng knew that he hadn't relied on some low-class skill or spell. Rather, the Dragon King had executed a footwork technique, which had no cooldown and could be used as the Dragon King desired, that exceeded common sense. Meanwhile, with that one attack, the Bronze Dragon King had instantly dealt over -400,000 damage to the Void Shield. In other words, this opponent could destroy Shifeng's Void Shield in 7 hits. Seeing this, Shifeng didn't dare to hold anything back. He immediately leaped backward and used Shadow Blade under Shifeng's control. 10 sword lights struck at the Bronze Dragon King, aimed to seal the Dragon King's movements and allow Shifeng to increase the distance between them. Although the Bronze Dragon King was only a level 70 Great Lord, its basic attributes easily surpassed that of a Grand Lord of the same level. There was no doubt that this Dragon King's attributes were much higher than Shifeng's. He had no chance in a head-on clash. Hence, he could only try to put as much distance between them as possible and buy as much time as he could a good attack. Despite being immortal, you've actually reached such a standard. The Bronze Dragon King leisurely praised Shifeng as he examined the swordsman's incoming attacks. Just before the 10 sword lights found their mark, the Dragon King swung his greatsword, shattering the sword lights before they could come within 20 centimeters. The Bronze Dragon King's swing created a mesmerizing arc of light, which even captivated Shifeng. But in the next second, the Dragon King stood next to Shifeng, and he hadn't even seen his opponent move. Again, the Dragon Scale Greatsword had thrust into his Void Shield before Shifeng had realized it. After taking the hit, Shifeng instinctively executed Sword's Orbit, his reactions visibly slower than the Bronze Dragon King. Shifeng had hoped that Sword's Orbit would force the Dragon King to retreat, but he advanced instead, his Dragon Scale Greatsword vanishing suddenly. The Dragon King used the weapon to deflect Sword's Orbit and strike the Void Shield again. So, this is a humanized monster? Shifeng could not help his shock as his Void Shield was struck, again and again. He had always surpassed his enemies by suppressing them with his swordsmanship, but this Bronze Dragon King's swordsmanship did the same to him. The Bronze Dragon King's slashes were so fast that his eyes could not keep up. He didn't even have the luxury to breathe while trying to defend himself. He barely even sensed that the Dragon King was attacking him. 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hits. After several strikes, the Void Shield finally shattered, and Shifeng had to rely on his skills to avoid or block the Bronze Dragon King's attacks. To hell with it. At this point, Shifeng recognized how close he was to failing this trial. He immediately executed Sword's Transmigration, the strongest combat technique in his arsenal. Chapter 2064 Realm that Surpasses Human Limits. As Shifeng executed Sword's Transmigration, 5 sword lights intercepted the Bronze Dragon King's silent attacks. Boom, boom, boom dash. Deafening metallic clangs echoed throughout the hall, and the collision's resulting shockwave was so intense that it made Shifeng shudder. Moreover, his arms had gone numb from the impact. It was so severe that he struggled to move them. The Bronze Dragon King had leisurely executed his attacks, and his basic attributes were only slightly higher than Shifeng's. Yet he generated enough power to overwhelm Sword's Transmigration strength-tolerant. Shifeng could barely understand what could cause such a result. Without waiting for Shifeng to recover, the Bronze Dragon King's Dragon Scale Greatsword vanished once more. Unlike before, however, the Dragon King's attack was truly silent. Shifeng couldn't sense the slightest hint of the Dragon King's attack trajectory before he felt a stinging pain in his chest. Before he realized it, the Bronze Dragon King had thrust his greatsword in Shifeng's chest, his HP depleting rapidly without signs of stopping. He is already beyond human limits? Shifeng looked up at the Dragon King in surprise as the humanized boss retrieved his weapon. Shifeng's vision darkened as his HP fell to 0, and he fell to the ground. Lifeless. Sword's Transmigration was the strongest combat technique Shifeng possessed. He was even confident of posing a threat to domain realm experts by relying on the technique. However, against the Bronze Dragon King, Sword's Transmigration had only kept him alive for one move. The Bronze Dragon King was an apex existence in God's domain. Both his attacks and movement techniques were simply amazing. The Dragon King could launch his attacks without alerting Shifeng, as if the boss's boy acted without commands from his mind. The Bronze Dragon King's reflexes were so fast that Shifeng's mind couldn't even react, although such a feat was normally impossible. The Bronze Dragon King had done it. He had completely surpassed human limit. Shurfeng finally realized why the various superpowers in the past had dispatched tons of Tier 4 experts to defeat Tier 3 humanized monsters that were a much lower level. And even they, the players, had still suffered tremendously to secure victory. 5 seconds after Shurfeng died, he appeared before the magic array that had sealed the Bronze Dragon King with full HP. It felt as if the skirmish had been a dream. However, when Shurfeng glanced at the Bronze Dragon King's humanoid form nearby, he understood that this was no dream. All right, let's begin the second round. The Bronze Dragon King stated as he unsheathed his Dragonscale Greatsword and resumed his attacks. Now that Shurfeng had experienced the Dragon King's power, he didn't dare clash with the boss head-on. If he wanted to avoid dying 300 times in 3 days, he needed to buy as much time for himself as possible. With this in mind, Shurfeng turned and fled as if he had predicted this ploy. The Bronze Dragon King threw his greatsword at Shurfeng, forcing the swordsman to a halt to avoid the flying weapon. Taking advantage of the brief pause, the Dragon King appeared behind Shurfeng, and without alerting the player, another Dragonscale Greatsword appeared in the boss's hands, swinging toward Shurfeng before he had time to register the movement. Fortunately, Shurfeng had expected something like this and had activated Divine Steps a moment earlier. He promptly switched places with one of his doppelgangers, which were invulnerable to attacks. The following events happened as Shurfeng had expected. Once the Bronze Dragon King realized that the doppelganger before him was immune to damage, he attacked the other Shurfeng copies. Although Shurfeng couldn't perceive the Dragon King's strikes, he knew that everyone revealed some weakness when attacking. Discovering the Bronze Dragon King's weakness was precisely his goal, following which, Shurfeng swapped positions with the same doppelganger. He then turned and slashed at the Guardian boss as the Dragon King attacked another doppelganger. His side was exposed. Seeing this, Shurfeng was ecstatic, and the hand that held Killing Ray sped towards the opening ding. However, just before the sacred sword met its target, an imperceptible attack countered the weapon, stopping its advance. So fast, the counterattack made Shurfeng realize that even if he found an opening in the Bronze Dragon King's defenses, he couldn't take advantage of it. The Dragon King was far faster than Shurfeng, and could easily defend himself once he detected the incoming strike. Relying on speed to defeat the Bronze Dragon King would be impossible. Before Shurfeng could follow up with another attack, the Bronze Dragon King shoved his greatsword through Shurfeng's chest again, and the swordsman collapsed. Although Shurfeng suffered a second death, he didn't feel discouraged since he was no match for the Bronze Dragon King's speed. He'd have to contend with this opponent through his strength. After running away to buy time and evading the Dragon King's thrown greatsword, Shurfeng had realized that he couldn't shake off the boss. His only option was to face the Dragon King directly. On his third attempt, Shurfeng used Shadow Blade and merged the 10 blades into pairs. He then sent the 5 pairs of blades flying at the Bronze Dragon King. The Dragon King found Shurfeng's attempt at retaliation amusing. In response, the Dragon King swung its greatsword at the 5 attacks' convergence point. The convergence point of each attack was the size of a strand of hair, but the Bronze Dragon King countered all 5 pairs with the tip of his greatsword, nullifying 1 blade in each pair. This effectively transformed the 5 combination attacks into 5 ordinary attacks. The Dragon King's counter had also altered the remaining blades' trajectories. After nullifying Shurfeng's shadow blades, the Bronze Dragon King killed him again. However, Shurfeng refused to give up. Instead, he continued to try different methods of buying time and retaliated against the Dragon King 10 times, 30 times, 100 times. The Bronze Dragon King killed Shurfeng again and again. Without knowing how much time had passed, Shurfeng immersed himself in the battle. Focusing on nothing but fighting through these repeated battles, Shurfeng was able to verify his theories and challenge his ideas. As a result, he continued to extend his survival time. Initially, he had only survived against the Dragon King for a few seconds, but now, he could last more than 20 seconds. Despite the Bronze Dragon King's ability to perfectly and effortlessly neutralize his attacks, Shurfeng's fighting spirit burned brighter as he fought. He insisted on trying out more attack methods. Despite numerous failures after dying over 200 times, both Shurfeng's mind and body were exhausted. His reactions were slowing, and even though he was immersed in a high-mana environment, he was still slightly pale. Eventually, the Bronze Dragon King initiated the 300th match. Advancing, the Bronze Dragon King arrived before Shurfeng, launching 6 slashes that escaped the swordsman's notice. This time, however, Shifeng took a half step back and swung Killing Ray and the Twilight Blade in cross/. Not only did Shifeng manage to dodge 4 of the Dragon King's attacks, but he also deflected the remaining 2 with his own swords. However, due to the extreme power of the Dragon King's attacks, Shifeng hadn't altered the greatsword's trajectory by much. As a result, one of the Dragon King's attacks grazed Shifeng's shoulder, dealing more than -100,000 damage. He blocked my attacks? Confusion flashed in the Bronze Dragon King's eyes as he stared at Shifeng. Shouldn't he be exhausted by now? How did he block them? Did he get lucky? I don't care how lucky you may be. This is the end. After Shifeng blocked the Bronze Dragon King's attacks, the boss assaulted his target more fervently. 9 extreme slashes. Chapter 2065 Domain Realm. 9 streaks of silver light cut at Shifeng. Not only were the Dragon King's 9 extreme slashes silent, but the sword lights also bloomed like flowers, creating a mesmerizing scene. When the silver flowers bloomed, the world around the Dragon King seemed to freeze. If Miracle Dragon, from Miracle, saw this, he'd be stunned. He had been trying to master the technique, but the Bronze Dragon King's execution was perfect. Not only did the Dragon King's 9 sword lights avoid all forms of perception, but their trajectories eventually converged at a single point as well. The Bronze Dragon King had just executed a fully offensive combat technique. When the sword lights met, space around them shattered. A pitch-black spatial tear extended toward Shifeng, but despite the fact that the attack was impossible to detect, Shifeng responded, moving his feet forward and positioning Killing Ray in front of him. Then, he activated Parry, his actions simple and straightforward. From afar, it would seem as if Shifeng moved very slowly, and a spectator would see his every action. However, these slow motions actually blocked the Bronze Dragon King's 9 extreme slashes. Boom. When the Dragon Scale Greatsword collided with Killing Ray, a deafening boom echoed throughout the hall, and the resulting shockwave was so intense that it reached several hundred yards away. Due to the impact, Shifeng stumbled over a dozen yards back. After the dust settled, it revealed a deep cut in the ground at the Dragon King's feet, spreading 30 yards away from the boss. The power of the Bronze Dragon King's 9 extreme slashes was even greater than some Tier 3 skills. The Bronze Dragon King, who was responsible for this display of power, wore an astonished expression. A human actually saw through my attack? The Bronze Dragon King frowned at the horizontal cut before his feet. The angle of the cut wasn't a result of his 9 extreme slashes. It was obvious that his attack had been deflected. If Shifeng hadn't seen his attack trajectory, the human wouldn't have succeeded. He would have been sent flying. However, the Bronze Dragon King did not know that Shifeng hadn't seen his attacks in the least. Rather than self-reflection, Shifeng had forced his way through the bottleneck he had been stuck in and finally entered the Domain Realm. The outcome even surprised Shifeng. After such a long life-or-death battle, he was exhausted. Even his vision was blurry. He couldn't sense the Bronze Dragon King's attacks normally, much less with blurry vision. Under such extreme conditions, Shifeng had used every method he could think of to detect the Dragon King's attacks. Finally, rather than trying to predict the boss's attacks by watching his arms and body, Shifeng began to read the Dragon King's breathing and subtle movements. After repeated deaths and experiments, he finally managed to see the Bronze Dragon King's attack trajectory. So, this is the Domain Realm? Shifeng could not help his growing excitement as he glanced at the trembling sacred sword in his hand. He had finally risen to the realm he had never been able to touch. Perhaps it was because of his widened horizons or his changed perception of the world, but he now felt as if the world around him was utterly new. He finally understood how amazing it was to wield a domain. It was no wonder why Domain Realm experts were considered monsters now. He could predict his opponent's intentions and movements by watching the subtle changes to their bodies. It was no wonder why Domain Realm experts easily toyed with weaker players. However, the distant Bronze Dragon King had no intention of stopping his assault as Shifeng celebrated his successful evolution into the Domain Realm. The Dragon King immediately advanced and swung his dragon-scale greatsword toward Shifeng's neck. Previously, every time the Dragon King had employed such lightning-fast attacks, Shifeng had fallen in the next moment. But the swordsman wasn't as blind as he had been. Although barely, he read and predicted a fraction of the Bronze Dragon King's attacks and countered them. Dang! 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 Metallic clangs echoed throughout the hall. The battle that had been one-sided for so long had evolved into a fierce back and forth. Although Shifeng was still at a complete disadvantage, and his HP continued to fall, This fight was no longer a one-sided slaughter. Although Shifeng had entered the domain realm, he's still shocked by the Dragon King's strength. He could counter some of the boss's attacks now, yet the Dragon King didn't evade his counterattacks, receiving them head-on. As a result, the massive gap between them hadn't shortened in the slightest despite Shifeng's newfound ability to predict some of the Dragon King's attacks. Following which, Shifeng activated one skill after another. He had even activated Life Domain. In the end, however, he couldn't change the outcome as the Bronze Dragon King continued to shave away his HP. It was only a matter of time before he died. Yet as luck would have it, this was his 300th attempt. If he died again, he would fail this trial. Seeing how little HP he had remaining, Shifeng couldn't help but sigh. He decided to use all of his cards and see how far he could go. Not even a full day had passed since he had begun this trial. With the small fraction of HP he clung to, he wouldn't even survive 5 more minutes, much less 2 more days since he was going to die anyway. He might as well use this Bronze Dragon King to test his new strength. Shifeng used the Twilight Blade's 2 active skills, Twilight's Shadow and Twilight of the Gods. The Twilight domain dominated everything within 100 yards of Shifeng. Suddenly, he split into 8 copies of himself, each with 75% of the main body's basic attributes. Each copy then claimed a Twilight Blade, and their basic attributes soared to 85% of the original form. Although Shifeng had sacrificed some of his basic attributes to activate Twilight of the Gods, he had turned the one-on-one fight into an 8-on-1 battle. As the Bronze Dragon King charged toward him again, Shifeng activated the Ring of Gospel's Ring of Brilliance as well. Unfortunately, Shifeng didn't have enough magic crystals on him to activate Miniature World. But due to Ring of Brilliance, his doppelgangers now had 100% of his basic attributes. Their physiques were even stronger than his main body's meaningless tricks. The Bronze Dragon King sneered at Shifeng. In response, he summoned a second Dragonscale Greatsword, dual-wielding the 2 massive weapons. The intensity of his aura also skyrocketed. He still reserved some of his strength? Shifeng tensed as he felt the Bronze Dragon King's aura grow. It's overhuman. The Bronze Dragon King growled, transforming into a streak of light as he moved toward Shifeng. His movement speed was significantly higher than it had been, which made his movements more difficult to read. Divine Flash. Not one to fall behind, Shifeng surrounded the Dragon King with all 8 of his clones and executed Sword's Transmigration simultaneously. However, as he exchanged blows with the Bronze Dragon King, Shifeng's vision abruptly darkened, and he fell forward. The Dragon King stood before Shifeng proudly, his expression as indifferent and arrogant as it had always been. The Dragon King had known that this trial was impossible for any mortal since the very beginning. However, just as the Bronze Dragon King was about to return to the magic barrier, he halted, frozen in place. Looking down, he discovered a faint white mark on his arm. He had actually lost 1 HP. He injured me? Shock brightened the Bronze Dragon King's eyes as he stared at the mark on his arm. Chapter 2066. Legendary Item. Shifeng expected the system to teleport him out of the Ancient Gods Maze after his battle with the Bronze Dragon King. But when he reopened his eyes, he wasn't in the outside world. Instead, he found himself inside an elegant hala-red carpet crossed the hall, leading to a golden throne at one end. A beautiful galaxy of stars decorated the ceiling, allowing the hall's occupants to view the universe. Spear-wielding knights in golden armor stood alongside the red carpet. Not only were they all level 200, but the weakest knight among them was also tier 4. The knight captain in the lead was even a tier 5 being. Moreover, none of the knights were human, but bona fide angels. Any one of these tier 4 knights could rival a tier 5 human NPC in terms of combat power. The knight captain could even rival a tier 5 dragon if these angels wished it. They could obliterate an entire empire before Shifeng could process what was happening. The sound of a system notification reached his ear system. Congratulations. You have triggered the hidden event, Hero's Heart, and have been summoned by the Archange Vatra. Archangel Vatra? The system notification surprised Shifeng. The angel race's life rating was only slightly weaker than that of the dragon race, and among angels, archangels were akin to dragon kings. They could even contend with tier 6 gods. Every archangel had a mission and was more than capable of influencing the entire continent of God's domain. In the past, a tier 6 berserker god named Double Brilliance had been an unknown, ordinary player during the game's early stages, but after a fortuitous encounter with an archangel, He had activated an ancient world and shook the very foundation of God's domain, altering the status quo. Double Brilliance had even been responsible for some superpowers' fall. Like a raging cyclone, he had grown stronger at a tremendous rate and eventually became a Tier 6 Berserker god. God's Domain's players had regarded Double Brilliance's achievement as one of the game's legends. Many players dreamed of their own Archangel encounter. Unfortunately, players had only encountered such beings twice in Shifeng's previous life. He had certainly never expected to meet an Archangel here before Shifeng could snap out of his daze. A handsome man with pure white robes and 4 equally white wings appeared before him. Shifeng had failed to sense this angel's movement, but more surprising, he felt nothing from this being. Although the angel stood before him, it didn't feel as if the angel truly existed. He was nothing like the Bronze Dragon King, who had radiated an intensely stifling pressure. If not for the magic array that had sealed the Dragon King, he would have likely killed Shifeng with his aura alone. I have watched your battle with the Bronze Dragon King, and I have to say it was very interesting. Not even the Bronze Dragon King had imagined that a human like you could injure him, the male angel said, laughing heartily as he watched Shifeng. He then continued in a softer tone. During your battle, I was able to sense your bravery and tenacity. Hence, I have invited you here in the hope that you can help me with something. Are you willing to assist me? System. Do you wish to accept Archangel Vatra's request? Lord Vatra, it would be my honor, Shifeng respectfully replied. Only a fool would refuse a request. An Archangel's request. The quests Archangels issued weren't like normal quests. If one failed an Archangel's quest, they wouldn't suffer a penalty, and the quest's rewards would be beyond imagination. Take Double Brilliance's reward, for example. According to the rumors, Double Brilliance had received his patron Archangel's blessing after completing his quest. Not only had his individual strength skyrocketed, but he had also secured an advantage from the ancient world he had activated, allowing him to perform one impossible feat after another. Wonderful. Currently, God's Domain's world barrier is clashing with the Undead World's world barrier. This, in turn, has created holes in God's Domain's barrier. Taking advantage of this situation, some of the Undead World's inhabitants have snuck into God's Domain and begun to cause havoc. Although we angels wish to stop them, we cannot interfere with the continent's matters due to the rules the various gods have set for us. Hence, we need a representative to handle these matters, Vatra said. I wish to appoint you as my representative in removing the undead from the continent of God's Domain. System. You have accepted the hidden quest, Undead World. Quest content. You must annihilate the undead hiding and causing chaos on the God's Domain continent. Rewards unknown. Of course, you cannot complete the task with your current strength. Hence, I have prepared 2 items for you. The first is the dragon summoning flute I've carefully handcrafted. The second item is this stone. These 2 items will help you deal with the undead that have snuck into God's Domain. After saying so, Vatra revealed a shining horn and simple black stone, handing them to Shifeng. Dragon summoning flute. Replica. Legendary rank item. A horn rumored to summon a flock of dragons. Spend 3,000 advanced magic cores to summon 5 dragons to assist in battle for 3 hours. Cooldown 15 days. The dragons summoned can only fight NPCs. They cannot fight players or monsters. A legendary item. Shifeng was stunned into silence as he examined the dragon summoning flute. He had to admit that a legendary item was awe-inspiring. The dragon summoning flute could actually summon 5 dragons. If only he could use it during his own battles, it would be a truly incredible item. However, the cost to use the flute was painfully high. Advanced magic cores could only be obtained from high-ranked bosses. Moreover, advanced magic cores had a large variety of uses. Not only could they be used as a component when crafting master potions, epic weapons, and epic equipment, but they were also necessary for building many types of constructions. At this stage of the game, even first-rate guilds would be fortunate if they had 2,000 advanced magic cores. Yet the dragon summoning flute required 3,000 for each use. No ordinary guild could afford such an expenditure. After inspecting the dragon summoning flute, Shifeng shifted his attention to the black stone in his other hand. Mysterious stone. Consumable. From the outside it looks just like a simple stone. However, this stone contains a strand of a god's power. It has a chance of granting players self-awakening. This stone may be used up to 33 times self-awakening. Is this stone that amazing? Shurfeng was still speechless after reading the Black Stone's introduction. Self-awakening might be a foreign concept to current players, but Shurfeng was quite familiar with the idea. Self-awakening could allow players to master a combat technique forcibly. Of course, learning a combat technique so brutally had a downside. Players would consume far more stamina when using the technique they learned through self-awakening. However, this method also had its benefits. Self-awakening would allow players to experience what it felt like to use the full technique and master it, which would, in turn, lower the technique's stamina consumption. This process was far more effective than watching a video or experiencing the technique in a different way. As Shurfeng began to research the Black Stone, Archangel Vatra waved a hand. Suddenly, Shurfeng felt the system transport him out of the hall as he returned to the space-time tunnel. Chapter 2067 New White River City. Star Moon Kingdom. White River City. When Shurfeng returned to White River City, he discovered that the city had undergone massive changes while he had been gone. He had only been away for 2 weeks or so. Yet experts from well-known adventurer teams now crowded the streets. Even the weakest among these experts was level 63 Tier 2, and they all wore level 60 secret silver equipment. It almost seemed as if such equipment had become widely available, something so common that it wasn't worth players' attention. Bronze mounts were also a common sight in the city now. Occasionally, Shurfeng even noticed players atop mysterious iron mounts. White River City had become almost as prosperous as an empire's imperial capital. Shurfeng had very nearly failed to recognize the city due to these massive changes. Moreover, Star Moon Kingdom's guards used to protect the city, but now, guards from other nations patrolled its streets. Shurfeng even spotted players from multiple foreign first-rate guilds as he walked through the city, including a few peak experts from these guilds. Shurfeng wasn't the only player to notice these experts. Players who visited White River City for the first time were just as shocked. Amazing. Isn't that player wearing the Dawnlight set for Berserkers? Look at that elementalist. He's wearing the level 60 Fine Gold ranked Wind Spirit set. I've heard that the set only drops from level 60. 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons. So this is White River City? Isn't the equipment these players are wearing here a little too amazing? I have only seen a handful of people with level 60 Fine Gold set equipment in the Black Dragon Empire's Black Dragon City. How are there so many people with that kind of equipment here? The players visiting White River City for the first time couldn't help but asp when they saw the well-equipped experts wandering the city, but the original residents merely spared these experts an indifferent glance. White River City had been developing too quickly, practically every day, and this was no longer an unusual sight. The city's rapid changes were all due to the auction arena system's activation. As the only NPC city in Star Moon Kingdom, and the neighboring kingdoms to have the auction arena system, White River City had instantly become the heart of these kingdoms. The various major powers swarmed to the city in an attempt to compete for control of it. Hence, the quantity and quality of the experts here had skyrocketed. The auction arena system also provided a development opportunity for merchant and independent players, who had come running to the city as well. As a result, White River City had grown into a large-scale NPC city, with a player population exceeding 20 million. It also had more powers than any other NPC city in Star Moon Kingdom, and its several neighbors. As for weapons and equipment, even the level 60 secret silver rank, which was rare in other cities, was almost a standard in White River City. Many experts even wore level 60 fine gold equipment. At this point, only level 60 dark gold equipment could draw attention in White River City. Unlike White River City's newest players, the city's original residents paid no attention to the wandering experts and their equipment as they rested and chatted by the roadside. Instead, they were focused on their discussions over the fight for White River City. The official struggle for White River City is going to start in 2 days. Independent players like us will get to enjoy a good show. I've heard that there are already 4 superpowers fighting for supremacy. I wonder how Zero Wing will hold its position? If Zero Wing loses White River City, all of its investments in the city will go to waste. Why are we even talking about this? Zero Wing can't hold the city. One of those superpowers will take it in the end. The auction arena's competition isn't like field combat. Players can't rely on tools in the auction arena. Participants will have to rely on powerful experts and resources to win it. Zero Wing is much weaker than a superpower in this regard, especially when it comes to the number of peak experts it has. Zero Wing has no chance against the participating superpowers. I guess you're right. If Zero Wing had another 6 months, it might have enough resources and experts to contend with superpowers. Unfortunately, White River City has been developing too fast. It was actually one of the first NPCs to get promoted. If it had been a part of the second or third batch to get an auction arena, Zero Wing wouldn't have had any issues securing its hold over the city. Nowadays, nothing grabbed players' attention than the fight for White River City in the Star Moon Kingdom. Not only would the upcoming fight determine who controlled the city, but it was also the first time these major powers seriously clashed. The auction arena also presented an opportunity for independent players to display their skills in front of these powers in hopes of reaching greater heights. While this sounded like a joke, it was the best way to become famous overnight. Now that God's Domain had more influence in the real world, more corporations invested in the game, and they all needed talented experts to work for them. If one could show off in the auction arena, one of the various superpowers might extend an olive branch as expected of one of the first promoted NPC cities. Its development speed and competition truly are frightening. Surefong could not help his surprise as he noticed various guild players wandering the city streets. He had seen more than 30 second-rate guilds and as many as 10 first-rate guilds since his return to White River City. Not even imperial capitals had this many guilds. Yet this was only what he saw on the surface. Who knew how many more powers lurked in the city in secret? In the past, Shadow hadn't had any connection to the first wave of promoted NPC cities. At the time, Shadow had already been struggling for its survival in God's Domain, and the guild had expended all of its available resources just to secure leveling spots and raid dungeons for its members' equipment. How could it have had the strength to compete for a major NPC city? Surefong had only heard stories of how powerful the various entities participating in the auction arena's competition were, and the competition's intensity. He hadn't actually gotten a realistic sense of how extraordinary the competitions had actually been. Now that he was a participant, he couldn't help his rueful sigh. Surefong returned to Zero Wing's residence to organize the materials he had obtained during his trial. However, as he entered the guild hall, Surefong noticed that the hall's atmosphere was odd. He could sense a depressing energy throughout the building, and the number of experts in the hall had visibly decreased. Yulan, did something happen? What's with the strange atmosphere? Surefong asked Yulan, who currently sorted through the guild members' information. Guild leader, you're back. Yulan's face lit with joy when she saw Surefong, but then she frowned and said, while you've been gone, Twilight Echo's survival in the Storm Empire has become unsure. Aqua Rose doesn't want to see the destruction of her family's guild and doesn't want to implicate Zero Wing, so she has temporarily resigned as vice guild leader to help Twilight Echo under her own name. Many of the players that were originally from Twilight Echo have gone with her. I tried to contact you about this, but I couldn't get through to you. Twilight Echo is having an existential crisis? Surefong was surprised to hear the news. What happened? According to what we know, it seems that Nature Hall is trying to monopolize the Storm Empire, and wants every guild in the area to submit as a subordinate. Since Twilight Echo refuses to submit, it tried to move out of the Empire. But Nature Hall refuses to let the guild get out safely, and has threatened to remove Twilight Guild from God's Domain. Thus, the guild is in danger of perishing, Yulan explained as he. Once he had a general understanding of the situation, Surefong revealed a bitter smile and wondered aloud. Is Zero Wing really that unreliable? Twilight Echo was everything to Aqua Rose's family. Although she had broken away from her family's influence to develop independently, if Twilight Echo perished, so would Aqua Rose's family. Naturally, she couldn't just sit by and watch. However, Nature Hall was not the first-rate guild it had been in the past. It had secured major corporations' investments and not long ago, had successfully removed a super first-rate guild from the Storm Empire. Since it had a long time to develop after that incident, it was easy to imagine how powerful Nature Hall had become. Considering Zero Wing's current problems, if Aqua Rose used her identity as one of Zero Wing's vice guild leaders to help Twilight Echo, Nature Hall would turn its ire on Zero Wing, increasing its number of enemies. Guild leader, should we send some people to help her? Yulan asked. Of course we should. Not only are we going to send some of our people, but I also want you to send someone to inform Nature Hall that Twilight Echo is under Zero Wing's protection. Chapter 2068 Zero Wing's Protection. Storm Empire. Nether Mine. The Storm Empire was located in a mountainous region, and various or veins were common around the Empire. As a result, the Empire had become famous as an ore producer on the God's Domain continent. Meanwhile, the Empire possessed the Nether mine on one of its borders, which bathed in Nether energy all year round. Because Nether energy increased players' stamina consumption several-fold, and the mountains around the mine were home to level 70 and above demonic beasts, players were rarely interested in grinding and leveling in the area. However, several thousand players had gathered near one of the creeks between the two mountains. The lowest leveled of these players was level 62, and all of them would be considered experts. Only these several thousand experts were members of two groups, one with fewer than 400 players, and the other with nearly 3,000. If the Storm Empire's players were present, they'd be shocked. The smaller group consisted of Twilight Echo's core members, the pillars that supported the guild. Roughly 30 of them were top-ranked experts in the Storm Empire, and to ordinary players they were unreachable. The strongest of these experts had to be Darkwave, Twilight Echo's current guild leader, and a player that ranked among the top 10 within his class. Many powers operated in the Storm Empire, and its player population was even more frightening. Ranking among the top 10 on one's class ranking list was an impressive feat. Darkwave could easily rank among the top 20 or 30 in any kingdom's overall combat power ranking. Such a group of experts shouldn't even fear an army of 10,000 elite players, but despite facing a legion of less than 3,000, Twilight Echo's core members wore grim expressions. Their eyes even held traces of fear. To think Nature Hall would send even you, Vice Guild Leader Owl, to greet us. Your guild must think highly of us, Darkwave commented to the robust, bear-like man carrying two epic-ranked one-handed axes, fear flashing in his eyes. Owl Life had only been an ordinary expert, but after joining God's Domain, he had repeatedly challenged the game's experts, growing stronger at a ridiculous rate. In the end, he had grown from an unknown player into one of the Storm Empire's famous experts. He then caught Nature Hall's attention, and the guild recruited him. After joining Nature Hall, Owl Life's development speed skyrocketed, and he quickly became one of the guild's capable generals. When the super first-rate guild, 9-star family had operated in the Storm Empire, Owl Life had fought and defeated an army of its peak experts. He had even single-handedly killed 5 peak experts while leading a 5,000-man team to capture one of the super first-rate guild's towns. That battle had shaken the Empire and made Owl Life famous. Eventually, Owl Life had become one of Nature Hall's vice guild leaders. Although Darkwave ranked among the top 10 in his own class within the Empire, Owl Life ranked among the top 10 in the overall rankings. While the difference might not seem major, it was like the difference between a candle flame and a roaring bonfire. If Owl Life wanted to, he could kill every Twilight Echo expert present. Guild leader Darkwave, I assume you know Nature Hall's stance on this since I've made the trip here. You people from Twilight Echo should stop deluding yourselves, Owl Life said with a commanding tone. Smiling at Darkwave, Twilight Echo has already conceded every high-resource location available. We have even moved to this remote map to grind. We already intend to give up on developing in the Storm Empire. What more do you people want? Darkwave said as he tightened his grip on his saber, his expression darkening in frustration. The guild leader sent me to knock some sense into you, Owl Life said, chuckling. Either submit or we will remove you from God's Domain permanently. There is no third option. Don't think that we will let you continue to develop just because you fled to this remote location. Darkwave's frown deepened. Nobody could have expected the competition between the various powers would become so intense after the auction arena's activation. To strengthen its hold on the Storm Empire, Nature Hall had begun an all-out war against the Empire's powers, eradicating any that opposed it. Guild leader, why don't we just fight them? That's right. If we have to go down, we'll take them with us. Twilight Echo's experts prepared themselves for a desperate battle in response to Nature Hall's determination to drive them into a corner. You want to suffer mutual destruction? Do you really think that you're capable of that? Owl Life could not help but laugh when he heard Twilight Echo's members' Owl Life's words and sensed Twilight Echo's members further. Only Darkwave remained silent. He had nothing to offer in rebuttal. His silence wasn't due to a lack of courage, but because Owl Life spoke the truth. No one in the guild had a better idea than he of how powerful the players who ranked among the top 10 on the Empire's overall combat power rankings were. It was no exaggeration to consider these players humanoid monsters. We don't have any other choice. Once the battle begins, I'll try to pin down Owl Life for as long as I can. Everyone else split up and run, Darkwave said. He then turned to Aqua Rose, who stood beside him, and said, Aqua, you've seen it for yourself now. Your return can't solve this matter. You need to try to escape this. Don't let Twilight Echo ruin your future. As Aqua Rose's fourth uncle, he was grateful that his niece had returned to help the family's guild. Unfortunately, she couldn't change anything. After seeing how Nature Hall treated Twilight Echo, he knew that if any other superpower interfered, Nature Hall would make his guild suffer for it. Dark Wave knew that Zero Wing, Aqua Rose's guild, had been developing quite well recently and was now better off than Twilight Echo. Helping Twilight Echo wasn't worth Aqua Rose losing her opportunity in Zero Wing. Aqua Rose bowed her head and gritted her teeth in frustration. She had never expected Nature Hall to be so intent on cornering Twilight Echo. If she hadn't returned most of her weapons and equipment to Zero Wing's guild warehouse before leaving, she might have been able to fight Owl Life and allow more of Twilight Echo's members to escape. You want to flee? Are you even strong enough for that? Owl Life ridiculed, sneering at the serious expressions on Twilight Echo's members. However, just before a fight broke out, 1,000 players ran into the valley. An elegant girl in beautiful mage robes, looking like a fairy, led the force, and many of the players in the valley couldn't help but stare. Among the 1,000 new arrivals, the lowest leveled player was 63, while most were level 64. The weakest piece of equipment these players wore was level 60 secret silver rank. Many of these players even wore level 60 fine gold and dark gold equipment. Both Nature Hall and Twilight Echo's members watched these newcomers with envy. However, the most noticeable aspect of these players was their sharp auras. They clearly weren't ordinary experts. Who are you? Can't you see that Nature Hall is busy here? If you don't want any trouble, leave immediately. Owl Life warned the approaching 1,000-man legion. Normally, he would have already commanded his subordinates to eliminate any intruders. But this 1,000-man legion clearly wasn't a normal force. Even his players would suffer if they attacked these new arrivals without care. We're from Zero Wing, Violet Cloud said with a faint smile. Zero Wing? Isn't that a guild from Starmoon Kingdom? Owl Life faintly recalled such a guild, and from what he could remember, Zero Wing had been developing excellently recently. He then asked, Why have you come here? We have orders from our guild leader to inform Nature Hall that Twilight Echo is under Zero Wing's protection, Violet Cloud calmly replied. Chapter 2069 Defeating Nature Hall in 2 moves. Zero Wing wants to protect Twilight Echo. Nature Hall's members were stunned when they heard Violet Cloud's announcement. Twilight Echo's members were just as dumbfounded. Nature Hall was akin to the Storm Empire's emperor. It had already grown powerful enough to demand respect from super guilds. Yet Zero Wing, which was barely on par with a first-rate guild, intended to oppose Nature Hall. The guild leader plans to interfere? When Aqua Rose saw the 1,000-man legion from Zero Wing, excitement and worry flashed in her eyes. She hadn't had a specific understanding of Nature Hall before her return to the Storm Empire, but it wasn't long before she realized that Nature Hall shouldn't be provoked. Nature Hall's foundations were beyond her imagination. The guild already had more than 100 peak experts and tens of thousands of expert members. With so many experts, Nature Hall's rule in the Storm Empire was unshakable. How arrogant. This is Nature Hall's territory. Do you think that a few words will protect Twilight Echo? Owl Life roared in anger. Not even your ally, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, would dare to act so pompously before Nature Hall. Vice Guild Leader, what's the point of wasting words on them? Since these ignorant players dare to act so insolently before our guild, we should get rid of them, here and now. That's right. Let's teach these country bumpkins the difference between a kingdom's overlord and an empire's. We'll show them how little they matter in the Storm Empire. Nature Hall's members voiced their outrage over Violet Cloud's declaration, even offering to teach Zero Wing's members a lesson. We are only here to give you notice. Your reply is irrelevant, Violet Cloud calmly responded. If you don't have any more questions, we'll be escorting Twilight Echo's members away now. The valley fell silent when Violet Cloud finished speaking. Even Dark Wave, Twilight Echo's guild leader, could not help but gasp at the girl's comment. He could not understand just what gave Zero Wing the confidence to provoke the Storm Empire's emperor. This is bad. Anxiously, Dark Wave turned to look in Aqua Rose and said, Aqua, you need to stop them. If this gets out of hand, Zero Wing will be doomed. Aqua Rose nodded, but although she wanted to contact Violet Cloud, Owl Life didn't give her the chance to do so. Bastards. Everyone, heed my command and eliminate these lowlifes. Owl Life snarled as he pointed at Violet Cloud. The chilling gaze he aimed at the young woman even caused the experts around him to shudder. A little over half of Nature Hall's forces split away from surrounding Twilight Echo's team and charged at Zero Wings 1,000 man team. Their battle cries echoing throughout the valley. Nature Hall's members moved like well-trained soldiers. Not only were they fast, but they were perfectly in sync with each other. 18 shield warriors and guardian knights moved to the forefront, radiating a silver glow as divine runes covered their bodies. They all had more than 200,000 HP, and their auras resembled that of ancient war gods, so strong. Twilight Echo's members lost their composure. When they saw this, every member of Twilight Echo's team was an expert. They could easily gauge an opponent's strength based on their aura. The 18 MTs radiated an intensely dangerous feeling, and Twilight Echo's members knew that in a one-on-one, these MTs would blow them away. Not even their guild leader Darkwave could necessarily stop these MTs' assault, even with an active life-saving skill. So, this is Nature Hall's Silverlight Battle Array? Darkwave could not help but gasp when he saw the MT's silver glow. The Silverlight Battle Array was well known in the Storm Empire. Nature Hall had relied on this battle array to defeat its first-rate guild when it had still been weaker than 9-star family. He had only ever witnessed the Silverlight Battle Array in videos before, and now that he got to see it in person, the increased strength, HP, and speed were beyond his expectations. It was no wonder why Nature Hall didn't fear other superpowers. Nobody can stop our guild's Silverlight Battle Array. Let's tear apart these zero-wing players. The Nature Hall players that still surrounded Twilight Echo's members laughed as their companions activated the battle array. The Silverlight Battle Array allowed 18 players to link together. Not only could they share the incoming damage, but their strength, HP's, movement speed, and attack speed increased by 30% as well. Most importantly, they could share their senses through the battle array. However, before the 18 MTs reached Zero Wings' team and tore apart its defensive line, Violet Cloud, who stood among her players, waved her staff. Dimensional fracture. Space tore before Violet Cloud, rapidly extending toward Nature Hall's members. Although the spatial tear looked fine and weak, it felt like the roar of an ancient behemoth. The sky and the earth trembled at its might. Dodge it! Owl Life shouted, panicking. Unfortunately, the spatial tear grew too quickly for his warning to be of any use. Crack. The sound of shattering glass shook the valley as the spatial tear reached Nature Hall's MTs, who failed to react in time. Like a hot knife through butter, the spatial tear cut through the 18 MTs, their bisected forms falling to the ground. Nature Hall's rear-line healers had no time to cast a healing spell before their MTs lost the last of their HPs. Moreover, the spatial tear didn't stop with the 18 linked MTs, reaping the lives of players standing dozens of yards away. Do you still wish to fight us? Violet Cloud asked as she retracted her staff and gazed upon Nature Hall's members. With just one move, Violet Cloud had killed over 200 experts. Her indifferent tone suggested that she didn't consider the act significant, and Nature Hall's survivors shuddered in fear. You merely have a powerful spell. Do you really think that none of us can take you down? Rage flared in Owl Life's eyes as he glared at Violet Cloud. While he didn't particularly mind the deaths of 200-plus guild experts, he minded losing the 18 MTs that could utilize the Silverlight Battle Array. The guild had carefully nurtured all of those players, and every one of them was very close to reaching the refinement realm. With the Silverlight Battle Array, each of those players had the combat power to surpass ordinary refinement realm experts. Losing a level might not impact their progress over much, but the loss of their weapons and equipment definitely would. They would need a lot of time to recover the items. Owl Life's body transformed into a blur as he dashed toward Violet Cloud like a vicious gale. Crap. Owl Life is attacking. Dark waves darkened as he watched Owl Life make his move. Owl Life wasn't like the 18 MTs that had died. With his weapons, equipment, and combat standards, he ranked at the very top of the Storm Empire. His 2 one-handed axes were even epic set weapons. He could easily repel a great lord of the same level, and the valley's narrow terrain gave him the perfect battlefield. If Owl Life reached Zero Wings' team, disaster would ensue in less than 10 seconds. Owl Life arrived before Zero Wings members. Although Zero Wings ranged experts bombarded him with attacks, he effortlessly dodged or blocked the incoming spells and arrows. None of the attacks managed to reach him as they watched. Nature Hall's players felt their blood boil with excitement. Ha ha ha. The Vice Guild leader is finally making a move. Zero Wings members are dead for sure. However, as Nature Hall's members expected to see Owl Life throw Zero Wings members into the air, Violet Cloud moved again. Like her previous attack, she lightly waved Death's Sigh and manifested multiple magic arrays around her. You kidding me? Both Nature Hall and Twilight Echoes members were stunned. Violet Cloud had called forth 200 magic arrays, a blade of darkness forming before each array go. Violet Cloud shouted like raindrops. These 200 blades of darkness descended on Owl Life, all under Violet Cloud's control. They were not magical projectiles that could only move in a straight line. Burial Flower. Even Owl Life frowned as he watched the 200 blades of darkness fly toward him like lively sprites. He immediately activated his Epic Axe's active skill, and a gigantic flower formed beneath his feet. 12 flower petals circled Owl Life, each carrying 100% of his strength. The petals acted like MT's shields. Unless Violet Cloud's attacks had higher strength than he did, they wouldn't break through Burial Flower's defenses. Burial Flower formed a nearly invincible barrier around him, following which, Owl Life charged toward Violet Cloud. However, the hammering sounds the blades of darkness made as they collided with Burial Flower's petals changed Owl Life's expression. Burial Flower's petals, which contained 100% of his strength, couldn't withstand the blades of shadow. The petals barely deflected the attacks and altered their trajectory against 200 blades of darkness. Owl Life's Burial Flower and Epic Axes seemed like paper tigers. Even though he fought with everything he had and fully displayed his Void Realm combat standards, he could only dodge or block a fraction of Violet Cloud's attack in the blink of an eye. The blades of darkness slid through Owl Life's body, plundering the Berserker's HP. Owl Life, one of the Storm Empire's top 10 experts, had been defeated. Chapter 2070 Powerful Zero Wing. He died. Owl Life's been killed in one move. Nature Hall and Twilight Echoes members gaped in shock after witnessing Owl Life's death, unable to believe their eyes. However, not only did the man's corpse lie before them, but his trademark weapons, the burial axes, rested next to his body. Aqua, your guild's experts are quite strong. Is that girl your guild's #1 expert? Darkwave asked his niece, his eyes glued on Violet Cloud. He had known that Zero Wing had been developing impressively, but he hadn't thought it had become this strong. Violet Cloud's gaze remained indifferent even after killing Owl Life, as if she had casually slain a common monster she had randomly come across. Someone actually treated Owl Life, one of Nature Hall's vice guild leaders, like a common monster, killing him as if swatting a fly. If news of this spread, it would shake the very core of the Storm Empire. No, Violet doesn't rank #1 in the guild, but she should stand among the top 5. Only, Aqua Rose stopped herself, watching Violet Cloud in confusion. She was very familiar with Violet Cloud's standards. Like her, the girl was a refinement realm expert. However, Violet had achieved more in the refinement realm than she had. Although, if it came down to a fight, and their levels and equipment were equal, she could fight Violet Cloud to a standstill with her sea god's legacy. If the battle happened at sea, she'd win by a landslide. If Aqua Rose had to fight a peak expert like Owl Life, even with all of her epic equipment, she'd have a very hard time defeating him. As for killing Owl Life in one move, she simply wasn't capable of the feat. The equipment that the various large guilds' peak experts improved as time passed. Yet for some reason, Violet Cloud had killed Owl Life instantly. Moreover, she had accomplished the feat effortlessly. No matter how Aqua Rose considered the situation, she couldn't figure how Violet Cloud had done it. However, Aqua Rose didn't know that Shurfeng had given Violet Cloud the elemental bloodline after his return from the ancient God's Maze, and due to the advanced bloodline, Violet Cloud's basic attributes had skyrocketed. With her massive basic attribute advantage, it was only natural that she had slain Owl Life like a common monster. She's only in the top 5 with that kind of strength? Darkwave stared at his niece in shock. He no longer dared to imagine how powerful Zero Wing truly was. Nature Hall likely had less than a handful of experts that could kill Owl Life instantly, yet a non-superpower like Zero Wing had 4 more of these experts. Meanwhile, Nature Hall's members panicked after watching Owl Life die. Like frightened birds, they scattered and fled from the battlefield, none of them daring to fight any of Zero Wing's members. What a joke. Both Owl Life and the 18 Silverlight Battle Array MTs had been defeated in a single move each. They weren't fools. Now that they knew they were no match for Zero Wing, they wouldn't stay and fight. Doing so would be nothing more than suicide. Once Nature Hall's members fled, Violet Cloud turned her attention away and approached Aqua Rose. Big Sis Aqua, here are the items you stored in the guild warehouse. Violet Cloud told Aqua Rose, who wore a hesitant expression. After trading the equipment, she said, "Ah, right, guild leader asked me to tell you this. Don't hold back. The guild has your back." Guild leader. For a moment, various emotions overwhelmed Aqua Rose when Twilight Echoes members heard Violet Cloud's message for her comrade. They couldn't help their envy a large guild like Zero Wing was actually willing to start an all-out war with a superpower to support one of its guild members. They had never even dared to imagine such a thing in the virtual gaming world. If they could join such a wonderful guild, what more could they possibly ask for? Once Aqua Rose regained her composure and re-equipped her weapons and equipment, her change stupefied Twilight Echoes members. She had already felt incredibly powerful, but after replacing her weapons and equipment, she felt like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. Not only did she look beautiful, but she also radiated an intensely powerful aura. Although they couldn't tell the quality of her items since she had hidden the glow effects, her aura was even stronger than Darkwave and Owl Life's. So, this is the guild Aqua joined? Darkwave's shock was even greater than when he had watched Owl Life die. The fact that Violet Cloud had killed Owl Life made it clear that Zero Wing had its own capable experts, but the equipment that had instantly elevated Aqua Rose's combat power, which could now rival Owl Life's, had an entirely different meaning. Let's leave this place and return to Windy City. Now that we've killed one of Nature Hall's vice guild leaders, Nature Hall won't let this matter rest. Aqua Rose said as she glanced at Owl Life's corpse. A vice guild leader was one of a guild's public faces. If they did not handle this incident's aftermath properly, Twilight Echo would have a difficult time leaving the Storm Empire. Rest assured. Big Sis Aqua. The guild leader has led a group to Storm City to discuss the situation with Nature Hall. I believe he will settle this matter very quickly, Violet Cloud said, giggling. What? They went to meet Nature Hall. Darkwave nearly jumped up in shock. Are they tired of living? Although Owl Life was only Nature Hall's 8th vice guild leader, one of the lowest-ranked vice guild leaders in the guild, he was still a vice guild leader. Yet as Violet Cloud had killed the man, Zero Wing had been heading to Nature Hall for negotiations. Zero Wing was clearly trying to provoke Nature Hall. Zero Wing would likely have trouble getting out of this unscathed, much less negotiate a better situation for Twilight Echo. Meanwhile, in the Storm Empire's Storm City, Shurfeng's party of 6 had arrived before Nature Hall's residence. As the Storm Empire's imperial capital, Storm City's player population even surpassed Black Dragon City's. Storm City had nearly 27 million resident players, and its businesses were particularly prosperous. The city's prosperity was due to the Storm Empire's ores. Plenty of ores and gemstones, which other kingdoms and empires severely lacked, were produced within the empire's borders every day. Because of this production, a large number of foreign players visited the empire to trade and purchase items. Moreover, due to the abundance of ores, the Storm Empire's forging industry was exceedingly well-developed. Shops that specialized in selling and crafting weapons and equipment could be found all over the city, and plenty of players wore the advanced forger's insignia. Intermediate forgers were a dime a dozen as well. Not even White River City could say the same. Moreover, as many as 8 known master forgers also called the Storm Empire home. Among them, 2 were independent players. No other empire could dream of achieving the same at this stage of the game. Purely in terms of weapon and equipment production, Storm City far surpassed White River City. Please notify the guild leader Nature that Star Moon Kingdom's Zero Wing has come to discuss something with him, Shurfeng said as he approached the Nature Hall member station by the residence's entrance. All right, but I can't guarantee that our guild leader will meet with you, the player replied, disdainfully eyeing Shurfeng's party. Normally, a large number of guild representatives visited the residence to meet with Nature Hall's guild leader, including representatives from the Storm Empire's first-rate guilds. Even so, their guild leader usually ignored their requests. As for a guild from a kingdom, even the vice guild leaders would likely refuse the request. The Nature Hall member then left to report the matter to his superior. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man sat behind an office desk, flipping through the documents in his hand, in the guild leader's office within Nature Hall's residence. Several level 64 players stood beside this man, all of which were experts with multiple pieces of epic equipment. Any ordinary expert would feel as if they stood in a cage of bloodthirsty beasts if they stood before this group. Suddenly, a player entered the room, and upon seeing the players beside the middle-aged man, he couldn't help but shudder. However, he suppressed the fear in his heart and announced, "Guild leader. There's a group of representatives from Zero Wing asking to meet with you. They're a guild from Star Moon Kingdom." A guild from Star Moon Kingdom? Nature Manifestation raised his head as he listened to the subordinate's report. Curiosity flashing in his eyes. Can't you see that the guild leader is busy? It's just a guild from a small kingdom. Send them back to their countryside. A robust man shouted, however, as the subordinate began to turn and leave. The icy-cold goddess sitting beside Nature Manifestation received a message. As she read the message, her expression darkened. Wait. The woman shouted, Qilin? What's wrong? The robust man, who carried a gigantic scale shield, asked. I've just received news that Owl Life has been killed. The woman, Jade Qilin, softly replied. That brat got done in? Who did it? Was it Darkwave? That shouldn't be possible. The robust man was astonished. However, after recalling Twilight Echo's experts, he doubted that any of them could kill Owl Life. No. According to the reports, he was slain by an expert from Zero Wing, Jade Qilin said. Chapter 2071 Explanation. Zero Wing. Isn't that the guild trying to meet with the guild leader? The shield-carrying man frowned at Jade Qilin's reply. He then turned to the reporting ranger, killing intent lacing his words. These people sure have guts. A vice guild leader was one of a guild's public faces. Guilds typically avoided killing each other's vice guild leaders or guild leaders unless they wanted to shed all pretense. Much less one of Nature Hall's vice guild leaders. They dare visit us after killing our people? Zero Wing is too arrogant. A gloomy youth sitting on one of the sofas in the office turned to Nature Manifestation and said, Guild leader, why don't you let my evil spirit legion take care of them? Tooth, your evil spirit legion is Nature Hall's blade. Using it to teach a guild from a small kingdom a lesson is making a mountain out of a molehill, Jade Qilin said. Moreover, Zero Wing must have realized the severity of its actions and come to make amends. Hearing Jade Qilin's reasoning, the other players in the room nodded in agreement. The Evil Spirit Legion was Nature Hall's trump card, and it was a large part of the reason for Nature Hall's victory over the Nine-Star family. Zero Wing didn't even qualify to face this legion, as Jade Qilin had said. Zero Wing must have realized how detrimental killing one of Nature Hall's vice guild leaders was, and was likely here to make amends for the mistake. How could a guild from a small kingdom afford to provoke a superpower like Nature Hall, after all? Enough! Nature Manifestation commanded with a low shout, silencing everyone in the room. He shifted his gaze toward the reporting level 63 ranger, saying, Have someone lead Zero Wing's representatives to the reception room. Understood. The level 63 ranger answered and bowed nervously. A short moment later, one of the Nature Hall members guarding the residence's entrance led Shurfeng's party to the guild hall's reception room, surprising many independent players and the guild's members. Who are those people? The guild leader is actually willing to meet with them? Nowadays, Nature Hall's strength grew rapidly. Guilds often visited the residence in hopes of allying with Nature Hall, but not even first-rate guild leaders usually made it inside. And yet, Shurfeng and his companions followed a guild member to a reception room. Why wouldn't they be surprised? Everyone immediately began to chat about the identity of Shurfeng's party. Some of the spies other major powers had planted within Nature Hall also launched investigations into Shurfeng's party. If Nature Manifestation were willing to speak with these individuals personally, this event was certainly worth looking into. Nature Manifestation current sat on a sofa in Nature Hall's luxurious, top-floor reception room. Jade Qilin, Evil Tooth, and a few of the guild's other upper echelons stood beside him, radiating dense killing intent as they watched Shurfeng's party enter the room. Based on their auras, it was clear that these players were experts with an immense amount of combat experience. In fact, these peak experts' auras were no weaker than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's martial dragon, with a few of them being even stronger. 20 silver-armored shield warriors and guardian knights had also been stationed in the room. Not only were these shield warriors and guardian knights level 64, but they also wore level 60 secret silver set equipment. Like well-trained soldiers, they stood in lines along the sides of the room, emitting a solemn aura. Although the various large guilds considered level 60 secret silver equipment top tier at this stage of the game, fully equipping 20 players wasn't exactly impossible. However, these 20 MTs wore level 60 secret silver set equipment. Even a first-rate guild would be fortunate to have 2 or 3 complete sets. Furthermore, players had crafted these MTs equipment, which meant that Nature Hall was fully capable of crafting more. Nature Hall's foundations were extraordinary. I've heard that Zero Wing has something to discuss with me. May I know what you wish to discuss? Nature Manifestation watched Shifeng's party enter the room through narrowed eyes. In a deep tone he continued, "If this is about Vice Guild leader Owl Life, you may return to your kingdom. I am not interested in listening to your reasoning." As soon as Nature Manifestation was done speaking, the intensity of the 20 silver-armored MT's aura skyrocketed, rapidly decreasing the temperature in the room. Jade Chelan and Nature Hall's other upper echelons revealed sneers and pitying expressions. Nature Manifestation typically let them handle matters related to guilds from small kingdoms, considering the matters beneath him. However, he had insisted on meeting Zero Wing's representatives in person. They had been curious about his sudden change of heart now. They understood Owl Life's death had enraged Nature Manifestation, so he wanted to speak with the culprits personally. It had been a long time since they had seen Nature Manifestation so angry. The last time he had been this furious, he had removed 3 guilds from God's domain permanently. Those guilds hadn't been small but first- and second-rate guilds. Since this guild had dared to enrage Nature Manifestation, Zero Wing would suffer a tragic ending. Even if Zero Wing regretted killing Owl Life and wished to make amends, it was too late to change its fate. Once he was angry, no one could stop Nature Manifestation. Not even 9-Star Family had succeeded in this regard. Explanation? What explanation? Shifeng simply shrugged in response to Nature Manifestation's chilling gaze. What? After all you have done, are you seriously trying to deny your crime? Jade Chelan said, sneering at Shifeng's leisurely expression. Deny? Deny what? Shifeng turned toward Jade Chelan, frowning slightly. Is there even a need to say it? You are responsible for killing our Vice Guild leader Owl Life in the Nether Mine. Jade Chelan hissed, her expression becoming even colder. Oh, that's what you're talking about? Shifeng asked as realization lit his features. Calmly he continued, that's right, we did that. You. Shifeng's relaxed reply stunned Jade Chelan. She had assumed that he'd try to deny the fact. She certainly hadn't expected him to admit it so boldly. It's good that you acknowledge it. What do you have to say for yourselves? Everyone in the room from Nature Hill, including the 20 MTs, Evil Tooth, and the others who stood beside Jade Chelan, radiated dense killing intent. Their expressions made it clear that they were prepared to slaughter these visitors. If Shifeng said the wrong thing, what's there to talk about? Could Violet fail to kill this Vice Guild leader Owl Life? Shifeng asked in a strange tone. The hall fell silent as every player from Nature Hall glared at Shifeng as if they were about to devour him alive. Arrogance. They had never seen such arrogance. Shifeng simply didn't know how to spell the word death. After a short moment, Shifeng returned his gaze to Nature Manifestation, calmly stating, "We are merely here to tell you one thing. Twilight Echo, which your guild has targeted, is now under Zero Wing's protection." Chapter 2072. Repelling the enemy with one move. For a time, Nature Hall's members in the room were stunned into silence. They had no idea of how to respond to Shifeng's declaration. Not only had Zero Wing dared to kill one of their Vice Guild leaders, but the guild's representatives had also come to Nature Hall's residence as if the death was of little significance. This swordsman acted as if Zero Wing had killed an ant on the roadside, not a Vice Guild leader. They couldn't help but marvel at Zero Wing's bravery now. Zero Wing even announced its protection of Twilight Echo, Nature Hall's latest target. This wasn't bravery. Zero Wing simply had a few loose screws. Not even superpowers would display such arrogance before Nature Hall. Jade Chelan even wondered if Shifeng knew anything about God's domain. Perhaps he had decided that, since his guild was doomed and would be removed from the game, he might as well provoke Nature Hall on its doorstep. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. It's been too long since our guild has done anything outside of the Empire. To think a small kingdom's guild dares to act so pompously before us. Evil Spirit revealed a grin as he stared coldly at Shifeng, anger tainting his smile. After chasing 9-Star Family out of the Storm Empire, the Empire hadn't had any powers that dared to provoke Nature Hall. To secure its control in the Empire and concentrate the guild's resources, Nature Hall hadn't extended its influence past its borders. Hence, the outside world was unaware of Nature Hall's power. There was also the fact that Shifeng and the others had a few screws loose. Evil Spirit assumed that Zero Wing's members had spent too long in their own kingdom, and didn't see the difference between the Storm Empire and Star Moon Kingdom. Thinking that they could walk through the Empire unhindered, Nature Manifestation's personal security team stared at Zero Wing's members, As if they were dead men walking's infuriated boss spirit. That guy is definitely dead. I bet these people won't get to leave Storm City alive. This is going to be entertaining. That's right. Even if they kneel and beg for their lives, there's no saving them. They'll probably lose more than just one level. Boss Spirit will use that item, and they'll lose 3 levels with each death. If we send a tracking team after them as well, we can even send them back to level 0. Although attacking another player inside an NPC city was risky, players obtained more tools as they reached higher levels as a result. Killing other players inside NPC cities became increasingly easier. This was especially true for a superpower like Nature Hall. Even slaughtering players in an imperial capital wouldn't be a problem for the guild. This was also why the various independent experts had been more hesitant to provoke God's domain's powers. A single mistake could send them back to level 0. After all, although the Zero Wing members present were experts and more difficult to defeat than independent experts, they were nothing to Nature Hall. Even a party of peak experts would fall in Storm City if they provoked Nature Hall. Much less Shurfeng's party. Nature Hall had acquired a domain treasure called Dead World from an ancient ruin. As long as a player supplied enough magic crystals, Dead World would create a domain that cut off communication with the outside world. Not even the city's NPC guards would receive a notification of the transgression if one attacked another player within the domain, unless it was destroyed or released. Ordinary NPC guards wouldn't even notice the domain when standing next to it. Only the Tier 3 guard captains could see through the domain. However, how rare were Tier 3 NPC guard captains? There wasn't even one Tier 3 guard captain for 10 patrol squads in an imperial capital like Storm City. Meanwhile, each patrol squad generally monitored 3 to 5 streets. If they activated the domain treasure in the proper location, the chances of encountering a guard captain were nearly 0. While Nature Manifestation's 20 personal bodyguards whispered to each other, the guild leader, who had remained silent, raised his head and said, "So be it. Originally, I had planned to send you off with a warning, but since you don't know how to repent for your actions or show proper respect, I'll remove you from God's domain permanently. Then I'll send someone to visit Zero Wing." In response to his guild leader's declaration, Evil Spirit revealed a stone plate and sacrificed a large number of magic crystals to it. The color in the room then faded to a dull gray. "What? You want to attack us?" Shurfeng asked as he sent a glance at Evil Spirit, who wore pitch-black leather armor. "You afraid now?" Evil Spirit asked as he shot Shurfeng a playful look. Unfortunately, it is too late for regret. He had thought that Nature Manifestation would wait until Shurfeng's group left the residence before sending him to take action. He hadn't expected his guild leader to order an attack now. It was clear how truly furious Nature Manifestation was. However, he didn't think the reaction was unreasonable. Zero Wing's representatives were insufferably foolish. Even the King of Hell would laugh at their lunacy and imprison them for a few extra millennia. Afraid? Shurfeng shook his head. "You're not strong enough for me to fear." "Crap. This is the first time I've met someone so stubborn. Everyone attack. Kill him." Evil Spirit commanded, his eyes twitching in anger. The 20 silver-armored MTs surged toward Shurfeng and his companions. Seeing this, Jade Cheelin could not help but watch with a pitying gaze. Zero Wing's members might have made it out of Storm City alive, but now, not only had they lost that hope, but they would pay an even greater price. Although she did not know what gave Zero Wing's members so much confidence, she was certain that they'd die in this room. Moreover, players who died in the Dead World wouldn't lose a single level, but 3 at their level. Leveling up required a lot of time and effort. Losing 3 levels would be a huge setback. Nature Manifestation's 20 personal bodyguards were more than enough to eliminate Shurfeng's party. Not to mention the guild's peak experts like herself. Not only were these bodyguards Refinement Realm experts, but they also wielded the Silverlight Battle Array. When they activated the Battle Array, they could even kill peak experts. This was why Nature Manifestation's security team only had 20 players as Jade Cheelin, and the other peak experts expected their guild leader's bodyguards to annihilate Shurfeng's party. Several sword lights flashed in the room. Shadow Blade. As if every sword light had a life of its own, they agilely maneuvered through the bodyguards' defenses, striking the players directly. As if some colossal beast had slammed into them, a dozen or so bodyguards flew into the walls behind them, which cracked under the immense force in the face of death. Blackwater, Starlink, and Miracle's armies failed to remove Zero Wing. What do you think a few Refinement Realm experts can accomplish? Shifeng asked as he sheathed Killing Ray and sat back on the sofa. He watched Nature Hall's upper echelons calmly as if nothing had happened. Chapter 2073 Suppressing Nature Hall. Looking at the robust figures planted in the walls of the luxurious reception room, the unharmed members of Nature Manifestation's personal security team froze in shock. When they returned their gazes to Shifeng, they wore tense expressions. What's going on? What did he do? The security team members had failed to react to the attack. They had only seen Shifeng swing his sword, and in the next moment, their companions had disappeared from next them and become wall decorations. How is this possible? Evil Tooth was just as stunned to watch the bodyguards fly through the room. He was very familiar with these bodyguards' strength. When they cooperated, they could even take down peak experts. The Silverlight battle array allowed them to share their senses, which greatly strengthened their defenses. However, despite the bodyguards' enhanced defenses, Shifeng had maneuvered his skill past their defenses and dealt direct damage. His control with the skill was frighteningly accurate. Good. No wonder why you dared to show such arrogance. Everyone, use your magic scrolls. Don't fight him at close range. Evil Tooth commanded after snapping out of his daze. He then turned toward Jade Qilin and whispered, "Qilin, I need your help in a moment. This person is far stronger than I expected." He admitted that even he could replicate Shifeng's performance, but he was an assassin, and the assassin combat method allowed him to slay opponents that were far stronger than him. You're going to fight as well? Fine, leave it to me. Jade Qilin nodded. Jade Qilin immediately began to chant an incantation. In the meantime, the rest of the bodyguards followed Evil Tooth's command and retrieved Tier 2 magic scrolls from their bags. These magic scrolls were extremely rare, some containing control spells, some holding AoE spells, and others possessing single-target spells. They had originally prepared these magic scrolls to use against enemies when outnumbered, but against such a strong melee opponent like Shifeng, they had no choice but to rely on attacking from afar with these magic scrolls. In the next moment, flaming thorns, spears of light, and chains of sand flew toward Shifeng, launching a wide array of spells like a combined assault from a team of magical class players. With how cramped the reception room was, dodging all of these spells wasn't realistic. Most of the spells were also impossible to block as they were AoE attacks. Die. The bodyguard shouted. However, before the multiple spells bombarded Shifeng, he lifted Killing Ray and slashed the empty space before him. Countless arcs of lightning appeared out of thin air, devouring everything in their path. Even the Tier 2 spells vanished the moment they touched the lightning edge. Boom! A massive explosion shook the reception room, its lavish decorations becoming nothing more than remnants. The bodyguards that had attacked Shifeng had vanished from the room. The weapons and equipment pieces on the floor were the only indicator of their prior presence. Over a dozen well-equipped MTs with over 180,000 HP had died. Just like that. In contrast, Shifeng hadn't changed. He hadn't even moved from his original position, much less taken damage. Shifeng had executed only 2 moves, yet he had killed more than half of Nature Manifestation's famous security team. The security team's remaining members were crippled. Shifeng's combat power was horrific. How was he supposed to be a player? He was basically a monster that destroyed everything in his path. Just as everyone assumed the battle was over, Jade Qilin, who hadn't stopped chanting, finally finished her spells. She slammed the butt of her resplendent staff against the floor and commanded, "Seal!" 3 magic arrays appeared around her, each from a different spell, yet they had appeared simultaneously and were of similar design as if they were a single spell, a threefold, large-scale spell. Alluring Summer, who stood behind Shifeng, was surprised to see the arrays circling Jade Qilin. Double casting was an extremely difficult technique for most magical class experts, especially when casting Tier 2 spells. Needless to say, triple casting 3 Tier 2 spells was even more difficult. However, there were certain spells in God's domain that could only be used when casting multiple spells. Generally, these were large-scale spells that required multiple players to cast, yet Jade Qilin could cast one that typically needed 3 players by herself. These large-scale spells were far more powerful than individual spells of the same tier. The instant Jade Qilin's spells took effect, 5 golden chains appeared around Shur, each containing soul-shattering power. Not even grand lords of the same level would dare to touch these chains. As if they had a life of their own, these chains launched at Shifeng like anacondas. Let's see how he blocks this. The Nature Hall members sneered at Shifeng as they watched Tier 2 large-scale spell. Holy Chains. This was Jade Qielin's ultimate spell. Although it had a very long cast time and wasn't suited for one-on-one combat, it would exhibit tremendous power once cast. Jade Qielin had killed multiple peak experts with this move, earning the nickname Chain Killer from the Storm Empire's players. However, the expressions Nature Hall's members wore froze as they watched what happened next. Shurfeng blocked the golden chains, which even Grand Lords feared, with his swords, a thunderous roar echoing throughout the room when his blades collided with the magical attack. Despite the 5 chains' exceptional strength, they couldn't reach Shurfeng. He deflected every incoming attack as Shurfeng defended himself against the magical chains. Evil Tooth appeared behind him in complete silence. After revealing himself, Evil Tooth thrust a glowing crimson dagger toward Shurfeng's back. Tier 2 taboo skill, Blood Shadow. This single attack contained even more power than Jade Qielin's 5 chains combined. You've finally made your move. Rather than panicking in the face of this sudden and well-timed attack, Shurfeng revealed a smile. Sword's Transmigration. Suddenly, the Twilight Blade and Killing Ray transformed into 2 streaks of light and wrapped around the 5 holy chains. As if they were under his control, the 5 chains then flew to intercept Evil Tooth's crimson dagger, the collision throwing sparks that temporarily blinded everyone in the room. When the light faded, Nature Hall's members wore grim expressions. Evil Tooth's HP plummeted as he stared at Shurfeng in horror. Although he wanted to say something, he had already lost the last of his HP. With darkening vision, Evil Tooth collapsed to the floor. Silence dominated the reception room. Nature Manifestation's personal bodyguards had worked with 2 of the guild's peak experts against one opponent, yet they were either dead or crippled. Aside from Jade Qielin, like an unshakable mountain, Shurfeng still stood where he had stated. The death world shattered the moment Evil Tooth died, and the room returned to its original state. Chapter 2074. Another monster. Silence. Shock. Horror. Even though Dead World had been removed and the reception room had returned to its neutral state, Jade Qielin and the other Nature Hall peak experts felt stifled and overwhelmed. Even Nature Manifestation, who had observed the fight in silence, wore a gloomy expression. Who are you? Nature Manifestation asked Shurfeng. Ordinary peak experts couldn't topple his personal bodyguards or Evil Tooth, the Evil Spirit Legion's commander. While he had considered the possibility of their defeat, he hadn't expected it to happen so easily. He couldn't imagine anyone, aside from domain realm monsters, who would be capable of such a feat. But how rare were domain realm experts in God's domain? Every domain realm expert that had ever existed in the virtual gaming world was accounted for, and they were all responsible for shaking the community to its core. However, based on his information, Shurfeng's name wasn't on that list. Black Flame. Shurfeng stated calmly. Black Flame? Zero Wings guild leader? Shock colored Jade Qielin's face when she heard Shurfeng's reply. But how? Black Flame wasn't unknown to Nature Hall. After all, he ranked among the top 10 on the God's Domain expert list. He was a peak expert that had reached the Void Realm, and one of the top peak experts in the game. But at the end of the day, that's all he was, a peak expert. Although they earned the various superpowers' attention, they weren't powerful enough to threaten a superpower's very existence. Every superpower had plenty of peak experts in its ranks no matter how she looked at it. However, no peak expert should be capable of the combat power Shurfeng had displayed. What an excellent scheme. So, you've deliberately hidden your strength all this time? Nature Manifestation asked. Unexpected, he was actually smiling. However, knowing their guild leader's personality, Jade Qielin and her companions knew Nature Manifestation's smile wasn't an indication of his good mood. Rather, it was a result of his anger reaching a tipping point. The various superpowers in God's domain viewed every domain realm expert as immensely important. Rather, these experts were impossible to ignore. Domain realm experts were strategic weapons, and as players reached higher levels, the threat these experts posed to superpowers would grow. Hence, superpowers took considerable precautions against every domain realm expert they encountered. If Shurfeng had revealed himself as a domain realm expert early on, the various superpowers would have paid more attention to Zero Wing. The guild's name would have likely joined the superpowers blacklists, regardless of its developmental state. Some superpowers might have even extinguished Zero Wing immediately to save themselves from future trouble. As for Shurfeng recently reaching the domain realm, it wasn't likely. Reaching the domain realm proved that one transcended the limits of humanity. Despite the various super first-rate guilds and super guilds accumulating resources and knowledge over many generations, each superpower had, at most, nurtured only a handful of domain realm experts in each generation. It was easy to imagine how difficult reaching the domain realm truly was. In other words, Shifeng must have hidden his strength from the public deliberately to avoid attracting too much attention. Now that he was satisfied with his personal strength and that of his guild, he wanted to use Nature Hall as a stepping stone to show off his power. That would explain why Shifeng was willing to make an enemy of Nature Hall just to help Twilight echo a guild he was barely connected to. Guild leader, should we request senior fans' presence? Jade Qilin whispered to her guild leader. Although domain realm experts were extremely rare, Nature Hall had its own collection of them. Senior Fan was one example. Moreover, he had spent most of his time in the Storm Empire. If they notified him, he would soon return to the residence. If Senior Fan returned, with the help of Nature Hall's other peak experts, they could ensure that Shifeng's party didn't leave the residence with their lives. After all, this was Nature Hall's main headquarters. After Jade Qilin posed her question, the three imposing men beside her directed their killing intent toward Shifeng. A mere up-and-coming guild like Zero Wing actually dared to use Nature Hall as a stepping stone. This was unacceptable. Suddenly, the reception room's doors flew open, and a group of 50-plus silver-armored experts charged in and surrounded Shifeng's party. Although they weren't refinement realm experts like Nature Manifestation's personal bodyguards, they could rival such experts with their Silverlight battle array. What? You still insist on fighting? Shifeng asked as he calmly watched Nature Hall's members from his seat, showing no signs of anxiety or concern. He wouldn't have dared to visit Nature Hall's residence before he had reached the domain realm and acquired the Twilight Blade. This was, after all, a superpower's headquarters, and Nature Hall would have plenty of methods to deal with invaders. The guild would also have other domain realm experts nearby. At this stage of the game, Shifeng's fight against Martial Dragon on Thunder Island wasn't a proper indicator of domain realm experts' prowess. During that battle, he had the advantage in terms of basic attributes and skills, and since Martial Dragon had only been a Tier 1 player, the man's weak physique had prevented him from fully exhibiting his strength. To put it simply, players' physiques at that time had restricted domain realm expert. Shifeng hadn't gotten a clear idea of how strong domain realm experts were in that fight, but once he had reached the same realm, he understood these experts' true power. With a Tier 1 player's physique, domain realm experts would be limited to 50% of their true combat power at most. However, Void Realm experts would be able to display their full combat power. It was only natural that domain realm experts back then had only seemed slightly more powerful than peak experts. At this stage of the game, however, not only had domain realm experts' physiques greatly improved, but their weapon and equipment standards had also increased. A superpower's domain realm expert likely wore at least 3 or 4 pieces of epic equipment, possibly even a fragmented legendary item. Superpowers had frightening resources and expansive territory. Encountering a superpower that owned 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items at this stage of the game wouldn't be odd. As soon as Shifeng was done speaking, Fire Dance, Cola, Alluring Summer, Shadowblade, and Yuwumian, who stood behind him, stepped forward and released their auras as if a volcano had erupted in the room. An intense energy washed over its occupants, and the expressions that Nature Hall's members wore changed instantly. Fire Dance and her comrades felt like primordial beasts that had just awoken from a long slumber. The pressure they radiated was painfully stifling, particularly Fire Dance's aura. Could she be another domain realm expert? The thought drifted through Jade Qilin and her companions' minds, shuddering at the idea. Zero Wing was merely a small kingdom's guild. It wasn't even a superpower, yet it had 2 domain realm experts. Since when were domain realm experts so common? If Shifeng could hear these peak experts' thoughts, he wouldn't have been surprised. Among the 5 players he had brought with him, only Fire Dance held a fragmented legendary weapon. She also had her own bloodline and 6 epic items. In Zero Wing, Fire Dance's equipment standards were only second to his. Moreover, she was only a step away from the Truth Realm, and had already mastered multiple advanced combat techniques. In her current state, she could definitely contend with domain realm experts. Chapter 2075. Miscalculation. Although Jade Qilin and Nature Hall's other peak experts had intended to act, they couldn't help but freeze the moment they felt Fire Dance's oppressive aura. Guild leader, are we still going to fight them? Jade Qilin could not help but ask as she turned to look at Nature Manifestation. Her expression hesitant. One domain realm expert was already extremely difficult to defeat. Now that Fire Dance, who felt like another domain realm expert, had joined the fray. She had to take this situation more seriously. Ordinary players might not realize the importance of 1 or 2 domain realm experts in a guild, but as one of Nature Hall's upper echelons, she was very clear of the implications. This was no longer a matter of Sherfong or Firedance's personal strength, but of Zero Wing's foundations. Instead, it was a matter of Zero Wing's guild foundations. If Zero Wing had only possessed a single domain realm expert, it could have been explained away as luck. It would prove nothing regarding Zero Wing's foundation. However, the fact that Zero Wing had at least 2 domain realm experts couldn't be shrugged off in the same way. Domain realm experts weren't as common as cabbages. If Zero Wing truly had 2 domain realm experts, the guild wasn't as simple as everyone assumed. Chilin, you're overthinking this. Her aura doesn't prove that she's a domain realm monster. She could simply have absurdly high basic attributes. Zero Wing has no background, so it's lucky enough to have 1 domain realm expert. How could it possibly have 2? And such a young one at that. A solemn man with a scar across his face spoke up. Listening to the man's reasoning, Nature Hall's members relaxed, releasing more than half of their anxiety. No one doubted this man's words. He was Deep Thunder, Nature Hall's first vice-guild leader and one of the guild's main support pillars. He was also one of the top 10 experts on the Gods Domain's secret experts list. The secret pavilion had 2 Gods Domain experts lists. One recorded the top 1,000 experts with the most attention-grabbing battle records. The second was a secret list, which only superpowers could purchase. The secret experts list only contained 100 names. However, these players weren't ranked by their battle records, but based on the combat standards they had revealed. One had to be a Void Realm expert before the secret pavilion would even consider them for the list. Any peak expert that could rank on the secret experts list was at most a step away from the domain realm. Those that ranked among the top 10 were practically pounding against the edge of this realm. They only needed a slight push to reach the domain realm. Deep Thunder was one of these experts. Although none of Nature Hall's experts in the room had reached the domain realm yet, Deep Thunder was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about it. Since Deep Thunder was certain that Firedance was not a domain realm expert, there was a 90% chance that he was correct. Thunder is right. Everyone needs to calm down. Although I don't know how this little girl from Zero Wing has such frightening basic attributes. Zero Wing is 100 years too early if it thinks it can stroll into Nature Hall's residence with such an attitude. Nature Manifestation commented, backing up Deep Thunder. He flashed Sherfong a piercing glare before commanding, "Summon Senior Fan and the Evil Spirit Legion members immediately. Lock down the residence. I want to see how capable these Zero Wing representatives truly are." Although Sherfong had displayed astonishing combat power, Nature Hall wasn't a pushover. Nature Hall had gone to great lengths to recruit Senior Fan and convince him to protect the guild. The Elder had been a domain realm monster for decades, and his combat standards were far above Sherfang's, who at most had only entered the domain realm within the past few years. Senior Fan also wore the best equipment available in the game, and the Evil Spirit Legion was one of Nature Hall's trump cards. Although the Evil Spirit Legion only had 100 members, every member was a refinement realm expert or better. Even the weakest among them had mastered 3 combat techniques, and including the Silverlight battle array, they could even defeat domain realm experts. The Evil Spirit Legion was also why Nature Hall even dared to provoke super first-rate guilds. However, the moment Nature Manifestation issued the order, Firedance's group moved, charging straight toward the guild leader. Taking the lead, Kola and Yuwumian dashed forward like 2 Tyrannosaurus Rexes. When the reinforcing security team members collided with the 2 MTs, they flew backward as if they had been hit by a truck, their tight defensive formation shattering instantly. Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword followed the 2 MTs closely. Alluring Summer sent at least one player flying with each spell she cast, while Shadow Sword forced multiple players to stumble back with each slash. These 2 easily repelled any security team members that approached from the sides. Rather than a battle, this looked like adults toying with children. Taking advantage of the chaos, Fire Dance blew past the security team's blockade and arrived before Nature Manifestation. "Don't think you can get through me that easily," Deep Thunder bellowed, swinging his gigantic 2-handed battle axe with a solemn expression, leaving no room for Fire Dance to dodge Tier 2 skill, Earth Bombardment. Pung! Not only was Earth Bombardment an AoE attack that amplified his strength, but it could also significantly reduce players' movement speed when he struck. This was the trademark tier skill of the Magic Warrior hidden class. The move could only be blocked, not dodged. In addition, the Magic Warrior class was a specialized advanced class for berserkers, using magic to strengthen the user's body. However, Deep Thunder's expression froze when his attack landed. Fire Dance's flimsy short sword had actually stopped his humongous axe's descent. Not only had Fire Dance remained stable, but she also retained every point of her HP. Before Deep Thunder could swing his battle axe again, Fire Dance's 1,000 transformations slithered toward the berserker's neck with an utterly unpredictable attack trajectory. Advanced combat technique, Illusory Snake. Scram! Deep Thunder shouted as he activated Whirlwind Slash to defend himself. Boom! When short sword and battle axe collided, a sharp clang echoed throughout the room. A moment later, Deep Thunder, who prided himself on his strength, stumbled 3 steps back, staring at Fire Dance with an incredulous look. While he had recognized Fire Dance's amazing basic attributes, he hadn't expected them to be so high. How does she have so much strength? Deep Thunder wasn't the only one the situation surprised. Jade Cheelin, who cast spells from the side, glanced over in horror when she noticed Deep Thunder stumble in God's domain. There was a major difference between one-handed weapon strength and that of two-handed weapons. This was why most berserker players chose two-handed weapons. Two-handed weapons could make full use of berserker's high strength. However, despite being an assassin, Fire Dance exhibited greater strength with a short sword than Deep Thunder. This unraveled everything Jade Cheelin thought she knew about God's domain. Moreover, Deep Thunder wore 3 pieces of epic equipment, wielded an epic weapon, and the rest of his equipment was comprised of level 60 dark gold items. She couldn't imagine how an assassin could block one of his attacks with a one-handed sword. After sending Deep Thunder backward, Fire Dance abruptly vanished. Void steps. By the time anyone could react, Fire Dance had reappeared before Nature Manifestation, holding her 1,000 transformations against the guild leader's throat. As a cursemancer, Fire Dance held Nature Manifestation's life in her hands. Seeing this, Nature Hall's members paused with gloomy expressions when Nature Manifestation looked up at Fire Dance. His countenance was ashen. Fire Dance's group had only moved 5 seconds ago, yet they had already gotten past more than 50 refinement realm and better experts, threatening his life. Not even a domain realm expert could perform such a feat. Chapter 2076. Do you need a doctor? When Fire Dance took Nature Manifestation captive, Nature Hall's members stayed their hands as they hatefully glared at the female assassin. At the same time, though, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. What should we do now, Vice Guild Leader? Jade Cheelin asked Deep Thunder quietly, frowning as she watched Fire Dance play with her short sword from behind Nature Manifestation. She didn't have enough authority in this situation to make a decision. Nature Manifestation was the guild symbol. If they let him die, it would humiliate their guild. However, Fire Dance currently had control over Nature Manifestation's life and death. Even though peak experts like Jade Cheelin could cross the 6-yard distance in less than half a second would be more than enough time to kill their guild leader. For someone with Fire Dance's strength and speed, Deep Thunder said nothing in response to Jade Cheelin's question. He didn't know what to do. Either Zero Wing was far more terrifying than he had imagined. If Fire Dance were truly a domain realm expert, this situation at most would have surprised him, but the problem lay in the fact that she wasn't one, which horrified him. After their brief clash, he was certain that the female assassin had only reached the refinement realm, although she wasn't your typical refinement realm expert. However, he couldn't articulate how she differed from the average refinement realm expert. Regardless, her combat standard could, at best, rival flowing water realm experts. She was almost nothing compared to an expert like him, who was only a small step away from reaching the domain realm. Yet, despite her inferior combat standards, Fire Dance could suppress him in a confrontation. Moreover, she had done so effortlessly. She had even taken Nature Manifestation captive in an instant. Although the guild leader was only an ordinary peak expert, this outcome was shocking. Not even the refinement realm experts understood this, much less the ordinary experts. Peak experts were known as such because they stood at the peak of God's domain. Even domain realm experts would struggle to threaten a peak expert's life, yet Fire Dance had done so effortlessly. He couldn't imagine what weapons and equipment would be necessary to allow an expert, who had reached the flowing water realm at best, to command even greater combat power than domain realm monsters. However, that wasn't the worst of it. Zero Wing's other representatives were obviously only refinement realm experts, but they had displayed combat power that could easily rival peak experts. Not even super first-rate guilds were likely capable of nurturing such high-quality refinement realm experts. After silence reigned over the room for a short moment, Nature Manifestation discarded his shock and turned to glare at Shi Feng. Do you think that I'll simply allow Nature Hall to let Zero Wing off the hook just because you've captured me? Nature Manifestation asked, sneering. Don't be foolish. It is just one level and one piece of equipment. I can afford the loss. If you go through with this, however, Zero Wing won't have the power to endure Nature Hall's wrath. The strength Shi Feng's party had displayed had surprised him, but at the end of the day, an individual's strength was nothing compared to a guild's. Regardless of how powerful this Zero Wing party was, it didn't change anything about the difference between Zero Wing and Nature Hall. That's right, you should think this through carefully, Guild Leader Black Flame. If you do this, there will be no saving the relationship between our guilds, Jade Qilin said in an attempt to persuade Shi Feng. I believe you are aware of Nature Hall's strategy. In the end, only Zero Wing will suffer. As Jade Qilin finished speaking, Nature Hall's members calmed their fears and revealed confident smiles. They had been stunned after witnessing the combat power Shi Feng's party commanded, but after giving the matter some thought, they realized that Shi Feng's party would only sign their death warrants if they killed Nature Manifestation. Zero Wing was merely a kingdom's guild. Regardless of its battle records, it was still far weaker than Nature Hall. Zero Wing could not afford to endure Nature Hall's wrath at Allah as a guild leader. Shi Feng must have realized this. Unless Shi Feng insisted on dragging Zero Wing down with him, he wouldn't let Fire Dance kill the other guild leader. Even Storm City's independent players wouldn't believe that Shi Feng would do such a thing, let alone these guild upper echelons. As the smiles Nature Hall's members wore spread with delight, Shi Feng, who watched from his seat, returned the grins and said, What you say is true. There is a big difference between Zero Wing and Nature Hall, but what if Nature Hall lost Storm City? Lost Storm City? Is this fellow dreaming? What a joke. How could our guild possibly lose Storm City? Nature Hall's members began to laugh, thinking Shi Feng had gone mad. Storm City was Nature Hall's main headquarters. Not even a superpower could dethrone the guild in its own city, much less Zero Wing Yuri, referring to the auction arena battle, right? Nature Manifestation laughed. While I understand your thinking, that is a battle of experts and resources. Zero Wing's experts might be impressive, but do you really think Zero Wing can outmatch Nature Hall's resources? Superpowers like Nature Hall had long since investigated the auction arena's rules. In this competition, resources were far more important than military might. Hence, all of the various superpowers fervently collected epic materials while they had time before the auction arena competition began. Compared to Nature Hall, Zero Wing's material collection speed was useless. How could Zero Wing possibly hope to defeat Nature Hall in a contest for Storm City's auction house? However, as Nature Manifestation finished his statement, Shi Feng revealed a dark gold crystal from his bag. The crystal was unusually eye-catching in this room, and it drew everyone's gaze. While most of the reception room's occupants didn't understand why Shi Feng had revealed this crystal, Nature Manifestation froze when he saw it. How did you get that? Nature Manifestation could not help but ask. Nature Manifestation's sudden change of expression even confused Fire Dance and her companions, let alone Nature Hall's members. No one knew why the Nature Hall's almighty guild leader would seem scared of a single crystal. Do you really need to ask? Shi Feng said, revealing a faint smile. I am the player responsible for activating Thunder Axe City, of course. Is it so strange that I have this crystal? The item in his hand was none other than the Thunder Axe Crystal, which was capable of teleporting a large number of players to Thunder Axe City. It also normally costs 5,000 Thunder Axe City contribution points. You activated Thunder Axe City? That is impossible. How could you be responsible? Nature Manifestation stared at Shi Feng with an incredulous look. Thunder Axe City was a super large-scale neutral city, and after its activation, it had quickly become a hub for many superpowers, including Nature Hall. Countless first- and second-rate guilds visited the city as well. The neutral city was so popular due to its abundant resources, especially incredibly rare epic materials. Thunder Axe City was practically a treasure trove. However, traveling to and developing in Thunder Axe City was quite difficult. Due to its terrain and environment, not even expert players could remain in the city for long. Even with its sturdy foundations, Nature Hall could only afford to send 300 experts to develop in the city long term. However, Not only did Shifeng possess the Thunder Axe Crystal, which one could purchase from the Thunder Axe Temple and provided convenient transport to the city, but he was also responsible for Thunder Axe City's activation. However, when Nature Manifestation recalled the group of giant players Zero Wing possessed and the Thunder Axe Crystal in Shifeng's hand, which no player should be able to obtain at this stage of the game, he knew that Shifeng's claim was likely true. Guild leader Nature. What's wrong? You don't look too good. Should I call a doctor? Shifeng asked, chuckling at Nature Manifestation's deathly pale expression. Chapter 2077 Nature Hall submits. As Shifeng's calm voice continuously echoed throughout the room, Nature Manifestation's expression twisted into something ugly. Traces of fear flashed in his eyes, stupefying Nature Hall's members. Nature Manifestation stood at the very top of the Storm Empire. A single word from him could decide the life or death of the Empire's various guilds. He was also a bona fide peak expert. He could lead Nature Hall to become an overlord in God's domain in the future. Yet now, Nature Hall's members weren't the only ones surprised. The guild leader's reaction confused Fire Dance and her companions. Nature Manifestation had reacted calmly even when Fire Dance had taken him captive, yet now, he seemed more afraid of Shifeng's few sentences. Why wouldn't they be surprised? What do you want? Nature Manifestation asked as he watched Shifeng. Afraid if he had only seen Shifeng as a domain realm expert before, he viewed the man as a monster, capable of shaking Nature Hall's very foundations. After learning that this swordsman had pioneered Thunder Axe City and acquired the Thunder Axe Crystal, most people were still unaware of Thunder Axe City. Even in Nature Hall, only the guild's upper echelons and the experts that had visited the city knew about its splendor. According to their understanding, Thunder Axe City should have activated more than 2 weeks ago. The various superpowers, however, had only discovered the city 9 days ago. When Nature Manifestation thought about how Shifeng could send a large number of players to the city with the Thunder Axe Crystal, and the man's status as Thunder Axe City's pioneer, he couldn't help but shudder. Epic materials were even more important than expert players in the auction arena's battles. Zero Wing's members had already proven their combat power. If the guild also had a wealth of epic materials, Zero Wing could pose a significant threat to Nature Hall in the upcoming auction arena contest. Meanwhile, Deep Thunder, Jade Chelan, and Nature Hall's other upper echelons stated at Shifeng in fear. They had counted themselves fortunate to send 300 experts to Thunder Axe City, but Shifeng was actually responsible for activating the neutral city. Nature Hall is so powerful. How could Zero Wing ever hope to compare? Shifeng laughed. He then said, "We are only here to help Twilight Echo learn whether or not it can withdraw from the Storm Empire in safety. You shouldn't overthink the situation, Guild Leader Nature." Fine. Out of respect for Zero Wing, our issue with Twilight Echo stops here. As long as Twilight Echo leaves the Storm Empire, Nature Hall will let it leave. Nature Manifestation answered through gritted teeth. Even Nature Hall would struggle to take out experts like Fire Dance, Cola, and the others. If Zero Wing dispatched a large number of experts and relied on the epic materials it gained from Thunder Axe City, he wasn't confident that Nature Hall could hold Storm City. After all, Thunder Axe City had a frightening supply of epic resources available. If Zero Wing took control of Storm City's auction house, Nature Hall's development would be severely affected. Even if Zero Wing failed, it could still force Nature Hall to dispatch more forces than planned, which would, in turn, ruin the guild's plans to claim other cities' auction houses. As Nature Hall's guild leader, Nature Manifestation couldn't sacrifice the guild's larger plans just to punish Twilight Echo. Moreover, he suspected that Zero Wing had far more trump cards than what it had revealed in this reception room. Of course, this was only his conjecture. The fact that Shifeng had pioneered Thunder Axe City was already frightening. Nature Manifestation couldn't think of what could be even more impressive than that. When Nature Hall's reinforcements heard their guild leader's decision, their jaws dropped. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Just who is this black flame? Nature Hall's members grew more curious about Shifeng. This man had actually forced their guild leader to compromise with just a few words. No one would believe this if they told them Nature Manifestation had even chased the 9-star family out of the Storm Empire. How could he possibly submit to a guild from a small kingdom? Guild leader Nature is quite open-minded. "If there are no other problems, we'll be taking our leave," Shifeng said with a smile. Standing, he turned and left the tattered reception room alongside Fire Dance, And the other Sherfong had never intended to steal Storm City's auction house. He had simply wanted to scare Nature Manifestation. There were currently tons of problems in White River City that required his attention. With Zero Wing's resources and experts, the guild could, at most, contest for one city's auction house. Only, Nature Manifestation did not know this. Although Thunder Axe City had an abundance of epic materials, the neutral city had only activated around 2 weeks ago. There were far too few players in the city for it to exhibit its true potential. Moreover, Nature Manifestation thought too highly of Sherfeng's position as the city's pioneer. Even if Sherfeng had secured a 2-star smithy, he wouldn't acquire as many epic materials as Guild's raiding team dungeons. If Nature Manifestation realized this, he'd faint with anger and try to fight Zero Wing to the death. As Sherfeng and his subordinates made their way to the door, the Nature Hall players guarding the door stepped aside to let them through after receiving a signal from Nature Manifestation Jade Chelan, and the other upper echelons only returned their attention to their guild leader. After Zero Wing's party had left the guild hall, guild leader, "Are we really going to give up Twilight Echo?" Jade Chelan asked. "If we do this, news of this incident will spread throughout the Empire." "So be it. In any case, keeping a tight lid on this is impossible," Nature Manifestation grumbled as he massaged his temples. Annoyed, he continued, "I never would have thought that Zero Wing was responsible for activating the city that has caused such a sensation among the various superpowers. We'll likely see a difficult period in God's domain soon. You should begin to prepare for it." "Understood." Jade Chelan nodded, fully understanding Nature Manifestation's intentions. He had assumed that the first auction arena competition would be an exclusive playground for the game's superpowers, but now that Zero Wing had revealed itself as a potential competitor, the various superpowers' plans were ruined. Nobody would have imagined that Zero Wing would be the cause of the situation plaguing the various superpowers. After Sherfeng's party left Storm City, news of Nature Hall abandoning its harassment of Twilight Echo quickly reached the Empire's various powers. What? Nature Hall gave up on Twilight Echo? But why? What kind of guild is Zero Wing? For a time, this matter caused an uproar in the Storm Empire. Nobody would have thought that Nature Hall would stop targeting Twilight Echo out of respect for Zero Wing. Every power in the Empire was immediately curious about Zero Wing. Meanwhile, news of this matter also reached Twilight Echo's residence in Windy City. "What did you just say? Nature Hall has given up on us because of Zero Wing and recalled its forces?" Dark Wave was stunned when he heard his subordinates report, unable to believe the news. Chapter 2078 Twilight Echo shaken. When Twilight Echo received the news of Nature Hall's withdrawal, silence reigned of the guild leader's office. The dozen or so guild upper echelons in the room didn't know how to react to this development. Nature Hall gave up. But why? What did Zero Wing's members do? Nature Hall had intended to use Twilight Echo as an example to stabilize its rule in the Storm Empire and expand its influence past the Empire's borders. Nature Hall had been adamant on destroying Twilight Echo. They had been discussing their safe withdrawal from the Storm Empire and their defense against Nature Hall. But after nearly an hour, their despair had only intensified. The difference between their two guilds was too massive. At this point, Nature Hall only needed a fraction of its strength to remove Twilight Echo from God's domain. Even with Zero Wing's help, they didn't think that they could withstand Nature Hall. Zero Wing was, after all, only on par with a first-rate guild. Yet Nature Hall had unexpectedly withdrawn its assault. They couldn't help but wonder how Zero Wing had accomplished the feat. A powerful background. A transaction. They considered many possibilities, but none seemed reliable or possible. However, it was an inescapable fact that Zero Wing had convinced Nature Hall to leave Twilight Echo in peace. Dark Wave turned to Aqua Rose. A myriad of emotions overwhelming his heart. When Violet Cloud had informed Owl Life that Zero Wing intended to protect Twilight Echo, Dark Wave had assumed it had been Zero Wing's way of taking a stand against Nature Hall. He hadn't actually believed that her guild could protect his. Looking at it now, however, it seemed that Violet Cloud had meant what she had said. This was the Storm Empire's overlord they were talking about. Although he did not know how Zero Wing had stopped Nature Hall, its success in doing so proved the guild's strength. When Aqua Rose had left Twilight Echo to join an insignificant, upstart guild from some backwater kingdom, many of the guild's members had mocked her for her foolishness. They had all thought that she was stupid. If she hadn't been so stubborn, She would have kept her position as an honorary elder and had access to plenty of opportunities to display her talent. Twilight Echo had been a veteran first-rate guild for decades, not a force a small guild without a background could compare to. Who would have thought that the small, insignificant guild Aqua Rose had joined would grow to become so powerful? Not only was Zero Wing Star Moon Kingdom's overlord, but it also commanded the strength of a first-rate guild. Now it had saved Twilight Echo from the brink of destruction, convincing a superpower like Nature Hall to abandon its plans. After this series of events, Darkwave couldn't fathom how powerful Zero Wing truly was, despite the fact that he led a veteran first-rate guild. If news of this reached Twilight Echo's guild elders, the old fellows and company representatives that had mocked and ridiculed Aqua Rose would likely die from embarrassment. They had all played a major part in dismissing her from her position as honorary elder due to this incident, and her position in Zero Wing. Aqua Rose would have considerable influence in Twilight Echo from now on. The guild might even follow her whims. Darkwave wasn't the only one to think this. Every upper echelon in the office realized the implications of today's events. Their views of Aqua Rose had utterly changed. Aside from her joy, Aqua Rose was stunned as well. She hadn't imagined that Shifeng would actually be able to stop Nature Hall. Shortly after, Violet Cloud relayed Shifeng's latest message to Twilight Echo's upper echelons, informing them that as long as the guild left the Storm Empire, Nature Hall wouldn't take further action against it. The young woman then left Twilight Echo's residence, returning to Star Moon Kingdom with her team. As for Aqua Rose, she only intended to return after dealing with a few matters with her old guild. Twilight Echo's upper echelons eagerly hoped that Aqua Rose would stay for some time. Twilight Echo was going to leave the Storm Empire and find another kingdom to continue its development. This meant that it would have to deal with the overlord of whichever kingdom they chose. If they had the help of a powerhouse like Zero Wing, settling in their new home would be far easier. Meanwhile, news of the events between Nature Hall and Twilight Echo soon reached God's Domain's many superpowers. Nature Hall was one of them, and even though this incident was a small matter in the other superpowers' eyes, it was still necessary to watch the situation. Or Empire, Crimson Flame Fortress. How can Nature Hall be so dumb? It gave up such a good opportunity to stabilize its position in the Storm Empire just because of Zero Wing? Did Zero Wing offer the guild some massive bribe? Jing Yang, who stood inside Blackwater's vice-guild leader's office, ranted his confusion after reading the latest message. Nature Hall had been developing rapidly lately, and it easily ranked among the top 10 fastest developing superpowers in God's domain. Many veteran super first-rate guilds were even starting to feel threatened, yet, out of respect for Zero Wing, the guild had abandoned its plans. It was truly surprising, not bad. It seems Zero Wing is quite capable after all. It's no wonder why it rejected my offer of cooperation, Xuanwuqisa said, a charming smile forming on her face. Vice guild leader, you think too highly of Zero Wing. I don't know what benefits it offered Nature Hall to settle this matter. But Zero Wing hasn't solved its predicament in White River City. Ignoring the several powers that desire the city's auction house, Zero Wing has its hands full with its own internal problems, Jing Yang said. Starlink has recently invested a lot of capital into hindering Zero Wing. It is even trying to poach Zero Wing's upper echelons and core members by offering to triple their current salaries. Starlink has also begun to claim commissions meant for Zero Wing by offering lower prices, slowly chipping away at Zero Wing's financial situation. I doubt it will be more than a month before Zero Wing crumbles in on itself. Larger guilds had both advantages and disadvantages. When a guild had a low member count, its daily expenditures were relatively small. Hence, its finances were easy to handle. However, as a guild grew, it would face more difficult financial problems, including hostile corporations' intervention. A guild's financial problems could become even more challenging. Hence, although Zero Wing seemed to have grown quite powerful, it had acquired new weaknesses. Zero Wing had still been a relatively small guild without a headquarters in the real world, and as a result, it hadn't had to contend with major expenditures. Its size had rendered hostile corporations' interference ineffective, but things had changed. Now, not only had Zero Wing purchased Ouroboros' main headquarters, but it had become even larger than Ouroboros at its peak. Its monthly expenditure was easily dozens of times larger than Ouroboros' had been. This was why the various first-rate guilds feared the various superpowers. Not only could a superpower crush a first-rate guild under its military might, but it could also launch an economic assault. Meanwhile, After Shifeng's party returned to Star Moon Kingdom's White River City, he sent Fire Dance and the others to continue their team dungeon raids and collect as many epic materials as possible to prepare for the auction. It's about time that I deal with my elemental core, Shifeng grinned, as he opened his bag to inspect the elemental cores within. He then altered his appearance using the demon mask and visited White River City's teleportation hall. Spending 4 gold, 30 silver, he teleported to the distant Sea of Illusion. Chapter 2079 Sea Tribe Weapon. Sea of Illusion, Blue Coral City. Shifeng was disguised as a level 61 swordsman as he walked through Blue Coral City's streets. Unlike the kingdoms and empires on the God's Domain continent, the Sea of Illusion was neutral territory, maintained by a merchant alliance. The merchant alliance mainly operated out at sea, controlling only a few cities on land. Most of its towns and cities had been established on islands. Because of this, most visiting players were either merchant players or independent players. Guilds rarely visited the Sea of Illusion. This was also why adventurer teams ruled over the area's several major cities. Meanwhile, Blue Coral City was the Sea of Illusion's largest city. First-time visitors were almost always surprised by what they found here. The majority of the player population consisted of merchant players, while the rest were mostly independent players. There were very few players wearing guild emblems, buying tons of Sea Tribe weapons for 50 silver each, also selling purple fire crystals. Selling ocean pearls. Get a 5% discount for buying more than 100 pearls. Urgently selling 3 Sea Tribe weapons for 1 gold, 70 silver. Players busied themselves as they set up stalls along the city's streets, selling a large variety of items. This wasn't typical of cities and normal kingdoms and empire. Sea Tribe weapons? Shifeng slowed to a halt when he heard the advertising. Players. He vaguely remembered that Sea Tribe weapons had been popular for a time during his previous life. They had once been items that all naval players had desired. The Sea Tribe weapons could be traded to the Sea of Illusion's NPC forgers to commission crafted weapons, which would allow players to exhibit greater combat power in battles at sea. Weapons that had been made with Sea Tribe weapons were 15% to 20% stronger than normal weapons of the same rank, a considerable improvement. Only trying to craft a high-quality naval weapon was not easy, and the production success rate wasn't 100%. If one wanted to commission a level 60 secret silver weapon, they'd need 3 Sea Tribe weapons, and the production success rate would only be 50%. A level 60 fine gold weapon would cost 5 level 60 Sea Tribe weapons, and the success rate was only 30%. To put it simply, the higher the desired weapon's quality was, the more Sea Tribe weapons a player would need, and the lower the production success rate would be. Meanwhile, players could only acquire Sea Tribe weapons by killing the level 50+ members of the Sea Tribe. Hence, complete naval weapons were incredibly expensive on the market. Of course, Sea Tribe weapons had another purpose, and Shifeng knew it: purchasing secret laws. Secret laws were extremely rare in God's Domain, even rarer than combat techniques. They also provided players a significant boost. Secret laws were a type of berserk skill, but unlike normal berserk skills, which were prohibited in certain areas, secret laws could be used anywhere like combat techniques. They could even be used when silenced. However, secret laws were a huge burden on the user's stamina and concentration. The more powerful a secret law was, the more stamina and concentration it would consume. In addition, players didn't have to master a secret law to use it. Only, using an unmastered secret law would drain more resources than usual. The worst part was that secret laws would drop automatically when players died. Even so, countless experts in God's Domain coveted secret laws due to their many benefits. Secret laws provided a boost to physique and allowed players to exhibit more of their combat power. Moreover, secret laws gave players a clearer idea of their flaws. These were the reasons that players had coveted secret laws. They were even more valuable than combat techniques. Meanwhile, Sea Tribe weapons could be exchanged for one of these precious secret laws. Although there were limited copies of the secret law available, and the process of acquiring one was particularly troublesome, Shifeng didn't mind. He might have had some trouble purchasing a few copies if he had tried before visiting the ancient God's Maze, but he shouldn't have any issues now. One needed to fulfill 2 conditions to purchase copies of the secret law. First, they'd need to locate the NPC that sold them. Then they'd need to obtain the required items for payment. The NPC only accepted a combination of Sea Tribe weapons and elemental cores. Other than Shifeng, it wasn't likely that any of God's Domain's players knew about this NPC, and of course, Collecting Sea Tribe weapons and elemental cores wasn't a problem for Shifeng, following which, Shifeng spent 10 silver to set up a stall in Blue Coral City's business district, buying Sea Tribe weapons for 60 silver each. Only buying a certain amount. First come, first served. Shifeng shouted, immediately attracting the attention of the players on the street. Normally, players only purchase Sea Tribe weapons for 50 silver each. Even players that set up stalls to sell the weapons asked for less than 60 silver. With someone willing to spend so much on each Sea Tribe weapon, players were bound to notice. A short moment later, a large group of players crowded around Shifeng to sell their Sea Tribe weapons, rapidly depleting Shifeng's funds. In less than an hour, Shifeng had spent more than 2,000 gold, purchasing 4,352 Sea Tribe weapons. He had basically purchased every Sea Tribe weapon in Blue Coral City. Once customers stopped visiting his stall, he packed up and headed for a hotel to alter his appearance once more. When Shifeng left the hotel, he discovered several players hiding around a street corner, staring intently at the hotel's entrance. It was obvious that these players wanted to learn why he had bought so many Sea Tribe weapons. Unperturbed, Shifeng found a deserted location and used the 7 Luminaries ring to teleport out of Blue Coral City. After using space movement and spatial gate 4 times in a row, Shifeng arrived on a volcanic island that housed monsters ranging from level 80 and level 100. These monsters were far from ordinary, with the weakest among them a chieftain that had the combat power to rival players who reached the Trial Tower's 3rd floor. Even ordinary Tier 2 experts of the same level would have a difficult time fighting these chieftains one-on-one. Meanwhile, the NPC that possessed the secret law copies was located in a hidden room within the volcano. Players had only learned of this NPC in the past thanks to a few players who had visited the island for a rare quest. They had accidentally stumbled across the secret room, finding this rare NPC very quickly. With the help of Gale Domain, Shifeng reached a cave inside the volcano. After killing several hundred level 83+ Lord-ranked lava monsters, he finally found a hidden room. Although the cave's monsters were all lords, they had dropped almost no loot. They hadn't dropped anything beyond some ordinary materials, not even a single piece of common equipment. Although the monsters' loot was terrible, the EXP they granted was astounding. After killing several hundred monsters, Shifeng had finally risen from level 70 to 71 as he opened the door to the hidden room. Shifeng was greeted by the sight of a dark, empty room. It only contained a stone platform. Shifeng grew a little excited as he approached the platform, spending 100 magic crystals to light the candle upon it without hesitation. By the time the public had discovered this place in the past, the players that had pioneered the island had cleaned out the NPC's stock of secret law copies. Although the stock would replenish from time to time, the various superpowers had already laid claim and monopolized the NPC. Small guilds like Shadow had only been able to watch and drool from the sidelines as the candlewick ignited. A storm abruptly enveloped the room. The translucent figure of a man began to materialize before Shifeng. After an inspection, one would discover that this man was a level 80 Tier 2 professional mage named Horus. However, when Shifeng inspected the man with omniscient eyes, he discovered that the NPC was actually a level 180 Tier 5 divine mage. If players gave in to their greed and tried to rob this NPC, only death would await them, a particularly cruel death. Young adventurer, are you the one who has awakened me? Horus asked as he watched Shifeng with eyes swallowed by dark blue flames, his gaze chilling. Yes, Lord Horus. Shifeng nodded respectfully. As a deceased entity, Horus abhorred the living. If Shifeng disrespected him, he'd get nothing from this NPC. Very good. When I was alive, the king of the Sea Tribe hunted me down and killed me. Now I want revenge on the Sea Tribe. However, I cannot leave this place, so I want you to be my instrument of vengeance, slaying the Sea Tribe's members. As proof of your achievement, you may bring me the Sea Tribe's unique weapons. Once you complete this task, I will reward you handsomely, Horus said. Although the NPC's tone was calm, the rage in his eyes was apparent. System: you have accepted the epic quest, The Wrath of the Dead. Quest content: kill Sea Tribe members and obtain 3,000 Sea Tribe weapons. Rewards unknown. Chapter 2080 Epic Rank Reward. An epic quest? Shifeng was slightly astonished when he heard the system notification. He had never heard of Horus giving out an epic quest in the past. He had only known that this NPC wanted Sea Tribe weapons in a bid for vengeance against the Sea Tribe. The quest in the past had only been an advanced hidden quest, requiring 1,000 C-Tribe weapons to complete, and a player had to finish the quest before they could trade with Horus now. Not only was the quest epic rank, but its completion also required 3,000 C-Tribe weapons. This massive change ruined his plans in the past. The activation quest had awarded the Ocean's Heart design, an intermediate magic array design. Although Ocean's Heart was only a barrier-type magic array, it could suppress sea monsters to a frightening extent. Ocean's Heart was even effective against mythic monsters, and extremely useful to guilds trying to develop their naval prowess. The Ocean's Heart's magic array scrolls had sold for astronomical prices in the past, of course. Now that the quest had changed, its reward would be different as well. It seems I'll have to come up with a different method. Shurfeng sighed deeply as he handed Horus 3,000 C-Tribe weapons. The various major powers on the main continent had already reached a developmental bottleneck. As a result, these powers had begun to compete over the sea's resources. Fortunately, Zero Wing already had its own shipyard, many advanced speedboats, and control of several coastal towns and naval cities. Immortal Light, Zero Wing's subordinate, had also been developing its naval strength under Shurfeng's orders, and was now a significant power at sea. However, with how quickly the various major powers were developing, Zero Wing would struggle to maintain these advantages. Shurfeng had wanted to rely on the Ocean's Heart to accelerate the guild's development at sea, but now he had no choice but to look for other avenues. As Shurfeng gave Horus the C-Tribe weapons, the NPC's eyes glowed with excitement. Wonderful! There are indeed 3,000 C-Tribe weapons here. Horus nodded in satisfaction, his hand abruptly flashing with a bright glow. When the light subsided, he held an ancient tome. I went to great lengths to obtain this book. Hopefully you can make good use of it. If you obtain more C-Tribe weapons in the future, you can find me to trade them. When Horus finished speaking, not only did Shurfeng obtain the tome, but he also earned an abundance of EXP. Not only did he instantly level up from 71 to 72, but he also gained 2 additional legacy skill points from completing the quest. The quest rewards were incredible. It was much harder to level up after reaching level 70, and Shurfeng's hidden class required twice as much EXP as normal players. An ancient forging book? Shurfeng's eyes widened in shock when he inspected the book he had earned from Horus. Ocean's Heart didn't have much use to individual players, but the magic array was quite important to guilds. If possible, he wanted to trade 3,000 C-Tribe weapons for the array design. However, after seeing the ancient forging book, this thought vanished. In God's domain, ancient forging books were akin to alchemy secret journals. Not only were they unique items, but the weapon or equipment designs they contained were also extraordinary. An ancient forging book was almost as valuable as an ordinary epic forging design. Shurfeng immediately opened the ancient forging book, eager to discover what item it would help produce. Amazing. I struck gold this time. Shurfeng could not help his growing elation as he read the tome's contents. The ancient forging book Horus had given him didn't contain one weapon or equipment piece design. Rather, it contained the designs to produce the dark gold set equipment, Crystal Light set. Although it was only a level 60 to level 80 set, it was an 8-piece set equipment, possessing more set effects than its 6-piece counterparts. If a level 60 player equipped the Crystal Light set, their combat power would be on par with a player wearing a 6-piece level 65 dark gold set equipment. At this stage of the game, the various superpowers could only dream of owning 6-piece level 65 dark gold set equipment. Anyone seen wearing such a set would even earn peak experts' envy. Of course, the Crystal Light set had harsh production requirements. At the very least, one needed to be a basic master forger to forge the set, and the required materials were extremely rare. For example, the set required a lot of fine titan or mana stones and advanced magic cores, all of which were incredibly difficult to procure at this stage of the game. Even for the various large guilds, however, material gathering was a secondary concern. The high production cost was far more important. If Shurfeng calculated the cost according to current market prices, each production attempt would cost roughly 800 gold. Furthermore, a basic master forger wouldn't have more than a 30% success rate when trying to forge the set. Even intermediate master forgers would only have a 35% success rate, while advanced master forgers would have a 40% chance. Even if one were lucky, they'd still spend nearly 2,400 gold to produce one Crystal Light set. Although Zero Wing earned a lot of coins each day, most of those coins had to be spent on paying back debts. Shifeng still needed to pay back the astronomical construction costs for Silverwing Town's airport. Moreover, he had instructed Aqua Rose to invest funds into the Lost Town's development in secret to enable the guild to nurture more experts in a short time. In addition, Zero Wing had to fund Immortal Light's development and purchase epic materials for the upcoming auction house competition. Right now, the guild only had around 20,000 gold available for emergencies. If he wanted to mass-produce the Crystal Light set and form a personal security team like Nature Manifestations, he'd need a lot more coins. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng traded 1,200 Sea Tribe weapons and 1,500 elemental cores for 3 copies of the basic secret law, Deep Sea Meditation. Shifeng could only return later to trade for Horus's remaining 3 copies. Deep Sea Meditation, Basic Secret Law, allows the user to exhibit their body's latent potential through meditation, significantly improving their physique. This secret law consumes a lot of stamina and concentration when used. Drops upon death. After purchasing the secret law copies, Shifeng left to find the 4-star wandering merchant using the 7 luminaries ring. After teleporting 5 times, Shifeng arrived in a secret land. He then spent the next 4 hours clearing out the level 80+ monsters that stood in his way before locating a small wooden house. A gray-robed, elderly man called Zal, one of 3 4-star wandering merchants in the Sea of Illusion, occupied the house. After meeting with Zal, Shifeng purchased all 500 stamina gemstones the NPC had, each gemstone costing 5 elemental cores. He couldn't have dreamed of doing something like this in his previous life. This NPC simply required too many elemental cores. If he hadn't obtained the 6,752 elemental cores while grinding in the Ancient God's secret maze, he wouldn't have dared to purchase both the secret law copies and the stamina gemstones. When the public had discovered Zal in the past, the various superpowers had monopolized the NPC's stock. These powers left very few gemstones for other players once they had finished with Zal. Hence, it was a dream for Shifeng to purchase 500 stamina gemstones in a single transaction. Now, the several players that had discovered Zal in the past had only purchased around 200 stamina gemstones. Even so, they had made a fortune, earning the various large guilds' envy, following which, Shifeng took out a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. Chapter 2081 Stormy Winds. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. Although White River City was not the kingdom's capital, its popularity overshadowed Starmoon City as the main headquarters of the kingdom's #1 guild and home to the Candlelight trading firm, which continued to introduce one new product after another. At this point, White River City had become the kingdom's capital in the hearts of Starmoon Kingdom's players. Since White River City was the only city in the kingdom to be promoted, its fame had reached new heights. Tons of players from foreign cities and countries visited the city every day, and it had become almost as prosperous as an ordinary empire's imperial capital. Over a dozen level 64 players in gorgeous equipment had gathered on the second floor of White River City's auction house. They all wore the same guild emblem as they watched the fight in the auction arena. Contempt filled their eyes as they looked down on the combatants, as expected of a small kingdom. Although the local players' equipment standards are quite good, their combat standards are terrible. They're not even a match for some second-rate guilds in our Dark Knight Empire. It's no wonder why Zero Wing lords over Starmoon Kingdom, a level 64 berserker said as he watched several guild players from Starmoon Kingdom fight in the auction arena in ridicule. The berserker had not held back his opinion. With the physique of Tier 2 players, the combatants had heard him clearly even from 50 yards away. However, none of those players dared to comment against the berserker. They all simply lowered their heads and remained silent. This berserker had earned the right to such arrogance. This level 64 berserker had won 20 matches in the auction arena in a row. Quite a few of the berserker's opponents had been peak experts from Starmoon Kingdom, but none of them had dropped the berserker's HP below 80%. This berserker had even fought 2 opponents at once and still maintained his HP above 80%, winning the match. Moreover, the berserker's identity was extraordinary. This berserker was Dustblood, one of the 10 great experts from the Dark Knight Empire's Bloodbath family. The Bloodbath family was a veteran first-rate guild, and at this point it was the strongest guild in the Dark Knight Empire, excluding the 3 resident superpowers. The Bloodbath family also occupied a medium-sized kingdom and a small-sized kingdom. No ordinary first-rate guild could hope to compare to its strength. Although these guilds are very weak, Zero Wing's title as Starmoon Kingdom's overlord proves that it has some ability. Furthermore, Zero Wing has 4 experts that rank on the God's Domain experts list. Black Flame in particular, has killed many superpowers peak experts thus far. A young man in dark gray robes said Zero Wing's name had already become commonplace in the Dark Knight Empire. After all, the guild had successfully helped the 100 Flowers Palace stop Starlink's invasion in Moon Creek Town. The incident had surprised the Empire's various guilds, all of which had immediately investigated Zero Wing. However, the more they looked into Zero Wing, the more the guild surprised them. These guilds hadn't been surprised by Zero Wing's rapid development in God's domain, but by the number of frightening powers Zero Wing had provoked. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's 9 Dragons Emperor, the Evil Gods Temple Pantheon, Blackwater, Miracle, and the Dark Knight Empire's Starlink. All of these guilds were powerful enough to make even a first-rate guild like Bloodbath family shudder in fear. Yet Zero Wing had provoked every one of them. The fact that Zero Wing had survived this long was unbelievable. Calling it a miracle wasn't an exaggeration. Zero Wing's success will soon reach its end. The various superpowers have been busy with their own matters, so none of them have bothered to retaliate. I've also heard that Zero Wing has a tentative alliance with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Rain. But things have changed. The various superpowers have set their sights on White River City, and even if Phoenix Rain makes a personal appearance, she can't change Zero Wing's fate. Dustblood said, sneering. The fact that Zero Wing had 4 experts that ranked on the God's Domain experts list was impressive to other guilds. But the achievement meant nothing to the various superpowers. The God's Domain experts list focused on players' battle records, not their overall strength. God's Domain had many experts that hadn't accumulated eye-catching battle records, yet wielded peerless strength. Take the Bloodbath family, for example. Bloodbath family's expert members were even stronger than the Refinement Realm experts on the God's Domain experts list, but none of them had actually made it on the list. To put it simply, only small guilds and independent players took the God's Domain experts list seriously. It was merely an information source for true major powers, not an indicator of a guild's strength. Moreover, the competition for an NPC city's auction house didn't rely on war weapons or tools. Instead, it relied on a guild's resources and experts. The competition prohibited artificial strength, so the war weapons Zero Wing had been lucky enough to acquire would be useless. With how few experts Zero Wing possessed, it wouldn't even be able to defeat veteran first-rate guilds like Bloodbath family, much less the various superpowers. I guess you're right. The various superpowers will not give up on White River City's auction house. Some of the old monsters that usually hide in the shadows are even revealing themselves to ensure their guild's success in the competition. Even experts on the God's Domain experts list will be of limited use. The young man nodded in agreement. When he spoke of the various superpowers' old monsters, fear and yearning flashed in his eyes. Thus far, the fights between God's Domain superpowers had been nothing more than skirmishes. Large-scale battles between these major powers were rare. Moreover, to nurture the younger generation, the various superpowers' true experts typically avoided their guild's affairs. They kept to themselves, quietly increasing their strength. If these old monsters took action, how would the younger generation acquire any fame? Even the younger generation's greatest prodigy was a joke before these old monsters. Zero Wing is certainly unlucky. It could have remained the king of its mountain for some time. Unfortunately, White River City was promoted too quickly. Now, even its dream of standing atop its mountain as king would shatter. I've heard that even King's Return, Blackwater, and Pantheon have arrived to compete for White River City. I can't wait to see these superpowers tear Zero Wing apart. Dustblood said, smiling. Oh, look over there. Even the Glory Empire's holy reincarnation has come. It seems that they're here to watch the fight between these superpowers as well, the young man said suddenly as he pointed to a group of or so players that had just arrived in the second-floor hall with a smirk. Holy Reincarnation was also a veteran first-rate guild, strong enough to rival the Bloodbath family. It was also the second strongest guild, after King's Return, in the Glory Empire. While the various kingdoms and empires' powers gathered in White River City in anticipation of the auction house's struggle, Surefeng worked on crafting the crystal light set in the nearby candlelight trading firm. Although up to 10 players could learn the crystal light set's production method from the ancient forging book, it was an 8-piece dark gold set equipment. Not even basic master forgers like Melancholic Smile and Cream Cocoa would have much success with forging the set. Furthermore, Melancholic Smile and the others had their own work to focus on. Hence, Surefeng decided to craft the set equipment himself. Fortunately, acquiring the required materials was no trouble for Surefeng. Zero Wing had been growing stronger as time passed, and as a result it had compiled a ton of materials in the guild warehouse. In addition, the candlelight trading firm had joined the secret chamber of commerce. So, obtaining the necessary materials to forge the crystal light set equipment was quite easy for the guild. In fact, Shifeng had gathered more than a dozen sets of materials in less than an hour. He then refined the materials with the soul fire. Using the Philosopher's Hand's ability, Shifeng continued to shape one set piece after another. Before he put the finishing touches on the 8-piece set, Shifeng retrieved 40 grains of temporal sand. Temporal sand was incredibly valuable, with each grain selling for more than 20 gold on the market. Not only could it increase one's production success rate, but it could also strengthen the crafted item. Shifeng allocated 5 grains of temporal sand for each set piece, the maximum amount dark gold equipment could handle. If he hadn't had the bracelet of time, he wouldn't have dared to use the temporal sand so extravagantly. The crystal light set equipment then radiated a dazzling glow, illuminating the entire room. As the light faded, it revealed 8 pieces of equipment, glowing with a sparkling light and radiating an ancient, violent aura. Chapter 2082 Timeless Equipment. Did it succeed? Shifeng could not help but grow a little excited as he gazed at the 8-piece set equipment on the table before him. Although he had more than 10 sets of materials on hand, the crystal light set was top-tier dark gold set equipment, its production difficulty only second to epic equipment. Although he had already become an intermediate master forger, and with the help of the Philosopher's Hand, performed as an advanced master forger, successfully forging the crystal light set was incredibly difficult. Theoretical success rate, after all, had nothing to do with the actual forging process in the game's early stages. The main god system had simplified the various production processes to their base limits to allow players to familiarize themselves with god's domain subclasses. However, as players reached higher levels and adapted, the main god system would gradually withdraw its assistance, and the various production processes would become more complex and detailed. Meanwhile, successfully forging a dark gold set equipment was a massive threshold for lifestyle players during God's Domain's ancient times. Weapons and equipment had only fallen into 2 categories, ordinary and extraordinary. More categories had only been added after the ancient gods had fallen. Ordinary equipment split into bronze, mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold, and dark gold ranks. Extraordinary equipment had been broken down into epic and legendary. Dark gold weapons and equipment were considered the peak of ordinary equipment, hence, they were extremely difficult to obtain and produce without a larger power support. An ordinary expert player would be limited to dark gold weapons and equipment at best. Meanwhile, dark gold set equipment was at the very apex of ordinary equipment, the best available without any flaws. No matter how high one raised their theoretical production success rate, a single mistake would result in failure. There was no room for error when crafting dark gold set equipment. One could argue that crafting dark gold set equipment was even more difficult than producing epic items, since the latter allowed for some mistakes. Only, the theoretical production success rate was much lower compared to dark gold set equipment. As Shifeng began to inspect the crystal light set before him, the sound of a system notification reached his ear system. Crystal light set has been successfully forged. Forging proficiency increased by 200 points. Obtain 10 million EXPAs expected of an 8-piece dark gold set equipment. Provided so much proficiency. Shifeng was elated when he saw the system notification. Even forging ordinary dark gold weapons and equipment awarded very little proficiency after reaching intermediate master rank. Normally, he'd be lucky to get 3 points for each success. This was why a player needed so much time to rise to advanced master rank after becoming an intermediate master. Now, forging a single crystal light set awarded 200 proficiency points, the equivalent of crafting nearly 70 pieces of dark gold equipment. However, the crystal light set's attributes were the true reason for Shifeng's joy, not the system's reward. The crystal light set was a top-tier dark gold set equipment, and due to the enhancement the temporal sand provided, the 8 pieces basic attributes had risen by 10%. Purely comparing basic attributes, ordinary epic equipment had around 20% to 30% higher attributes than the normal crystal light set, but the temporal sand had reduced that by 10%. There was no doubt that the set equipment before him was currently the best ordinary equipment available in the game. If he hadn't been wearing several pieces of epic equipment with beneficial effects, Shifeng would have immediately replaced his items with the crystal light set. Of course, Shifeng didn't stop after this success. He immediately began to forge the next set. As time continued to flow, The day of the auction house's struggle had finally arrived. White River City was particularly lively. Today, the various powers would battle to determine their future territories. As a result, countless players from Star Moon Kingdom and its neighbors had gathered in White River City. At this point, the city's player population exceeded 50 million. If not for White River City's traffic restriction, there would have been several times more players in the city today. Even the various large guilds' elusive upper echelons gathered in the city's auction house. Representatives from more than 2,000 different guilds had come to participate in the competition. Moreover, a large number of adventurer teams and dark powers had arrived to participate in the day's events. With so many powers, ordinary players didn't even qualify to walk into the auction house and were barred from entering the building. The city's independent players watched the various major powers members enter the auction house in envy. For today only, players needed to carry at least one epic material to enter White River City's auction house. Otherwise, regardless of how powerful or wealthy one was, they wouldn't get past the doors and were forced to wait outside. Even so, a large crowd had gathered outside the building to watch the competition. These players hadn't gathered because they had nothing better to do, but because the system had set up several colossal magic mirrors to broadcast the events along the business district. Anyone on the streets or resting in one of the city's establishments would be able to watch the spectacular competition for dominance over the auction house. Meanwhile, two players, one old and the other young, sat in one of the auction house's top-floor VIP rooms. From this spectator's room, these two would have a full view of the auction arena below, which easily accommodated more than 100,000 players. If the various large guilds' upper echelon saw that only two people occupied this spacious VIP room, they'd curse them for being wasteful. Renting the auction house's top-floor VIP rooms cost 5 epic materials. Although epic materials were not as valuable as epic weapons or equipment, they were still extremely difficult to obtain. First-rate guilds would be fortunate to collect several dozen epic materials, and none of them would dare to spend 5 epic items just for a better view of the auction arena. Amazing. A city like White River City has actually attracted so many superpowers. Mu Lingsha, the VIP room's younger occupant, exclaimed as she watched the various participating superpowers enter the arena. Starlink, Blackwater, Pantheon and King's Return weren't the only superpowers present. Members of the Secret Pavilion, Sacred Temple and Crimson Emperor had also come to participate. It's only natural. Although Star Moon Kingdom is only a medium-sized kingdom, an NPC city's auction house is incredibly important. If they can claim this city's auction house, they can earn a stable income. Moreover, Star Moon Kingdom has a gold mine like the Witch's Hill. With so many benefits up for grabs, it is only natural that many superpowers have been tempted into action. The elderly man beside Mu Lingsha explained, smiling. If Crimson Emperor or Starlink's upper echelon saw this elder, they'd likely be astonished. This elderly man was Unknown King, Unyielding Soul's previous guild leader. When he had run the guild, it had risen to glory, but due to his age and his body's deterioration, he had retired from the front lines more than 2 decades ago. Grandpa, does Zero Wing really have no hope of holding White River City? Mu Lingsha could not help but ask. She was grateful to Zero Wing for all the help it had provided thus far. Moreover, her good friend Aqua Rose was a member of the guild. If another power stole White River City, which served as Zero Wing's main headquarters, Zero Wing would suffer for it. None. Even if our guild lends Zero Wing a hand, I'm afraid that holding White River City would still be impossible, Unknown King said, shaking his head. Not even our help could change the situation? Mu Lingsha was surprised. Although Unyielding Soul had been declining, it was still a veteran first-rate guild. Ordinary first-rate guilds still were no match for its strength. Yuri severely underestimating the participating superpowers. Although we are a superpower as well, their backgrounds and foundations are many times stronger than Unyielding Soul's. Any other time they might have backed off out of respect for our guild. But this competition will determine their future in God's domain. None of them will show respect for the others. Furthermore, Zero Wing has provoked too many superpowers, pushing them to the limits of their tempers. Now nobody can save Zero Wing, Unknown King said. Sighing, Mu Lingsha lowered her head in disappointment while the various major powers entered the auction house and eagerly awaited the competition's start. A group of players wearing 6-winged emblems entered the arena. The leader of this group was none other than Shi Feng. Chapter 2083 Grand Gathering. When Zero Wing's members arrived, the atmosphere in the auction arena changed immediately. The various major powers representatives couldn't help but shift their gazes to Zero Wing's players. Not only was Zero Wing Star Moon Kingdom's overlord, but its main headquarters was also located in White River City. Moreover, it had amazing growth potential and a very high chance of becoming a super first-rate guild in the future. To put it simply, the guild was in its heyday. If Zero Wing secured the management rights to White River City's auction house, not only would it solidify its position as the kingdom's overlord, but it would also have a stable source of income, further increasing its chances of becoming a superpower. However, rather than envying Zero Wing's players, the various major powers members only watched them with pity or delight. They actually dared to show up. Dustblood, who stood outside of the arena, sneered when he saw Zero Wing's members. Do they really think that they can secure this auction house just because their headquarters is located here? Zero Wing had only dispatched a little over 100 players to the auction arena. It was a significant number compared to the various large guilds, who had only sent around 30 players each. In fact, the size of its group was only second to the various participating superpowers. However, most of the large guilds attending the competition were only there to spectate. They didn't actually plan to compete, so they hadn't needed to send a lot of members. The fact that Zero Wing had sent so many players proved its intentions. The guild would be participating in the competition. Although Zero Wing was Star Moon Kingdom's overlord, the Bloodbath family simply considered the guild a mere mountain king. Wasn't an issue if Zero Wing strutted around its kingdom normally. However, even the Bloodbath family had only sent around 40 players to such a grand event to gain experience. Yet Zero Wing had dispatched more than 100 players to try to win this competition. Zero Wing simply overestimated itself. Maybe Zero Wing is putting up a final fight for its survival, the gray-robed young man said. Sighing after all was said and done, White River City was Zero Wing's main headquarters. If another power claimed the city's auction house, Zero Wing would lose the foundation it had spent so much time to build. The loss would be unimaginably dire for the guild. The competition for dominance in God's domain grew more intense as time passed. If a guild failed to keep up with the changing times, the gap between it and others would only grow. Losing one's main headquarters during these rapidly changing times would be fatal, especially for a new guild like Zero Wing. Its members had yet to acquire a sense of belonging and cohesiveness with how recently the guild had been established, and it wouldn't be surprising to see Zero Wing disband shortly after losing White River City. Unfortunately, everything weaker than the various superpowers was nothing more than an ant. This was the case true for a top-ranked first-rate guild like the Bloodbath family. At one time, the Bloodbath family had been recognized as a pseudo-super first-rate guild, but it was still no match for Starlink, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor in the Dark Knight Empire. The Bloodbath family was also wise enough not to harbor thoughts of antagonizing these three superpowers in the virtual gaming world. Unless one was on the brink of becoming a superpower, they couldn't truly understand what a superpower was to the various guilds and players in God's domain. Superpowers were, at most, guilds with greater financial strength and more experts than their weaker companions. Most didn't understand that the difference between a superpower and an ordinary power didn't lay in quantity, but in quality. Otherwise, the Bloodbath family would have become a super first-rate guild long ago. Rather than the pseudo-super first-rate guild, it was after so many years of development several dozen players in level 60 fine gold and dark gold equipment stood some distance away from the Bloodbath family group. These several dozen players radiated such intense killing intent as they watched Zero Wing's members that other guild experts around them kept their distance. However, the other experts weren't afraid of these layers because of the dense killing intent they radiated. Instead, they were wary because those players wore Sin Realm's guild emblem. Sin Realm was the Purple Thorns Kingdom's absolute overlord. Unlike Zero Wing, which only controlled a little more than a dozen major NPC cities in Star Moon Kingdom, Sin Realm controlled every NPC city in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Ordinary guilds couldn't afford to provoke it. To think that even you would have such a day. Zero Wing, Skyview, Warring Empire's former guild leader, said gleefully, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes as he watched Shurfang's group after Zero Wing had destroyed Golden Flow Town. The Warring Empire had perished in Star Moon Kingdom. In the end, he had no choice but to migrate to the Purple Thorns Kingdom and join Sin Realm with some of his trusted subordinates. He had instantly fallen from a guild's leader to an ordinary elder. He hated Zero Wing deeply for this. Unfortunately, he hadn't had any opportunities for revenge against the guild since Zero Wing was so powerful, especially with its war weapons. Even the various superpowers likely had headaches when dealing with Zero Wing's arsenal, much less a former guild leader. Fortunately, the heavens would not forsake the faithful. After such a long wait, he finally had the chance to watch the moment Zero Wing fell from its throne. Zero Wing has gotten too full of itself after acquiring its powerful war weapons and blatantly proving superpowers left and right. The guild is too young. Now that the situation in God's domain has changed, Zero Wing can only blame itself for its downfall. Lone Beacon, who sat beside Skyview, calmly commented one should never casually provoke a superpower. Take Sin Realm, for example. Despite so many experts and support from powerful corporations, Sin Realm only dared to call itself overlord in its own kingdom. It actively avoided superpowers territories. However, Zero Wing repeated provoked superpowers even with no backing. Even Lone Beacon admired the guild's courage. However, regardless of Zero Wing's powerful war weapons, White River City would have a new owner today. While the various major powers discussed Zero Wing, a group of players entered the auction arena, causing a massive uproar. What? Even Nature Hall's members have come. Everyone was surprised to see Nature Hall's members in the arena. Nature Hall was one of the fastest growing superpowers in God's domain. Not only did it control the Storm Empire, but it also had close relations with several powerful top adventurer teams in the game. Although these top adventurer teams weren't as large as superpowers, they had extraordinarily strong experts. It was rumored that some of these experts could even rival super first-rate guilds and super guilds' peak experts, with some even rivaling superpowers' old monsters. Hence, even the various superpowers avoided provoking Nature Hall. Right now, the Storm Empire is so far away from Starmoon Kingdom. Logically, there's no reason for Nature Hall to contest for White River City. Could it be here because of the issue with Twilight Echo? That's most likely the case. Otherwise, Nature Hall wouldn't have sent Deep Thunder, its first vice-guild leader. Furthermore, no one knows what Zero Wing did to convince Nature Hall to give up on Twilight Echo. And because of this, Nature Hall has been humiliated in the Storm Empire. Zero Wing is definitely dead now. It had already provoked Blackwater and Starlink, and now even Nature Hall has shown up. After today, Zero Wing will have no place in White River City. As everyone discussed Nature Hall's presence, they agreed that Zero Wing was truly doomed. Even other superpowers would suffer if they had to face three rising superpowers like Blackwater, Starlink, and Nature Hall, not to mention Zero Wing. Meanwhile, when Mu Lingsha saw Nature Hall's members from her top-floor VIP room, her expression turned grim. It's over. It's really over. Blackwater, Starlink, and Nature Hall. Every one of these guilds was stronger than Unyielding Soul. Not even her guild would casually provoke any of these three superpowers, yet Zero Wing had angered all of them. All of Zero Wing's enemies smiled joyfully, especially Skyview and Shadowlight Axe, the former guild leaders of Warring Empire and Knight's Judgment. Meanwhile, after arriving, Deep Thunder and his team headed toward Zero Wing's members, but as everyone expected a fight to break out. Guild leader Black Flame, after such a short time apart, it seems that you've grown stronger yet again, Deep Thunder said amicably as he approached Shurfeng. Our guild leader has sent me with a specific order to help Zero Wing in this competition. If you encounter any trouble, please feel free to use my team and me as you see fit. Please send my gratitude to guild leader Nature. Zero Wing will remember this kindness, Shurfeng said, nodding. He realized that Nature Hall was trying to befriend his guild. Not at all. It's a small matter. When Deep Thunder heard Shurfeng's reply, he grinned with greater delight, recognizing that Shurfeng had accepted Nature Hall's attempt to form a friendship with Zero Wing. When the various major powers representatives saw this, their jaws dropped in shock. Chapter 2084. There's more than one backer. What's going on? Isn't Nature Hall here to cause trouble for Zero Wing? Deep Thunder's behavior stupefied the various major powers. They could not understand what Nature Hall was trying to pull. Are those people using disguises? The Bloodbath family's Dust Blood muttered in confusion. Nature Hall had already grown stronger than super first-rate guilds like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul. Such a powerful guild should disdain ordinary super first-rate guilds, let alone Zero Wing. However, after watching the exchange between Shurfeng and Deep Thunder, one would think that Zero Wing was the true superpower, not Nature Hall. No matter how Dust Blood considered the situation, he couldn't understand what was happening. I met Deep Thunder personally. Although God's domain has many tools that can disguise a player, They can't replicate a target's strength and aura," the gray-robed young man said, shaking his head. "That Deep Thunder looks and feels exactly like the one I've met. Moreover, Deep Thunder wields the magic warrior hidden class. You can feel a special kind of mana around him at all times. No tool can duplicate that feeling." "Then why is that Deep Thunder treating Black Flame so graciously?" Dustblood asked, clearly confused. "I don't know. Maybe Nature Hall has some secret deal with Black Flame," the young man said. He was just as confused and didn't know how to answer his companion's question. With Nature Hall's strength and development speed, not even the secret pavilion would be able to stop it from targeting Zero Wing without tremendous compensation. The gray-robed young man had no idea what ability Zero Wing possessed to warrant Nature Hall's goodwill. Moreover, Nature Hall seemed to be desperate for Zero Wing's approval. The only explanation he could think of involved some private deal between Black Flame and Nature Hall's core upper echelons, convincing the larger guild to give up on Twilight Echo and support Zero Wing. No wonder why Zero Wing's members seem so fearless. "It turns out they actually have Nature Hall's support," Dustblood said, sneering. However, a trace of envy and admiration could be seen in his gaze. Although the Bloodbath family was a top-ranked first-rate guild and only a short distance from becoming an actual superpower, it could not afford to provoke some of the small guilds in its territory. Most of those small guilds were backed by superpowers. Even if Zero Wing lost White River City today, it could slowly recuperate its strength. It still wasn't an existence that ordinary powers could afford to provoke. As for Black Flame's private deal with Nature Hall, this was likely the case after all. Black Flame possessed extraordinary individual strength. It wasn't surprising to find someone so powerful connected to certain influential individuals. In fact, the more Dustblood thought about it, the more it seemed plausible. It certainly explained why Zero Wing dared to provoke Blackwater and Starlink openly. Dustblood wasn't the only one with such thoughts. The various major powers' upper echelons had reached the same conclusion. One should not underestimate Nature Hall just because its territory was smaller than Blackwater and Starlink's. Nature Hall's Storm Empire was an Ore country, far more valuable than the Steel Empire or Dark Knight Empire. Nature Hall had no reason to fear Blackwater or Starlink. Meanwhile, in another corner, Sin Realm's members were silent. The killing intent they radiated had also lessened. None of them had thought that Zero Wing had any backers. But in truth, it seemed that a titan stood behind the smaller guild. With Nature Hall's assistance, Zero Wing might actually hold White River City and solidify its position as Star Moon Kingdom's overlord. Zero Wing has an alliance with Nature Hall? Glaring hatefully at Shurfeng, Skyview hissed. So what if you have Nature Hall's support? Nature Hall might not fear Blackwater and Starlink, but it is only one superpower. There are more than two superpowers for White River City. I refuse to believe Nature Hall can defeat them all. Sin Realm's members nodded in agreement. This competition for the auction house was unique, and even if Nature Hall helped Zero Wing defeat the participating superpowers, there were others in God's domain. Zero Wing would not change its fate of losing White River City. However, while the crowd discussed the relationship between Nature Hall and Zero Wing, two players, one young and one old, approached Shurfeng. These two were none other than Mu Lingsha and unknown King Guild leader Black Flame. "I am Mu Cheng. My granddaughter Lingsha has recently been in your care. If Zero Wing encounters any trouble, please feel free to request my help. Although I have withdrawn from the front lines, I dare say that I am still a capable fighter," Unknown King said, chuckling as he glanced at the various major powers in the auction arena. Sin Realm and the other superpowers that were so eager to watch Zero Wing's downfall were stupefied after watching Mu Cheng and Mu Lingsha speak with Shurfeng. Why is Thousand Hands doing here? What relationship does Zero Wing have with Unyielding Soul to warrant a personal visit from its former guild leader? The auction arena stirred at Mu Cheng's appearance. The various major powers weren't the only ones surprised by this old man's arrival. Many independent players were just as shocked to see Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng was one of the older generation's experts. He had been a big shot in the virtual gaming world when Unyielding Soul had been at its peak. And when he had still been active, everyone had known his nickname, Thousand Hands. He had been known as one of the top 3 assassins in the virtual gaming world. If his physical deterioration hadn't forced him away from the front lines, Unyielding Soul wouldn't have fallen to its current state. Why wouldn't everyone be shocked to see such a big shot greet Zero Wing and offer its help? Deep Thunder, who stood a short distance away, was also surprised to see this old man. He hadn't considered that Zero Wing would have such deep ties to Unyielding Soul. So much so that Unyielding Soul's former guild leader would make a personal appearance. Deep Thunder immediately raised his evaluation of Zero Wing. Who is this Black Flame? 2 superpowers have actually shown up to support him? Dustblood's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when he saw Mu Chang talk to Shifeng. Although Mu Chang had retired and was no longer at his peak strength, he could display a significant portion of his abilities with the latest virtual reality technology in God's domain. He definitely shouldn't be underestimated. If Mu Chang really lent Zero Wing a helping hand, the outcome of this competition would be uncertain, damn it. Why? This has to be a trick. Skyview was utterly flabbergasted. First, Nature Hall had offered its support, and now so did Unyielding Soul. He simply couldn't keep up, unlike the players in the auction arena. The spectating crowd outside grew excited with the sudden development. No one had believed that Zero Wing had any backers, and despite its hopes of becoming a super first-rate guild, its chances were actually quite slim. However, they now realized that they had been mistaken. Not only did Zero Wing have 2 backers, but both were also true superpowers. Factoring in Zero Wing's development speed, the likelihood of it becoming a super first-rate guild was extremely high. Nature Hall and Unyielding Soul? Galaxy Past, who sat in one of the spectator rooms on the 2nd floor, couldn't help his bitter smile as he watched Deep Thunder and Mu Chang had thought that Star Alliance had significantly shortened the gap between it and Zero Wing. He hadn't expected that Zero Wing had hidden so much power. He had watched Zero Wing grow from nothing, and he had assumed that he had seen everything the guild had to offer. Unfortunately, it seemed that he still underestimated Zero Wing's strength. Meanwhile, Purple Eye watched Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, who stood beside their guild leader, in envy. She had thought of the 2 women as rivals, but now they were utterly out of her reach. Now that Zero Wing had the support of 2 superpowers, it could definitely ascend to the upper levels of God's domain in the future. While everyone talked about Zero Wing, a commotion erupted outside of the arena. Shortly after, a group of 400+ players entered. Even the lowest-leveled player among this group was level 64, with their weakest piece of equipment being level 60 fine gold rank. They all wore Starlink's guild emblem, and the dozen or so players in the lead possessed several epic weapons and equipment, wearing no less than level 60 dark gold items. A faint glow enveloped these dozen or so players as if they were the incarnations of gods. Mu Lingsha was stunned. Not even Unyielding Soul's main force was likely a match for these players. Sure enough, they've come. Mu Chang's expression gradually became serious as he watched the leaders of Starlink's force. Chapter 2085 Glory. There were many experts in the magnificent auction arena. Some among them even served as pillars in their large guilds, and there were quite a few peak experts from the various superpowers. However, when Starlink's members entered the arena, everyone gasped as they felt the intense pressure emitting from these players. Starlink's members didn't feel like players but great lords. The crowd subconsciously submitted as those players' aura washed over them. Even peak experts felt the threat of death from the dozen or so Starlink members in the lead. Why are they here? Deep Thunder's expression similarly changed when he saw Starlink's members, surprise and fear flashing in his eyes. Grandpa, who are those people? Why do even superpowers peak experts seem afraid of them? Mu Lingsha could not help but ask as she watched the various spectating superpowers peak experts in confusion. While it was true that Starlink's members were strong, the watching peak experts were as well. Even if there were a difference between superpower strength, there should be no reason for the spectating peak experts to fear Starlink's experts, but every one of their faces twisted with anxiety. Her grandfather, Mu Chang, was a true domain realm expert, and his nickname of Thousand Hands was no trivial matter. Although he had grown weaker with age, he could still easily handle peak experts. However, when her grandfather saw the dozen or so players leading Starlink's team, he seemed to share the spectating experts' trepidation. She found this situation truly baffling. Zero Wing really has no chance in the struggle for White River City now. Mu Chang could not help his bitter smile as he watched Starlink's leading members. He had thought that they could help Zero Wing hold White River City with the combination of Nature Hall's assistance and his fame. After all, the various participating superpowers had their own NPC cities to prioritize. They would only be able to dispatch a limited portion of their strength to secure White River City's auction house. However, it seemed he had underestimated Starlink's feelings toward Zero Wing. Are they really that strong? Mu Lingsha was even more surprised by her grandfather's comment, not just strong. Against these people, even veteran super guilds like the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple would have to take their opponents seriously. Otherwise, their defeat would be almost guaranteed. Mu Chang explained as he watched the 4 white-haired men among Starlink's team. To think that Starlink would recruit the 4 shadow demons. I've known that Starlink has been gathering an extraordinary amount of strength in secret, but I hadn't thought that it was so capable. Even Unyielding Soul is likely in danger. The 4 shadow demons? After giving the name some thought, Mu Lingsha asked in surprise. Are they the 4 lunatics that shook up the various superpowers years ago? The 4 shadow demons had been very well known more than a decade ago. But unlike the name suggested, these 4 didn't operate as a group. They hadn't even known each other. Acting independently, these 4 people had earned the nickname for shadow demons because of how much trouble they had caused the various superpowers, killing countless experts and peak experts. Not even Unyielding Soul had been spared from the 4 shadow demons' mischief. All 4 of these players were madmen. Moreover, they were independent players, and as a result, the various superpowers had a very difficult time tracking them down and dealing with them during the height of their troublemaking. These 4 had been a hot topic among the general populace, so the secret pavilion had named them the 4 shadow demons, a nickname that had spread across the virtual gaming world. The various superpowers had the greatest headache trying to deal with players like the 4 shadow demons. Not only were they extremely powerful, but they were also insufferable lunatics with all 4 of these madmen here. It was easy to imagine how frightening this competition would be. Meanwhile, hundreds of players wearing Blackwater's guild emblem sat quietly in one of the top-floor VIP rooms. The inflexible, middle-aged man who led the group looked down at Shifeng, watching the swordsman with a smug grin. If Shifeng were there, he would have recognized the middle-aged man as Jingyang, the Blackwater representative that had visited Zero Wing's main headquarters not long ago. Sure enough, Vice Guild leader was right. Starlink has secretly recruited those 4 old ghosts, Jingyang said, smiling. I doubt even Zero Wing would have thought this could happen. Then should we take action now? Snowscar asked as he glanced at Shifeng. No. It is too soon. Let's wait until the competition officially begins before we teach Zero Wing the meaning of despair. Even if we say nothing, Zero Wing will beg us to take their combat puppets, Jingyang said. Laughing, the arena's atmosphere had drastically changed when the 4 shadow demons had appeared. Everyone had been optimistic about Zero Wing's success in the competition. The guild had support from 2 superpowers, potential was limitless. However, such thoughts had been abandoned. It seems Zero Wing has reached the end of the line. Melody, you better give up now. Zero Wing can no longer back 9th Heaven. Only Setting Sun can ensure 9th Heaven's glory in Forest City. Now? A young handsome male half-elf said. Zero Wing might have been able to deal with the Death God workshop, but now that it's on the brink of destruction, how could it possibly afford to help your guild? Don't think that Starlink only has the 4 shadow demons. The dozen or so experts around them aren't ordinary either. Take that blue-armored swordsman, for example. He has earned the nickname Illusion Swordsman, and his combat standards are on par with Miracle Dragons. There's also that tall shield warrior. He's called Mountain Horn and can rival Cuttlefish, the Iron Wall from Crimson Emperor. Every one of those people is an absolute peak expert. Moreover, Starlink has given all of them epic weapons and equipment. Just these people's strength is more than enough to make a super first-rate guild like Unyielding Soul suffer in a bitter battle, not to mention a guild like Zero Wing. Could Zero Wing really be doomed? Melody wondered as she looked at Shifeng. She had no rebuttal for the half-elf man. He had only spoken the truth. Even with 2 supporting superpowers, Zero Wing wasn't a match for the full force of another superpower. Unlike Melody's despair, Skyview was overjoyed. So what if you have 2 superpowers to support you, Black Flame? It can't change the fact that you will watch as someone takes White River City from you. Skyview threw his head back and laughed when he had watched one big shot after another stand up for Zero Wing. He had sighed at his own weakness, but who would have thought that the situation would change so drastically in the blink of an eye? Zero Wing had enjoyed endless glory in the auction arena since it arrived, but in the end, it was still an ant on the chessboard of God's domain. The guild was still easy prey for superpowers. As everyone chatted amongst themselves, a bell abruptly rang, echoing throughout White River City as it signaled the start of the auction arena's competition. Chapter 2086, Expert Foundations. White River City fell silent as the sound of the starting bell echoed throughout its streets. Almost everyone's breathing quickened in anticipation as they stared intently at the magic mirrors lining the business district. Afraid to miss a single moment of the upcoming struggle, many players outside of White River City had pulled up Star Moon Kingdom's official forums to watch the live streams for a moment. This competition had rendered the entire kingdom silent. The spectators in the auction arena itself tensed as they quietly watched the massive globe of water that had appeared above the arena. The gigantic globe displayed the qualifying rounds rules, which were unlike those of any competition previously held in the auction arena. The previous competitions had been fighting tournaments or betting matches between players. The rewards had been subpar, and very few players had been interested in taking part, although any player could join these competitions. However, since this competition involved the management rights to White River City's auction house, the system had set up a qualifying round before the official matches. Only those who passed the qualifiers could join the official struggle. If one failed to meet the requirements, all of the resources in the world couldn't help them. It's just a qualifying round. Yet the participation fee is so high? The spectating players gasped when they saw the participation cost of one epic material. Epic materials were still incredibly rare among the various large guilds. An ordinary large guild would be fortunate to accumulate around 30 epic materials. Such items even had an extremely low drop rate in 100-man hard mode team dungeons. Moreover, the main god system had reduced the drop rate to 0 for players that exceeded the dungeon's level limit to prevent players from abusing low-level team dungeons. Sending low-level members to grind these team dungeons was also useless for a guild. These players wouldn't be able to raid the dungeons, even if their guilds gave them top-tier equipment. Team dungeons tested players' combat standards as well as their equipment standards, and it would be extremely foolish for a guild to have its members with high combat standards maintain low levels. As players reached higher levels in God's domain, they'd encounter more fortuitous opportunities. Instructing experts to remain at a lower level would ruin the guild and the player's development. Because of this, the various major powers had stockpiled very few epic materials. Yet, the auction arena charged 1 epic material per participant, and every participating power had brought at least several dozen members. However, despite the crowd's sentiments, more than 100 powers paid the participation fee. Starlink, in particular, paid for more than 400 participants. When they saw this, the spectators couldn't help but shudder. Even the independent players watching from outside of the auction house couldn't help but gape in shock. Everyone had known before this that the various superpowers shouldn't be provoked and possessed wealth that far surpassed first-rate guilds. But they were still blown away when they saw how many members the various superpowers had dispatched for this competition. Moreover, this was only for one city. Many of these superpowers were contesting for multiple cities. Superpowers could truly kill people with wealth alone. So this is a superpower? Melody was even more distraught when she saw how many Starlink members would take part in this struggle. Setting aside its members' combat standards, the fact that Starlink had the financial strength to dispatch more than 400 players was enough to devastate second-rate guilds like Ninth Heaven. The competition for the auction house didn't operate like a fighting tournament. In the official competition, players would be evenly distributed onto 5 separate, spacious battlefields. Players would then have to slaughter each other and claim the energy crystals that would randomly fall from above. Whichever power had the most energy crystals at the end of the competition would secure the auction house's management rights. However, not only were players prohibited from using tools on the battlefield, but they were also banned from using large-scale spells. The main god system truly was intent on testing the participating powers' comprehensive strength. It didn't allow any trickery whatsoever. Although Zero Wing had dispatched 112 players to this competition, even more than top-ranked first-rate guilds like the Bloodbath family and Holy Reincarnation, it paled in comparison to Starlink's 400-plus members. Moreover, King's Return had sent 300-plus members, Blackwater had dispatched 200-plus, and Pantheon had arrived with 200-plus members. None of these superpowers should be underestimated. The other superpowers were mostly here to watch, not planning to compete for White River City. So they had only paid for a few members to participate for the experience. Although the various superpowers foundations had shocked the crowd, what happened next utterly stupefied everyone watching. Each of the qualifying rounds participating players was teleported to an independent room, all of which had over a dozen trolls. The weakest of these trolls was a lord, while the strongest was a great lord, and each room had a total of 3 great lords. All of the trolls were level 65, slightly higher than the participating players' average level. Players had to defeat 3 level 65 Great Lords, and more than 10 level 65 Lords in the qualifying round. Even ordinary experts would flee from such a monster group, yet the system wanted them to survive against these monsters for 1 minute. To make matters worse, players couldn't use tools. Many of the expert players in the arena despaired when they saw how difficult this qualifying round would be. The system joking? The system must be crazy. I can't even last 30 seconds against 1 level 65 Great Lord, much less against 3 of them. At first, many of the watching experts had hated themselves for not having any epic materials and losing out on the perfect opportunity to make a name for themselves, but after seeing the qualifying round's challenge, they were relieved. If they had paid to participate, they would have wasted an epic material for nothing, as expected of the auction house's struggle. This is amazing. The qualifying round already has such high standards. This trip here was definitely worth it. The standards are indeed quite high. I'm afraid that most of the participants will be disqualified during this round. Only those superpowers will have a significant number of experts make it to the true competition. The small guilds that are trying to make a name for themselves will likely be disappointed. Although, aside from those superpowers, I'm fairly certain that the Dark Knight Empire's Bloodbath family, the Glory Empire's Holy Reincarnation, and the Purple Thorns Kingdom's Sin Realm will have quite a few members pass the qualifying round. That's probably true. Not only are those guilds supported by powerful corporations, but they also have plenty of expert members. Zero Wing really is unlucky. It should have had a fighting chance since it dispatched 40 or so more players than the participating first-rate guilds. But after this round, Zero Wing will likely have far fewer members in the official competition than the first-rate guilds. That's right. Although Zero Wing has been developing wonderfully recently, it hasn't had enough time to develop to a sufficient level. Its foundation simply cannot compare to veteran first-rate guilds. If Zero Wing had accepted some major company or corporation's investments, it would have likely been a match for guilds like the Bloodbath family and Sin Realm. Everyone talked about the competition's qualifying round. They all had guesses about how many players from the participating guilds would make it to the competition after this round. However, nobody questioned the various superpowers' performances. Comparing the first-rate guild's abilities instead 1 minute passed quickly, and excited, everyone shifted their attention to the massive water globe hovering over the auction arena. They couldn't wait to see how the participating powers would perform. Thousand Light family, 9 people pass Blast Adventurer team, 5 people pass Bloodbath family, 32 people pass Star Alliance, 17 people pass Sin Realm, 26 people passed Holy Reincarnation, 35 people pass King's Return, 237 people pass Pantheon, 175 people pass Blackwater, 204 people pass Starlink, 339 people passed Zero Wing, 107 people passed. Chapter 2087 Passing Rate. What's going on? I thought Zero Wing only sent 112 members. How did so many of them pass? The players in the auction arena stared with wide eyes when they saw how many Zero Wing members had made it through the qualifiers, unable to believe their eyes. The various major powers waiting for the official competition's start were just as baffled and possible. The system must have made a mistake. Skyview practically shouted when he saw the numbers on the water globe. Zero Wing had only paid for 112 participating members in the qualifying round, yet 107 of them had made it through. This passing rate was absolutely horrifying. Only about 55% of the teams from top-ranked first-rate guilds like Bloodbath family, Sin Realm, and Holy Reincarnation had passed the trial. Even then, it was impressive. Ordinary first-rate guilds like the Star Alliance only had a 40% passing rate. As for the various participating superpowers, even the best-performing guild, Blackwater, had only managed 88% of its team, yet 95% of Zero Wing's members had cleared the qualifying round, surpassing Blackwater. No matter how Skyview thought about the situation, he couldn't believe its superpowers had plenty of experts and detailed training programs that were particularly efficient when nurturing players. Ordinary powers simply couldn't compare. Moreover, the players that were powerful enough to be considered for this competition were the various powers experts among experts. Yet Zero Wing had surpassed all of them. Skyview wasn't the only confused player. Not even the various major powers members could fathom how Zero Wing had built such a powerful foundation. Zero Wing is amazing. Its passing rate is even higher than those superpowers. Didn't they say that Zero Wing hasn't had enough time to develop, and its foundation regarding expert players is weak? Why do I feel like Zero Wing's expert foundation is even stronger than those top-ranked first-rate guilds? When the independent players watching from outside of the auction house saw Zero Wing's passing rate, they re-evaluated their opinions of the guild, especially the expert players from other kingdoms and empires based on the passing rates. It was more or less clear that Zero Wing's expert foundation was no weaker than top-ranked first-rate guilds. In fact, it might even be slightly stronger than its competition. The difference is actually so great. Galaxy Pass was at a loss for words as he stared at the magic water globe. He had thought that the Star Alliance had a chance against Zero Wing's expert foundation. After developing for so long, the Star Alliance had grown considerably. Nowadays, God's Domain's popularity continued to increase, and more people joined the game every day. As a result, more experts continued to rise. Not only had the Star Alliance successfully nurtured a lot of experts, but it had also recruited experts from elsewhere. The guild was many times stronger than when it had joined God's Domain. However, only 40% of the Star Alliance's players had made it through the qualifying round, while 95% of Zero Wing's players had succeeded. No matter how Galaxy Pass looked at it, the Star Alliance wasn't on the same playing field as Zero Wing. Meanwhile, when Melody, who watched from a private spectator room, saw the passing rates, the darkness in her eyes vanished. She couldn't help her growing excitement as if she had just seen a ray of hope illuminate a dark sky. However, despite Melody's elation, the half-elf man beside her remained unperturbed. I'm assuming that you think Zero Wing now has some hope of holding White River City, right? The half-elf man said as he glanced at Sherfong, who stood in the auction arena. Unfortunately, that is still impossible. Zero Wing's passing rate is amazing, but no matter how many players made it through the last round, Zero Wing still only has 107 members participating in the official competition. Compared to the 4 participating superpowers, that is nothing.